Hello and welcome back. Guys, I'm here with TM32 Byfall, and we are going to be commentating the quarterfinals for Ascent Toronto.
Yeah, and I think we're here for a doozy, right? I think we've heard of this mythical mirror matchup, and we have TCG Caben versus
TCG Cactus. So we have True Champion Caben and True Cactus.
True Cactus, representing both the Vanitas Fragmented Spirit, right?
Yeah, so Serene Spirit on the Vanitas there. There's a couple things between the two decks that differ. So I think when it comes to the main board, Cactus is more prepared for the mirror matchup. We do see things like Crimson Protective Trinket, which is good for banishment on Imbues and stuff like that. However, on the other side, with True Champion Caben, what he has available to him is a more aggressive sideboard for the mirror. So games 2 and 3 theoretically should favor him. He's running extra Vertiger's Decree. He's also running Scatter Essence, which is something we haven't seen in a lot of other deck lists.
I think that, just like you mentioned, Cactus was prepping some really good stuff for the mirror, just like the Ascent Protectors. I don't think TCG was running any of them. And Cactus is running 2 main board because that represents a lot of aggression early game. And that's really, really important when you're going game 1. But going game 2 with all the Scatter Essence plus the Vertigo Decree, that can be a little bit difficult to engage with so much removal for Fantasias.
Yeah, so when you lose the damage from the Razor Gale Callings, finding damage through something else, you know, we get the chips from the Baby Green Slime, Baby Gray Slime, and also through the the Windmill Engineers here, but sometimes being able to punch 3 on a turn through your Ascent Protectors is pretty valuable. You also have ways to protect it. You can Zephyr it, you can displace it, you can reclaim it, escape the wreckage. We saw a lot of things happen in Matt G's game, but Cactus and this team kind of built that deck in a way that has the alternate win condition.
And I also think that just by having the main board Raccoons for Cactus, and also the Crimson Protective Trinket main is such a good advantage when you're going in the first game. And I don't think Caven or the TCG champion decklist is running Crimson Protective Trinket at all.
No, they're not.
Yeah.
They're not.
So having a good reclaim and going into Crimson Protective Trinket, getting rid of the opponent, that difference in influence at the beginning of the game can be just crucial to take it over.
Yeah, we're going to be bringing up a graphic here on screen so we can just chat a little bit about the top cut decks. So Statistics is always powered by OmniDecks. Big shout out to Super Mitch for the value of this. But True Champion Caben here, Team True Champion. We're going to see basically the champion we got alongside the 2 key cards in the deck that make them significant. So we'll start with Caben's. Caben has the obviously Razor Gale Calling with the 3 visits. It's going to be pretty much the same for all of the Vanitas decks. We do have the one Kong Ming deck there, number 5, that is also playing a similar build. It's playing the Razor Gale. It's not going to be for 2 because it's not a cleric. She's going to be paying full cost of 4. But number 2 there, what do you think about that? That's an interesting one.
I think that deck was built out of pure spite in the so-called meta, because there was so much Vanitas going around that they were, you know what, we're going to build one that is going to be Wind Merlin, is going to go all protection, and then we're going to take it over with all the influence that we built and going super turbo and Imperial Seal as well, right?
Yeah, so one of the beautiful things, on top of having Imperial Seal as the finisher, being able to stall the game out with the Veiling Breeze, like you said, right? Lots of protection. He also has a lot of Fantasia removal. So he's mainboarding 4 Scatter Essence and also sideboarding, I believe, 3, maybe 4 Vertiger's Decrees.
Yeah, but the only bad thing is that we see some lists that are running 1 and 2 Diableries main. So that's a really, really hit for any deck that may rely on Imperial Seal to close out and cheese out the game with Fireballs.
Yeah, definitely in that regard. It's going to be really tough. I don't actually know if Yoti is also running the Diablerie. In response, I'm going to take it back. But yeah, either way, we're going to see a very, very tough and grindy matchup here. So this matchup is going to be really important, right? This is going to define your ability as a player to play the mirror. And how good your deck building was, knowing that this was going to be a popular deck.
Correct. And I think Cactus faced Terry Elizondo, also from TCG team, at the previous round to make it into top 8. So he's very familiar with this list. He was able to beat it, again, taking advantage of the game 1. So we know that each player has their own different play styles and their own kind of flows with the game. But I think this is not going to be an unfamiliar matchup for Cactus. And they're about to start.
So here it is. We have top 8. This is an untimed match, so there is not going to be a timer there. We are going into game 1 of True Cactus versus True Champion Caven.
And we see right from the glimpse of 6, Cactus is putting 3 cards down, keeping a Slime Shield, Baby Gray. I see 3 visits, and um, I think Baby Windmill Engineer as well.
Windmill Engineer is going to be a pretty good start here. It's going to start with that imbued Windmill Engineer. No damage is going to be dealt there. No champion to attack, no legal target. It's going to pass the turn.
And now let's see if Kevin has anything to respond for that Windmill, or is just going to keep it alive.
So one of the interesting things in these matchups is a lot of the time you want to only play your Windmill Engineers or Baby Gray Slimes when you have something that can help bring them back, because you don't want to lose your value engine, right? But in this matchup, the only thing you could swing with is your other matchup, like your other value engine, which is also a 1/1. So the trade here is like, do you want to deny your opponent based on what you think they don't have?
Correct. And I think knowing how aggressive Cactus can be with his allies, if he's able to just control the board and just residually create value out of reclaims, displays, that's how the snowball can just keep on rolling down the hill and just keep on getting stronger.
Yeah, he's going to be able to find a lot of damage. Hopefully those allies do bring something in. I think that the Crimson Protective Trinket we talked about early on is going to be absolutely vital in this matchup. It's going to be super, super important. At the key time, he's going to be using that to banish cards out, lower the influence. But also to keep in mind, Caben does have a Nullifying Lantern, so if he finds a way to deal with the Razorgale Callings, he could bring out Nullifying Lantern to stop Cyclical Breeze from being able to bring them back.
Yeah, and just like you mentioned, Nullifying Lantern mid-game and late-game can be very, very important. That's why some players just save the Baby Green Slime for future usages, so they can play the Baby Green Slime on enter, target Nullifying Lantern, get it out of the way, and then start Cyclical if they need to bring everything from the graveyard.
Caven just asking for a baseball cap. The lights on at the feature match are a little bright, so I do understand the sentiment there. As you can, we actually played the feature match, myself and Bonnie Rain earlier. It's an interesting feature match on the exhibition there. Neither of us knew what decks we were being handed, but we just started the match, flipped the spirits over, and then got to check it from there.
Oof. And Cactus starts the second turn with Baby Gray, gets some value out, and Kevin continues with Turbocharge. Now, both of them are going to have a Power Cell tapped into the field, but followed with Scout the Land to go through 4 cards, draw 1, and put the rest back in any order.
Oh, spicy. It looks like these guys are doing the gentleman's agreement, both of them going for that backup charger, both of them allowing the other one to play it. It's going to be pretty chill. True Champion Gaming showing 2 damage on board, but does have that 3 visits, is able to rest his champion, glimpse 2, recover 2, go down to 0. But True Cactus is going to hold him steadfast to that with the damage. Baby Gray Slime and the Windmill Engineer on the right side there, available to punch into per turn, is going to be enough to nullify an equivalent usage of the 3 visits.
Yeah, and we see Kevin going out through Fairy Whispers, and he was holding a Reclaiming to hand, but no allies to use it with. So maybe that's going to be problematic if there is no way to generate value, because we saw Cactus already doing that with Engineer and with Baby Gray.
So he's going to finally finish up that string of things and go for the backup charger. He's going to put everything down on the stack of the backup charger after the cost is paid. True Cactus Gaming here. True Cactus will be escape the wreckage on his Baby Gray Slime. Wants to protect Baby Gray more than the Windmill Engineer. He's going to have 2 cards in hand available.
Yeah, it's way easier to get some value out of Baby Gray, because Windmill you have to imbue when you're casting it. So just by displacing or just flickering the Baby Gray, you can generate automatic value and draw on hand instead of drawing into memory. That's why it's always easier and better to keep Baby Gray safe.
Yeah, so Caven here is going to be showing the Enchaining Gale. Cactus does know that he doesn't run that in his own deck. Is holding on to 2 cards, has the Fairy Whispers available to him. 2 Verticris Decrees in memory there.
That's the moment when you may go for Crimson Protective Trinket and get rid of those if you're able, because those are the cards that really kill the deck for you.
Yeah, dealing with that's going to be tough. So Wind Resonance Baubles coming out here for True Cactus. Caben does have a Razorgale in his hand, wants to protect it, knows there's going to be a lot of hate, and Regalia needs to find a way to defend it, but I don't really think there is actually an option to defend it. Really, you have to let it go, bring it back with the Cyclical Breeze, and that's about all you can do.
Yeah, the move that I've seen for some players is that they just wait until they have like 17 influence, drop all 4 at the same time, then 3 visits over and over again. So sometimes it's better just to hold the Razorgales in your hand until you're ready to pop off. Yeah,
the risky part there, though, is Verdigris Decree is a fast spell, and it's going to be kind of hard to deal with in that regard.
Good thing about running Verdigris, you can run it in conjunction with Scavenging Raccoon. That way you can get rid of a Razor Gale, and then you can banish it. And that way there's no way to bring it back with Cyclical Breeze.
Yeah, that's the beauty of Scatter Essence. Scatter Essence is slow, but it does combo in well with that Scavenging Raccoons, like you said. If you do have to, if they do go for that big combo, multiple, playing multiple of the Razor Gales in the same turn, Vertiger's Decree is the only real answer you're going to have for that.
Oof. And we see Cactus now with another Baby Gray. And in response, Kevin reclaims.
New Reclaim from the, I believe, the Jin starter deck, right?
You know, I really like that Reclaim way better.
Soup? Have some soup. I love soup. And she's cute. What more could you want?
This might be the moment for Cactus to establish some more board presence because I see a Ascent Protector on his hand.
Ascent Protector. It's time for Ascent to start swinging. It's really going to push. It's going to show how much damage you can push with these allies. Scavenging Raccoons coming in into that Reclaim. He wants to get rid of the Reclaim and likely the Fairy Whispers.
That's a really good target.
Unfortunate there. He's going to probably Ascent the Raccoons back, right? Oh, I guess not. He's going to hold on and chill there.
He may have another kind of combat trick, maybe a Reclaim in hand, maybe Displace.
It looks like he only has the Vertiger's Decree for Suppress. Not quite sure if he has anything else. Shuffling. I do see Fairy Whispers. I think I also see a Razor Gale too, so
you're correct.
A little tough to figure out what he's going to go for. So, gentlemen, each player with the opposite, I follow you, you follow me, and materializations there, Stifling Traps coming in.
I wonder how helpful a Stifling Trap is now that we've getting some triggers from Baby Gray. So yeah, you can use it to negate the on-enter draw effect for it, but it's already been getting like 2 draws out of that, so the value is already there.
I think he's probably saving the Stifling Traps for the Ascent targets, right? So if he clears one of those things off the board, he's going to be able to deal with the other one.
Correct.
And there's a Turbocharge. Sacrifice the Power Cells at additional cost. He's going to draw 2 here. Kaven does draw the Veiling Breeze, so he's protected for a while here. Has the ability to put down a lot of cards. Oh, there it is. He's going to put it down for the Imbue. He's going to imbue that Windmill Engineer, and Windmill Engineer enters. And it's going to be 1 into the Scavenging Raccoon.
And there's a Reclaim in hand, yeah.
So he also has the Super Reclaim. That's why we couldn't see it. It's a little bit different, a little bit difficult to see there.
Yeah.
Scavenging Raccoon's going to come back. Reclaim available now for true Cactus. Cactus, he's going to get that level up for free with the Floating Memory.
Yeah, there is no any danger of losing that one because Kevin is not running any Raccoons. That is safe.
Oh, we're going to do a second Windmill Engineer. Okay, 2 Windmill Engineers kind of good here. Does true Cactus have an answer in to protect the Baby Gray Slime as well? He's going to displace the Baby Gray Slime. Okay.
He has all the answers.
Baby Gray Slime displaced.
I don't like it.
Nice.
Kaven has to go for it. He's going to use the Stifling Trap onto that Baby Gray there.
But now I wonder how much influence each of the players have. Oof.
Both players playing with the black sleeves there make it a little bit difficult to tell how many cards in the influence. I'm guessing somewhere around the mark of 8 or 9 potentially here. We're going to see the Glimpse 4 from the on-enter of Vanitas, knowing that Wind Spirit is in the lineage.
There's a Baby Gray on the Glimpse, also Baby Green.
And a Veiling Breeze, too.
Veiling Breeze, yeah.
Veiling Breeze is going to be good. It's always nice to hold on to the Veiling Breeze. It is going to make the matchup a little bit slower. I mean, quite a bit slower in Grindier, especially knowing that you can cyclical to return it.
But that's the 3rd Baby Gray that we see from Cactus. He can definitely play it, swing against both Engineers and get rid of him with Ethan or with double Baby Gray, right?
Yeah. True Champion Kaven here. All cards down in memory, which means that you can technically play the Baby Gray, reveal, and then also play the Ascent afterwards, free of fear of a Stifling Trap to kill the target for the Ascent. So here we're going to see it. It's going to be the Baby Green and the Slime Shield. So draw a card. Oh, Baby Green?
And there's 1 Engineer down.
Baby, slime, baby. All coming out. They just keep coming out like that. Someone keeps multiplying these babies. But Ascent Protector is going to come out, return the Baby Gray to the hand. Cactus probably going to play the Baby Gray again.
And going face with 3 damage. You know, that damage really piles up. That's 6.
So he's going to do the Slime Shield and the Baby Green again.
So now is that a Zephyr on Cactus' hand? I think it's a Zephyr, and I couldn't see the other card. Oh, Fairy Whispers. Oh, perfect.
One down for Fairy Whispers. Before draw on your recollection is pretty nice. Being able to glimpse those 3, figure out what you want to draw into.
Especially if you bring out Ventus and your materialization, during recollection you can do Fairy Whispers, rearrange your draw, and also get 1 trigger on the Ventus to put a counter there.
So talk to me about Ventus. What does Ventus do in this matchup that is really significant? What are you a fan of overall in that?
Oh, I love Ventus. I think it's one of my favorite cards in the whole deck, especially in this build, because you can just save all the triggers for Ventus to spread your baby, save it over and over, get value every single time. Or also do it on Baby Green, get rid of a Nullifying Lantern, Flicker, Baby Green, and also use it on Tide Proclamation. There's a lot of usages. And because Win has no good way to get rid of Ventus, they just keep piling on the material. But also you can just switch them to your champion and get in line of encounters in case that you're afraid of losing it.
Yeah, Displace is available for clerics as well. Caven struggling here. He's not quite sure what to go with the materialization. He's not in the greatest of footing after having to use the Stifling Trap on that Baby Gray.
And look at that. Even with a Razor Gale, Caven has now 6 points of damage already with a Ascent on the board and a Baby Gray. So you can also win the matchup just by pure aggression.
Well, Caven's going to be losing a Cyclical Breeze here, which is a little bit on the unfortunate side. He does find a 3 visits. But, man, losing Cyclical Breeze is tough. You're going to lose 1 guaranteed potential return. Or I guess not guaranteed knowing the Nullifying Lantern is available, but a potential return win card to hand. It's a tough one there.
Yeah, how many you bottom? 3.
So can we put 3 on the bottom with that Glimpse 4 from Vanitas? There is 2, 3 visits. I think there's also a Veiling Breeze, a Reclaim. I mean, it's going to be a little bit hard to keep track of all the cards these guys have.
Yeah, these guys are about to go to influence of a quarter of my deck. But it is what it is. We got to figure it out as we go. So we're going to see a 3 visits and Chaining Gale down for most likely a Windmill Engineer. Imbued. Caven trying to figure out where that Windmill Engineer is in his hand. He's got too many cards to figure it out.
I think that's also a Razor Gale in his hand. So it's always good to keep it in there. You don't want to accidentally put it down in your memory and risk it to lose it to the Crimson Protected Trinket that Cactus might bring up later.
Crimson Protected Trinket, I'm just waiting to see where that makes a big impact here. Both these players are running the Ventus Staff of Zephyrs. Cactus is also running the Bulwark Sword. Bulwark Sword we saw in a couple of the other matches here. It was interesting because it just allowed you to push damage. It kills the Mystic Purifier in some cases.
That is true. I think it was a really, really good pick from Cactus just to run in main. I heard of some other players considering it, but space is always an issue for this deck.
Yeah, it really is. A lot of decks, a lot of the time nowadays with so much flexibility in the way decks can be built, as well as how many different decks are strong and in the meta, a lot of that sideboard space is really going to be close to 15 material deck, or main deck cards, sorry, not material deck cards.
Yeah, I think that's why we see so many differences in the sideboards for each player, just because everyone has their own individual takes on how they want to approach the matchup. Like some have 3 Scatter Essence, some have none. Some go for Scavenger Raccoon, some go for Blanche, just trying to cover specific avenues.
So Cactus is going to materialize the Crimson Protective Trinket here. So that does say banish this object. You'll be able to reveal 2 cards at random from your opponent's memory. If they're wind, banish them.
Activate Crimson targeting you.
All right, here's the Crimson. He's going to respond.
Yeah, that's fine.
So he's going to reclaim that Windmill Engineer in response. Deal 1 damage with the Razor Gale Calling.
And just to put more cards down, that way you increase your odds of banishing something useless.
1 through 7, so he's going to take the 2 on the left. Verdigris Decree and Chaining Gale go away here.
Stone Wreck. Yep. I will 3 visits. Yep.
That's going to be one of the really, really rough... that's actually a really, really rough opportunity for Caven because he only has 3 Verdigris Decrees to deal with the Fantasias that True Cactus has.
Yeah, so now that's down to 2 Verdigris and 1 Cyclical Breeze down on the banish. So this is going to be a hard matchup to deal with if you cannot answer the Razor Gales or bring up your own.
Yeah, Cactus has 2 Verdigris Decrees still available to him. So he actually, if he wanted to, he could imbue it and then target his Ascent Protector for bonus damage. Gonna take the 3 here from Ascent instead. No Verdigris Decree in for the damage yet. True Cactusing his way through it. Figuring it out. I mean, I guess this is a perfect deck for Cactus, right? I mean, Razor Gale is just a prickly kind of deck. It just hits you one by one for a little bit of damage throughout the entire day. But it might just be enough.
Yeah. Yeah, I think he's trying to find a way to get rid of the Fantasia first and then Raccoon it, if possible.
I think he's just going to Raccoon it raw. It would be interesting. So if he does do the Verdigris Decree into the Scavenging Raccoons, the on-answer would be really, really good.
Yeah, you're fine. Attack you for 1. Yep.
What? He's just going to take away the Reclaim. So a second floating memory lost for Caven here. He's not going to be able to get out his Cleric Robes for free. It's going to be in a weird position there.
Fantasia.
Yeah, and that is when the Verdigris becomes
Flicker the
imbued by
Scavenging
showing
Raccoon.
3 when activation.
Yeah.
And Fantasia is gone, and something's going to be suppressed.
End step. Yep.
So he's going to
comes
flicker
back.
the Raccoon, yep.
Yep, and there goes the Fantasia.
What was that? Oh, yeah, my bad.
That comes back in a wake.
Yeah.
Do your thing.
So great play by Cactus. First getting rid of the floating memory, and then getting rid of the Fantasia. So that's a lot of like win cons out of Caven's deck. already.
Cactus removing 4 cards. He's removed 6 cards so far from Caven's graveyard with the exact same Raccoon, actually. It's going to be a little rough here for Caven. So Caven did activate the 3 visits there in end step. Grand Crusader's Ring coming out here. He's going to draw off the top. I kind of missed what that was, but it's it doesn't look too exciting.
Scout the lands, I think, that may be played before Recollection.
Oh, I'm so sorry. Thank you.
Oh yeah, Cactus has to
Contesting
hide
is like
again
just kept
everything that he imbued for Verdigris.
Another Razor Gale
Razor
calling him
Gale.
out.
Oof.
Here we go. Cactus is going to be Verdigris decreeing it again and then saying, flicker my Raccoon again. Heck. It's going to be a rough one here for Caven. I think if Caven loses too many of his Razor Gale callings, he might just call it and move on to game 2.
Yeah, I mean, that Raccoon is definitely chunky.
Yeah, I mean, the damage is coming in against Caven, even though he does have 3 visits available to heal with. It's just pretty frustrating when you lose most of your kill conditions.
And I wonder why Kevin didn't even go for Raccoon again. I mean, he could try to kill it. Of course, Cactus may have hold some combat tricks to save it, but it's still worth it to kill it instead of leaving it for the opponent to flicker it again.
Offering. Yep.
It's a hard decision to make for sure. There's a lot of things that you kind of there are very few things you necessarily need to do, but a lot of things you want or could do to make the matchup more interesting. I think what you really need to do is you need to control the Razor Gale availability, right?
Correct. And so far, Cactus has kept his Ace of Protector just like swinging over and over again every turn.
Hit you for 1. Sure.
Yep. So he's going to ping 1 with the activation of the Razor Gale, or sorry, activation of
Banishment.
3 visits, triggering the Razor Gale calling.
And healing 2. So yeah, that's been 4 damage held that Kevin has healed so far. But
Razor Gale. Yep.
now we got the Razor Gale from the Cactus side.
Well, Razor Gale from the Cactus side. It looks like he's going to go for another Verdigris Decree. No, double Razor
Double
Gale.
Razor Gale. Okay, it's time to push for damage because now he's 10 damage, right? Double
thinking.
3 visits might be
okay.
extremely risky right now.
So Caven is going to Lineage Release in response to the Razor Gale calling. So with the 1 Razor Gale in stack, he's going to recover to 4, then take the 1 from the Razor Gale's activation. And it looks like he's actually going to pass turn here.
I think Cactus has no need to rush it, especially because he knows that Kevin is down 1 Verdigris. So what are the odds of him having the other 2 remaining for the Razor Gales on the board? Otherwise, if they stick around for 1 more turn, that could be lethal if Cactus plays his cards right.
Yep, so Caven's going to be playing
Oh,
the
that's
Necklace
another
of
Razor
Foresight.
Gale.
Well, the Razor Gales are coming through.
Okay.
Pop necklace.
Yeah.
Pop Necklace, interesting. He sees all those cards, knows he doesn't want them, immediately puts them all to the bottom. And he's going to look to Recollect and draw for turn here.
But now we have Kevin with potentially 2 Razor Gales on the field this turn. Can Cactus survive the onslaught of just fast spells?
It's going to be tough. Fast spells are going to be on the painful side. The thing is, Cactus, I believe, still does have a Veiling Breeze, but also has a 3 visits available to him. So he is going to be able to rest for 2. He's going to be able to Lineage Release for 6, and also has the Veiling Breeze for what I believe is currently going to be 7.
So basically, I think he can take 1 more damage, play Veiling Breeze, Lineage Release, heal, and he'll be on a really safe spot on the next turn if he can survive it.
Yeah, so looking at the matchup, we have 3 visits. If we have 3 visits, it's going to be Recover 2. We're going to have Recover 6 from this on the Lineage Release. And then 3 visits can be activated again, but no recovery. But it is going to deal damage, so the pressure into Caven is good. Based on the influence he has down, we have, I believe, 4 cards. It's looking like we have... There's going to be 4 here, so if he puts 1 down for the Veiling Breeze, it's going to be Veiling for 5. So Veiling for 5 does block like a lot of things, but you also don't have to show every single card. You could Veiling for something smaller. You could Veiling for 2, for example, and it would be more than enough.
Yeah, because I don't think Kevin has any other means of dealing more than 1 damage per ping, right?
Yeah, it
So-
doesn't look like it. Caben's deck is very, very much around killing with the Razor Gills and the single damage.
Visits from graveyard triggers.
So double
Yep,
trigger there.
so here we go. 3 visits from the graveyard.
And now it's up to Kevin to see if he wants to be defensive on all those 3 visits
I'll
pings.
recover 2.
Okay, so Caben's going to take the 2. He's going to rest his champion, Cactus resting champion here.
Top, bottom.
He's going to go 1 top, 1 bottom. 3 visits activation.
I think that was a vertical degree, if I'm not mistaken. It seemed like one.
Nope, this 3 visits is going to be in the banishment here
Okay.
instead of in the middle of the field.
2 to
Yeah,
you.
this isn't banished, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I paid it from there.
2 to you. Attempt to target this. Suppress this.
Interesting. So in recollection on the stack of, in materialization on the stack of the Safeguard Amulet, he's going to Vertiger's Decree imbued, targeting one of the Fantasias and suppressing the Ascent Protector.
Wait 3 visits. Triggers targeting you.
So Cactus, in response to that, will play his.
His own 3
I'll go to
visits from
1.
management to ping for
Is this
2,
my turn?
heal 2.
Yep. So he's going to ping Caven for 2. He's going to rest, glimpse the 2
Okay.
here,
Top.
Yeah.
recover down to 1. He puts both on top.
And then now,
Yeah. I think one of them
my
was
Razor
another
Gale
3
Falling's on
visits.
you.
So that's very, very safe on Cactus' side. He has 1 in hand
Yeah, I'm
and
thinking.
1 coming on his draw step.
Yeah, so Cactus is thinking if he wants to take the damage here from the Razor Gale
Gale's
Claws.
You're fine.
Okay, so
I'll
2.
take 2.
So he takes the 2 from the Razor Gale.
And
Is he
then
going to
still
activate his
working out
3
the
visits
suppress
right
and
now,
the
though?
other thing. Okay.
He's waiting
This is now the
on
latest
the
number.
stack of
Makes
the Vertiger's Decree
I'll
here.
attempt the 3
That will be
visits.
6 damage. And I think he will. He will go for it.
Targeting your champion.
He's going to go for it. So 3 visits. Damage is going to come in. It's going to be 2, 2, 2 if he chooses to use it 3 times here. He takes the first 2 on the resolution of that. Still thinking a lot of this is like the deciding moment in the deck. Is like, do you think you can go for a lethal here? So he's going to go for 2 more.
I'll take 2.
Caven's going to take it. So he's going to go up to 12. And he's going to activate it for a 3rd time, put it to the bottom of the deck. Caven's going to 14 here. Caven only 5 life available, but can still recover.
If I don't think he has any other cards in
Draw,
hand,
draw.
so if I'm not mistaken, Cactus is going to draw the 3 visits, can do it 3 times, and any other spells should suffice to
2 in hand, right?
finish this round.
Caven has 2 cards in hand, which means most likely Veiling Breeze. He does have the 2.
Oh, never mind. Yeah, it's because, Magic
True.
Black.
Yeah, it's a little bit
Razor
tough on
Gale
there.
trigger targeting
Another
you.
Razor Gale
Ooh.
coming out with Cactus. So Cactus is going to be targeting Caven for 1 more
Yeah,
damage.
target
Response
you.
is going to be the 3 visits from Banishment. Well, the damage will come in. Cactus will take the 2.
Heal 2.
Yeah.
He's going to rest, heal, rest, glimpse, recover.
That's
If
fine.
this responds, you take the 1.
Yep.
He's taking the
+2, destroy
1.
that. Triggers targeting you.
And then the 3rd
Oh,
Vertiger's Decree is
no.
coming through. So he's going to flicker.
Flicker that raccoon again.
Yep.
This is
Or
2,
or he
4,
buff it
5.
+2, right? I mean, that's the question.
Oh, so he's buffing the Raccoon for the damage. So Raccoon comes in for 3, and then it's going to be a total of 5 here. The damage is going to come in. Does he have the Veiling Breeze? Does Caven have the answer potentially here?
He might be forced to play it right now, preemptively.
He's looking through it all. He's looking through the graveyard, looking through the banishment, trying to figure out what his out is for the first
no
game
cards
here
left in
of the
hand,
top
which is
8.
Interesting.
Caven unsure of if he wants to do it. If he can survive is really what he's looking for right now.
Yeah, because that's going to leave him with only 1 Razor Gale available for the rest of the game, right? And if you're running a low influence, everything is now for 1 instead of for 2 or for 3. So it's way harder to close the game. And let's not forget that Cactus still has the lineage release to heal for 6.
Cactus is in a very, very commanding position right now, so he's going to get the
Hit you for 2.
3 visits.
Oh, and
Hit him for
yeah.
2, hit him for 2.
And in response, there we
So
go.
I should have gone to 7 and then lineaged in response to these triggers. So I'd go
Yep,
to
so it's going to go to 1
and then go to 3.
And then
and then go to 3.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
3
so
damage
I-
total.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah.
3 visits resolves for the first time, last
Yeah.
time, so he's going
And
to go
then
to
it
5.
resolves, and then
Then the
so he'll
Vertiger's
take 2
Decree
and then I'll attack him
resolves.
for 3.
Now Raccoon attacks
end
for 3,
step.
put him at 17. End step.
Leeson comes back.
He
do your
comes
thing.
back on enter. Kind of big.
Yeah, but now Kevin only has 1 Razor Gale on the field, and
No.
Cactus has Safeguard Amulet. So if Kevin commits, he can just crack Safeguard in response to anything and keep himself very, very healthy.
Yeah, both these players are very, very carefully maneuvering the mirror here, trying to figure out what the others have Cactus does need to flip over his imbued cards. Not that it really makes that much of a difference in the long term here, but the double Slime Shield and the Veiling Breeze, he's just reminding him. We're going to see it. We're going to see it. So the banishment here, 1 through 5 for the Cleric Groves. We're going to see Enchaining Gale go away.
Oof, that could have been a good answer for the Instant Protector because he has no blockers, no units to prevent the 3 that are going to come in his way on the board.
Fairy Whisper is going to activate, triggering Razor Gale. True Cactus, Cactus going to 6 here. Glimpse 3 from Caven. I believe he did see the Veiling Breeze, but he's going to bottom deck it. Oh, and he didn't get it. He whipped the Veiling Breeze on and escaped the wreckage. That is unbelievably unfortunate for Caven here.
Yeah, you hate to see it happen when you have only a handful of normal cards and you hit it with a Fairy Whisper blind.
It is truly on the sad side of it, but sometimes it just is what it is.
Yeah.
We need to look to recollect here. Draw for turn. His draw for turn. I believe his draw for turn was also another escape the wreckage.
Oof.
So it's looking kind of rough. Caven doesn't have any allies here. He doesn't have the potential to push damage through the way that Cactus does.
And let's remember that he's at 18, so any ping at any moment, at the beginning of recollection, end of turn, anything.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I just need to get used to that. Thank you.
Interesting. So Bulwark Sword's going to come out here as the materialization.
Draw. Yep. So this
Caven's
is my hand, and then I'll
good
draw.
with the materialization and recollection draw here.
Attack you with Asen.
Attempted attack with Asen for 3 to face, which is pushing lethal.
But also, Caven has 3 visits to try to heal for 2, but still, that will kill him if he's only relying on the... Oh, but protection from 1 with the Cleric Ropes.
Holding priority.
Yeah.
Yep. So he's gonna go with the
Hit you for 1.
he's gonna go with the Cleric Groves first as an activation, and then also Veiling Breeze.
But all these attacks from Cactus are forcing Caven to use his resources, and his influence is going lower and lower.
Yep.
Oh, it's
But both these players
to,
are getting to a lower
Slime
influence
Shield,
state
target
compared to this.
myself. 2 triggers at you.
Spawn with the 3 visits.
2
Trigger
cards
you.
in hand.
Yep.
Respond
And in
with Slime
response,
Shield, trigger
another
me.
fastest
Got it.
speed.
Or to you, I mean.
Yep. Second Slime Shield in response on the stack. Basically, Caven had one small out, which was the 3 visits. He needed to see if Cactus couldn't do anything at a fast speed to kill him. And Cactus had it. He had the second Slime Shield. The second Slime Shield will activate, triggering both Razor Callings. They're going to hit Caven before the 3 visits come through. And that's game 1 here for true Cactus.
Yeah, definitely that preparation on game 1 with all the main board Eastern Protectors, with the Raccoons, with all the aggression early game was so crucial for Cactus because I don't think Caven saw a single slime, right? No babies at all game.
No babies. I don't think I saw any of the baby grays there. So looking at the sideboards, this is going to be really important for these players is figuring out what the best sideboard is. So Cactus, we saw the Scavenging Raccoon was absolutely fantastic. It was vital in the deck. He absolutely needed it. Caven, however,
Like
did not
90% of
quite
me
see what
playing
he
this
was
game
looking
is,
for
like,
on that
testing and
regard.
testing. We're just,
Right?
you know, very
So
lenient with it.
when we
Obviously,
look at the
that's not, like,
sideboards here, Caven is running 2
doing
Incapacitate,
it at the highest level, but
2 Scavenging Raccoon, 3 Cleansing Reunions, 2 Innervate Agilities, Stifling Trap, Vertiger's Decree, and a Zephyr.
Yeah, I think the 2 Incapacitated and 2 Raccoons are going to be very important if he wants to go for the same route that Cactus just did. With doing Verdigris, Raccoon, get rid of your utility and or your win cons. But I think, like always, we also have the 3 Scatter Essence and 1 additional Verdigris decree for this matchup. So that's a lot of Fantasia removal. But again, most of the damage came from units for Cactus. So I wonder if Cactus is going to keep employing the same strategy and try just to go face instead of trying to set up for Fantasias.
It's going to be tough.
It's a
Having
pretty
that other
specific
side,
thing
like we
to
talked about
replace,
earlier,
so
having the other path to find lethal, right? Instead of just the single chips for 1, having the Ascent Protectors available. On top of dealing damage, being able to return your on-enter draw cards are fantastic. So over in the sideboard here for True Cactus, the one card I'm really interested in is the Blessed Clergy. I think that card's fantastic. Do you want to walk us through how that kind of interacts in this matchup?
Yeah, I think Blessed Clergy is very pivotal in certain spots of the match because this is the on-enter, imbue. Your opponent cannot play more than 2 cards until their next turn, if I'm not mistaken. So you prevent them from materializing something important, of playing more than 1 answer, and that just lets you combo off very easily. But I think also another card that I see on the sideboard for Cactus is Dominating Strike, right? That can push more damage fast when you go, for example, turn 1. I mean, when you're level 1 Vanitas, you play Eastern Protector, you have 3 down, you can Dominating Strike over and over. If you don't need to heal, you just keep on going for damage. And as we saw, sometimes the deck that TCG is running, they may not have enough defenses on the board, and that's a big swing, right? Like 4 damage is nothing to scoff at.
Definitely not anything to scoff at. Dominating Strike is very, very neat. It's an interesting amount of damage that can come through. He also has the Bulwark Sword to swing for 2 if he needs to clear two power, or sorry, 2 life ally on the board there. But overall, it feels like, even though the Scatter Essence are available in the sideboard here, the Verdigris Decrees that Cactus was running felt so impactful in that game, right? Verdigris Decree being able to also target your Scavenging Raccoon so that at end phase you're able to banish the Razorgale callings that you removed on enter is just such a fantastic strategy and setup.
Correct, and I think that these players have played the mirror so many times just for practice for this big event that they know how to play around Scatter Essence. So even if it's a great card, just the fact that Scatter Essence is slow makes it not as good as it seems on paper. Because yeah, you may remove it, but at the time that, you know, we both saw it from Cactus and from True Champion Caven, when they played the Razorgales, it's because they were going to go for the throat. They don't let it linger for long.
I do think that's already established, but...
Yeah, true. They're definitely going for whatever they think is the most like flexible way to find damage here. The Razorgales are good. I mean, you have to hold onto it in the mirror. You have to basically Matt G them. You gotta get that. You gotta get the 6-minute win on the field with like a wind erupting all over them.
Yeah,
And that's the only way.
no, totally agree. I think it's one way or the other. You go turbo, play all your Razorgales early, or you save them for the late game just to go for the OTK. But I guess it all depends on what you see on the glimpsing, right? If you start seeing your draw engine, that's fine. But if you see that you have all the Razorgales and 3 visits, who cares? Let's just go drop it all over again, one after the other, and just close out the game before it goes late.
Yeah, the late matchup is going to be really, really tough, right? It's going to be a lot of just sitting there, Veiling Breeze, Cyclical Breeze, Veiling Breeze, Cyclical Breeze, rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. I think the 2 in-cap could make a pretty big difference there, right? Being able to in-cap a Veiling Breeze, if Cactus were to use that to protect himself through the game, would be pretty tough.
And interesting play, because Cactus took game 1, and Caven let Cactus go first this time. So I guess he values the influence way more than going first in this matchup.
Yeah, it's kind of strange because normally in the matchups you don't really want to give your opponent the first materialization, but in this matchup I think the 1 card actually makes a significantly larger difference.
Correct. Yeah, just digging 1 card further down the deck to find whatever you need can be what gives you the win in this game.
We're going to see the glimpse here. He's going to be putting back potentially 4 cards.
And I think Kevin is keeping Fairy Whispers and Windmill Engineer.
Also keep, or bottom before, yeah.
And putting 4 down.
We'll go to the bottom here. We're going to draw up to 7 because we're in second. Caven, what is the opener here for Caven? I do see a Windmill and an Escape the Wreckage, which is going to be pretty good for him. He does have 7 cards in hand.
And I think that might be the play that he might go for. And there's another Scatter. Oh, there's a Scatter Essence in Caven's hand, I think. Pinging for 1 with Windmill Engineer.
Just because that way it's easier for me to keep track of.
Yeah, it's going to be great for him to have that that Scatter Essence available in hand early on in the game. It's going to threaten that.
You know, it's a Cactus Fairy Whispers on the turn. And that's another Fairy Whispers, Razorgale, and it's I think
it was a Displace.
Showing Fairy Whispers and hiding Razorgale right at the beginning of the top. So Kevin doesn't know that it's coming.
We're going to see... Is that another Fairy Whispers?
Yep, and I think there was a 3 visits and a Windmill Engineer
I'll make backup
setting up there.
Sure.
Backup Charger is going to be attempted to be materialized here. He's going to activate the ability. Paying 3.
Yeah.
3 down, and in response to that, yeah, Escape the Wreckage to keep that Windmill safe.
Yep, that's a really important one, doing that. Once the entire hand's down, there's no way for him to kill the Windmill. There's no way for him to stop the Escape the Wreckage.
And I wonder what will Cactus' first play be? Windmill Engineer?
Windmill Engineer, whoa. I never would have expected that.
And I think that Cactus may have an Ascent Protector maybe in his hand that he can go through, but I think he's just going to leave the pass for Caven.
Ascent Protector would definitely be good. I think he might be looking for like a Reclaim in there just to bring it back, get that early level up, start working on the Cleric spells with Cleric bonus and such.
Or maybe waiting for Caven to bring out Backup Charger, and he can, you know, Escape the Wreckage.
Yeah, that would also be a decent one option here. It would be a little bit harder, though, because True Cactus does not have like a crazy amount of influence, and Caven is looking to be pretty open on influence right now. It could have lots of options. Stifling Traps are available to destroy the target of the Reclaim or the Escape the Wreckage there.
There is another Windmill Engineer, the same one, and we saw a Slime Shield on the memory.
Windmill Engineer. There's the reclaim.
Yep.
So the attack comes in against the Windmill Engineer. He's going to reclaim it to hand.
And I think Cactus might have another reclaim in hand even after that.
It's going to be Battle of the Reclaims, Battle of the Escape the Wreckages. Who gets the most value who overall? Who's able to play it? Who is not able to play it? We're going to see not quite a Fairy Whispers. We're going to see a Baby Gray Slime. Revealing
Yeah.
Another Baby Gray.
their Baby Gray. Was it another 2 Baby Grays?
I think so.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Well, so that's interesting. Won't be able to imbue with those, but does have 3 Baby Grays available.
Okay. Now going to level 1 for Cactus. That's going to help him glimpse 4 and dig further down for more Razor Gills if he needs them.
Well, this is a potential to be a quicker game here, right? If Cactus does find Razor Gills early on, he can actually push towards Caven, find the lethal on a quick side compared to the previous game there. Although we did see a game done in, what, 6 minutes?
Yeah, that was a world record. Oof, and I think Cactus saw Verdigris and 3 visits on the top from Dark Glimpse and left Verdigris on the top. Cyclical Breeze being revealed by imbuing, right? For another Engineer.
Yep, the beauty of Windmill Engineer. Draw a million cards. She feels so good to play.
Yeah, and we know the reclaim is coming on the combat trick.
I'm getting used to it, I swear. I will
Yep, so he's
attack
going to
the-
flip over his cards there after the imbue is over. He's going to attack into the Windmill Engineer. We're going to see a Fairy Whispers here in response to the attack declaration.
Oh, and there's a reclaim that Kimon can get out of the Fairy Whispers.
Oh, beautiful Fairy Whispers, able to grab the reclaim into the Windmill Engineer potentially here. Oh, there it is, reclaim the Windmill Engineer. Sounds good. Neither of these players taking very much damage so far. We see a 1 and a 2 on the field.
With 2 in hand?
2 in hand.
Okay.
Do have Cactus on Vanitas level 1, which is very, very strong. Sadly, we do not have Caven also showing level 1. We just have Caven on Serene Spirit right now.
Okay.
We're going to see the Ascent Protector swing in, kill that Baby Gray Slime, and 3 visits will move to banishment.
And again, Kevin has no real answer for Ascent Protector. I mean, you can always do displays or you can do Zephyr or something to make it bounce itself. But besides that, I don't think there's a reasonable way to deal with it.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tough, the Ascent Protectors. There's no Tempest Downfalls. Tempest Downfalls are like my #1 go-to for a deck like this.
Yeah. Or Dominating Strike. That will work too.
You're fine.
Dominating Strike does
After
come in
you've
for 4, so it
recollected
would
and
be enough
goes
damage.
through, just let me know what your influence is.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Counting for influence. Looking for influence of, I believe, 11? Hey, what do you quite say there?
And I think Cactus is getting very close to the same amount of influence now. There's another claim coming from Cactus. I think if he, I mean, if there's a, there's what, is that the second Razor Gale for Kevin?
Yeah, it's going to be pretty strong here.
10.
Yeah.
How about yourself?
Yeah. 9
So
currently.
there's going to be 10 cards there.
10 and 9.
10 and 9.
Okay,
That's fine.
now going to 11.
Yep, we're going to be going to main phase here. Caitlin's just thinking about what he wants to play, what he can play, what's available to him. How does he find his lethal lines? He does have the Razor Gale Callings, but Cactus can remove them as well, so he needs to keep aware of that, basically.
Especially you want to commit to the board, right? If you want to go for 1 or 2 Razor Gales down, are you sure you can close the game? Because if not, you know those Verdigris are going to be waiting for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be a very, very tough situation, so we're going to see the Windmill Engineer imbued. Windmill Engineer will bring a lot of damage in.
I think that's an Incapacitate on Kevin's hand, right?
It looks like it. It looks like it. Incapacitate there for the Veiling Breeze. It's going to be pretty strong. Could also use it on the Verdigris Decree.
That is true. But I also think I saw a Cyclical Breeze on Cactus side, so in case that there's an Incap going for the Verdigris, he can also pay 2 now that it's Venera's level 1, so reduces the cost, bring Verdigris back and use it again.
That is pretty spicy, being able to bring back the Verdigris Decree. Very, very strong and overall very nifty little card there.
Yeah, that shows how much versatility this card has, because it doesn't only bring back your Razor Gales, it brings back the thing that kills Razor Gales, depending on what your position is.
Yeah, Cayman really deliberating on his decision here. He does have all the time in the world. This is
Sorry,
untimed
I've got a
top or
weird
cut
play.
8,
I think.
but it looks like he is going to be passing turn.
I think that's
He's
a turbo
thinking.
charge on Caven's hand. Maybe in a turn or two he can go for backup and
I
get
know what you're gonna do.
additional extra
I'll
draws.
go Baby Grave Vertigress, kill my Ascent after you attack.
He's
Not
really thinking about it.
good. Close. Oh.
He's really thinking about it, trying to figure out what the play is.
I
Ooh.
thought I had a weirder play.
Yeah.
Which is what took
But
me a
now
little
Kevin
bit.
put down a
When
Razor
I'll
Gale in
want
his
the
memory,
Ascent.
so
Okay.
there is a chance that Cactus can go for the cheeky Crimson Trinket, banish 2, and if he hits a Razor Gale,
Kill it.
that can be
Yeah,
difficult.
Go ahead.
Yep.
Uh,
Crimson Trinket's gonna be really, really rough, knowing that the like you said,
Under
right?
end step, all
The
3 visits.
Yeah.
Razor Gale's in there, so
I'll recover
if
2.
he loses it, he's gonna lose 25% of the main damage that he can focus on. Caven does not have
I'll go top.
the ability to play an Ascent Protector
top
because it's just
and-
not in his deck.
No, we'll go top like this. My turn.
Yep.
I'll make Wind Bobble.
Yeah, Wind Bobble is fine.
That Wind Bobble looks quite like a Water Bobble at this angle, but we understand it is a Wind Resonance Bobble. He's going to banish that for the draw early on in Recollection.
And that's a Fairy Whispers. And there's a Reclaim, Verdigris, and a Razor.
Razor
Oh,
Gale.
Yep.
now it's
Razor Gale's coming out here. Do we see another Razor Gale coming out here? Doesn't quite have the damage to punch through with allies.
Maybe Cactus feels safe because now Kevin has one less Razor Gale after he's been used to deal with the Ascent Protector.
It's true. It's true. There is less going on.
And also, Cactus is holding a Cyclical Breeze, so if he loses a Razor Gale, he can just bring it back, so he doesn't feel like he's risking
Trigger,
much.
take 1.
Yep.
So
I'll
just going for damage right now might be way more important than going for defense. Oof. And
Frozen hand?
Yeah, I mean that's what it is right there, right? The double Razor Gale calling is now threatening lethal. It's forcing Caven to have the answer here immediately in game 2.
yeah, because that's like 6 damage coming in, plus 4 more of the other 3 visits that is on the graveyard. That's 10 damage just with 2 cards alone, plus the Fairy Whispers. That's another 3 more damage. Oof.
It's going to be a really tough uphill road here for Caven. He's playing from behind, doesn't have any Razor Gales out, does have 2 allies though, but nothing to really bounce them with in terms of other allies.
Yeah.
So Ventus Staff of Suffering is going to come out. Staff of Zephyrs.
Staff of Sever, yeah.
Yeah.
It sounded like I said Sepherings. my apologies. Vanitas, the Mirror of Suffering. Yeah, Ventus Staff of Zephyrs. You talked about how much you love this card. Whenever you activate a wind element mage spell, now specifically a mage spell, you'll put a refinement counter onto Ventus. Now you can use this to get, what, an enlightenment counter and suppress an ally?
Correct. You can move by tapping this Regalia. You can transfer 1
Whispers to
refinement counter
Can I borrow
and make it an
this?
alignment
Yeah, of
counter
course.
into your champion, or use 3 counters to suppress an ally on either side of the board. It can be an opponent's ally or it can be your own ally.
There's a couple of really, really good ally targets for that. Obviously, Majestic Spirit is a fantastic one. Being able to do the same thing to a Blanche is also really good. You're just able to find ways to push through the damage as long as they don't have anything available to protect themselves with.
Or if you want to generate more value, you can just go for Baby Grey yourself, or Ascent Protector, or Raccoon, right? I mean, there's a lot of different lines of play that you can do with Ventus. I think it's just a magnificent card, and I love it that it's in way more play.
3 visits, triggers.
With this
Whoa.
still on the effect stack?
Yeah. Let's,
Okay.
you
On the
wanna
stack,
layer
I
it
think
for the stream?
Kevin
Yeah,
might
fine.
respond with a Verdigris, or
Okay, so we're gonna
And this is
get
coming
a
from
Scatter
the
Essence.
graveyard,
Correct,
right?
yeah.
3 visits from the graveyard with the Razor Gale triggers on the stack. He's going to activate, I believe, a Vertiger's Decree.
that would be the case. I mean, he might only get value out of the without imbuing, with just restoring the Fantasia, because the windmills are already attacked, right?
Vertiger's.
So there's no way to buff them.
And the Vertiger's is going to be,
Green hand. Yeah.
it's going to be just targeting Fantasia.
Fairy Whispers, triggers, targeting you.
And then it's going to be a Fairy Whisper's triggers targeting. So there's going to be 4 total coming into Caven here. Caven looking to activate a
Okay,
3
take
visits
2.
potentially.
Yeah, just to heal for 2.
So I'll take the 2 from the Fairy Whispers.
That's Escape the Wreckage and a Stifling Trap. And what else? I think it's a Reclaim?
Yeah, 2 top. I'll
He's going to
reveal
go 2 on top,
yeah.
so the Lifelink Drop's going to count into his hand here.
Yeah, so we'll resolve Vertigress to blow this up.
I take
So
2.
You'll take 2.
he takes 2 from the trigger from
you
that,
take
the
2 from this
Vertigress. is going to blow up the first Razor Guild calling.
Yeah.
And now the Scatter Essence is going to blow the
You would
second
take
one.
2 from this, go to 8. He would take 2 to that, go to 8. That goes there.
Yep.
Yes.
And then I'll scry 2.
And then so he's going to take the damage from the 3 visits.
Which
Okay, I misunderstood that for a second. So he's going to take the damage to that. So his total damage here that he's taking is going to be going to 8.
Yeah.
Right, so the 3 visits, everything triggers for 2. The 3 visits is now resolved.
Go ahead.
Easy.
So he's playing it from his graveyard. He's going to put it in the banishment, and then he's going to now take the Scatter Essence. So everything's resolved. Both the Razor Gales are done. 6 damage has been done to Caven. So each of the activations of cards from Cactus here are going to trigger the Razor Gales twice
How many?
before all of them are destroyed, essentially.
Yeah, and this is when we're talking about the high-level play that these guys
recollect
do,
and draw.
that they have to stack everything, have a response ready at every interaction, just to keep themselves healthy or to deal enough damage before the Razor Gills go away.
Yeah, and they quite literally have to stack the cards on top of each other so they know that the triggers are going through the right way.
Yeah, I mean, it does have to have the visual representation, right?
Yeah, the visual representation is great there, but I think I see another Razor Gale
That's
in
a
Cactus's hand.
cyclical breeze and a Razor Gale. So
Also no,
Cactus is in a really good spot. Even after losing 2 Razor Gales, he can just bring one back, play another one, and that can be trouble for Caven.
Yep, so he has the potential here to play the Cyclical Breeze. It is a slow spell, so you want to use it now.
Mhm.
I will
Just going to put
target,
down 2.
one of the Razor Gales.
Target the Razor Gale, bring it back. That's going to be returned. Losing that now. He's going to play the second one, Cyclical Breeze again. He's going to
Oh,
return.
no.
So he's going to
I'll
have
target
3
the
Razor
other
Gales
Razor
here
Gale.
and a 3 visits in hand. It's going to be really, really scary for Caven. I don't know if Caven has the answer to this available right now.
Yeah, I mean, just to put it simple, he has no damage on
I'll play a
Cactus
Razor
at
Gale
all,
and then I'll pass
right? And he has to answer 1 Razor Gale
Whoa.
and then the next one. And even if he answers 1, he can still be pinging for 1 multiple times, and he's at 8 damage already.
Yeah, I believe Caven, the only thing he has available to him currently is the Lineage release of his champion. So he's going to activate the 3 visits here.
Force you to have
Rest
it,
his champion is get the recovery, so just go down to 6.
I mean, it's good recovery, but at the same time, that's usually the ammunition that you use to kill your opponent. So if you're using your 3 visits right now just to heal, you cannot use them for damage later. So that can hurt a lot, just that he's using all the resources now to stay himself healthy.
It's a little bit rough here, so we're going to use the Scatter Essence here as a floating memory for the Cleric Robes. Cleric Robes on entry is going to draw a card. Cleric Robes is a little bit of damage mitigation, so it's not the worst. We're going to get a Pre-Recollection Fairy Whispers for that extra refinement counter.
And that's 2 Veiling Breezes and a Scout the Lands, right? And I think Kevin is holding a Verdigris and a Razor Gale. So maybe he's not in a big of a bind as we thought.
Yep, so we're going to see Recollect draw here for Caven. Caven did not go, so the interesting thing here is Caven did not go Safeguard Amulet, even though Cactus brought back 2 of his Razor Gales. So he doesn't quite know that that he has that 3rd Razor Gale, right?
Yeah. I mean, still trying to do math with all these different cards in hand, it's difficult to just assess how much damage your opponent can deal in a single blow.
So Caven in main phase is going to do an Imbued Vermilion Decree, giving +2 to one of his Windmill Engineers. So he's going to swing in for 3 against Cactus. And the other option there is going to be targeting a Fantasia and destroying it. So the Razor Gale that was on the field is going to be removed here. Caven looking to be in a little bit more of a comfortable position. He's kind of starting to stabilize here.
And now, I think that's the 3rd Verdigris that Kevin had used from his deck, or is the 2nd one? I think that's the 2nd one, but I don't know if he banished 1 by accident.
Yeah, I believe that is the 2nd one. Cactus attempts to make it Grand Crusader's Ring in his Recollection, he's thinking. So moves to Recollect, draw, so banish the ring, grab another card. He's going to go for Influence. Does have an available 3 visits in his banishment right now, so he's going to be able to get 1 more activation out of them, not including the ones in his hand for him.
I wonder if Cactus is going to go for more influence building for the next 2 turns, or he has enough to just go OTK with the double Razor Gale in hand. Because even if he plays 2, I don't know if he has enough cards to just deal enough lethal to go through the Lineage release and the Cleric Robes, and maybe a potential Veiling Breeze, right?
I think one of the harder parts here is, does he think that Caven has a Veiling Breeze, right? Because if Caven has a Veiling Breeze, he can't go for the push attempt lethal here. He does have the Safeguard Amulet to protect him as well as the Lineage release, so he could really just all in him if he wants to and try to go for it and see what happens. But we're going to see the Imbue here on the Windmill Engineer, so maybe, like you said, going for the Value Town there, trying to draw a lot of cards, get in for next rotation. So we're going to see 3 down on the windmill attack, declaration into the other windmill. It's going to be an escape the wreckage. He's going to stifling trap it.
Oof. So there's no value anymore. Losing 2 cards, basically going -2 on that play. There's no other answers from Caven. Oof.
Stifling Trap is really good there. Being able to stop the escape the wreckage, it does force Caven to put a lot of cards down, minus influence, so he's going to have a less of a chance to force Cactus into the lineage release and the extra damage.
Do you mind if I borrow another dice?
Go for it. Yeah,
Thank
I
you.
don't think you'll need more than
And
that.
I think,
So you're good.
Yeah, that's all I need.
at least on the Caven side, that he has
Any more, I'm gonna have to
Pentus already
charge it.
getting triggers.
And
That
face
might
the
help him in the
visits.
long run, because that's something that Cactus hasn't been
Okay,
able
4.
to materialize yet.
Technically,
Like, every
once
spell that
first
you
is
play
like to do it
is
now. Yeah, let's do it.
one of a third of a card, right?
Yep, so we're going to see the 3 visits activated. Razor Gale calling on the Glimpse there is going to be at the top of the deck here for Caven. Caven activating that Ventus each turn, trying to move those refinement counters and turn them into enlightenment counters for his champion. So a pretty good setup here. So we are going to see the backup charger. Not able to play that in his recollection, but does have, I believe, 2 Razor Gale callings in his hand now.
Yeah, Teresa Gills, and I think he already had Turbocharge in hand, right? Oh, Reclaim? Yeah.
Yeah, so Cactus is going to attempt to reclaim his Windmill Engineer. The reclaim does go through, so he'll have the option for a Cleric Robes, paying with the reclaim, floating memory, get the +1 draw. What do we do for Caven here? Are we going for the double Razor Gale calling, or is it time to play them down, time to push damage, time to force Cactus to have the answer?
Luckily for Cactus, he does have Veiling Breeze just in case that Caven wants to drop more Razor Gales, and he's holding Verdigris to get rid of them if that's the case.
Yep, so backup charger is going to be activated there. Caven looking to, I believe, turbocharge in his main phase this turn. Wants to get the draw from the power cell here.
And I think he's keeping Fairy Whispers just to add more counters to the Ventus whenever he activates them. Oh, Cyclical Breeze there. Nice.
A Cyclical Breeze, but Caven doesn't actually have a Veiling Breeze available to him, which is kind of rough.
I mean, you can bring back Fairy Whispers to get an additional counter, or you can get back Verdigris
Yeah,
Decree.
that's fine.
So he's going to target the Verdigris Decree, bringing it back to hand. Cyclical Breeze will now be in the graveyard. He's going to get that counter. Passing turn here over to Cactus. Cactus does still have that Veiling Breeze just in case.
I will 3 visits on your end step.
An end step, he's going to look to 3 visits. So that's going to go to the bottom of the deck. It's going to be 2 damage removed, actually. So Cactus is looking for something explicitly to find the kill here into Caven.
Yeah, I think he wants to dig further for the other Razor Gale or another Cyclical Breeze. But I think, like you mentioned before, the ropes are in to get that +1 draw with the on-enter effect.
Recollect
Yep,
the drop.
Clear Grove's great. Class bonus on enter draw card. Does cost 1, which makes it a little bit tough. Can't pay 1 as well to prevent 1
Yeah,
damage
2
that
in
we
hand,
did.
too.
The next 1 damage that would be dealt to your champion.
And I don't think we've seen any baby green slimes from Cactus yet. So that's an amazing target for a baby green. If you
Kiss
play
your
it, you can just like cantrip and get 1 extra every single
True.
time.
Baby Green into the Cleric Robes is pretty effective here. It also is a win card that's activated, so it does trigger Razor Gales. So more damage, more like synergy is going to be brought in with that overall. Pretty good in the long term.
And I wonder why Cactus was looking at the graveyard. Is he planning on maybe playing a Raccoon, getting rid of the Verdigris, and getting rid of the Cyclical, perhaps?
Yeah, I think he might also be counting how many options Caven has for future turns here, and his ability to really control and deal with these Razor Gales that are coming out.
I think Cactus is still holding to Verdigris Decree just in case, but he's going to go for the Imbue 2 classic Windmill Engineer.
Yep, Windmill Engineer is going to be imbued here. He's going to draw another card into memory. He's waiting to chill. He knows that Caven is mostly tapped out. He has the Verdigris Decree in hand, plus maybe 1 other card, so he's going to look to just imbue a couple Windmill Engineers here, draw cards, hopefully get a 3rd Razor Gale calling, or potentially another 3 visits so that he can chain stack all the damage into a single turn for a big burst.
I think Cactus' hand is big enough to be able to play Verdigris Decree, followed with Veiling Breeze in case that Caven wants to go with lethal next turn.
Yeah, that's fine.
So he's prepped, and also he's holding the Safeguard Amulet just in case. You know, he has all the answers in case that Caven wants to pull the trigger.
Yeah, he's choosing to play in a very safe position here. So 3 visits is going to be activated in the end phase there. Ventus also activated ability to transfer over a counter to an enlightenment counter onto the champion.
That's fine.
So Caven needs 1 more to get that free draw basically out of the Ventus.
I'm asking Cactus there if he's anything in end phase before moving on to Caven's main phase. So Caven will be going towards his materialization. I think we're going to see Necklace of Foresight here. I think Safeguard Amulet is probably the best way to go, but Necklace of Foresight might be a little bit more of a
Necklace is
high
fine.
roll, especially when he's already behind a game.
Yeah. And it's so funny to see that none of these players have brought up Grand Crusader Ring at all
yeah,
on
sure.
either game, because they still may be holding that
Yeah.
cheeky Diablerie.
I believe Cactus actually has gone GCR already in this match. I think he grabbed it early on,
Oh, super
just
early.
to grab an extra card. Not too afraid of the Diablerie.
Okay.
But I mean, yeah, GCR earlier I think is better than later.
True.
You can bring out the bauble. Bring out the bauble once you've leveled up into Vanitas level 1's like a little risky because they can always lineage release in response to not allow you to draw the card. But it depends how much they value the recover in that sense.
12.
Yeah, so Cactus on influence of 12 here. A billion cards, some may say.
Yeah, and even if it seems like ironic, the more cards you have, the harder your choices are because you have so many options that actually makes it more difficult to just take the right path.
Choice paralysis is definitely like a real thing here. So Cactus again looking through the yard of Caben.
Okay.
Caben looking through his hand, which also looks just to be about as big as his graveyard. We're going to see a Slime Shield go down, as well as
Yeah.
a Cyclical Breeze. We're going to see Windmill Engineer here. Windmill on enter is going to draw into the memory. Windmill kills Windmill. Some Windmill on Windmill action is a little bit too dangerous here. I don't know if I can approve of this kind of behavior. So we're going to see 3 down. Escape the Wreckage on the Windmill Engineer. Does Caben have an answer to it? Is he going to go for the Stifling Trap?
I think there's no traps to be played.
Is he going to Zephyr to remove the Escape the Wreckage target?
Or maybe he could even like scout the land just to dig further for one answer.
There are not that many targets for a lot of these cards. Not many targets for the damage to go through. The mirror matchup has to be tight. You have to figure out exactly what is the most important thing. Incapacitate! Incapacitate going into the Escape the Wreckage is going to deny the draw here and lose the Windmill Engineer as well.
You know what? I agree. Kind of a sick play there.
Yeah, kind of a sick play. So Incapacitate are commonly very, very good targets, things like Creative Shock, but Escape the Wreckage is also another really good one that not a lot of people talk about. Incapping the Escape the Wreckage does deny them the draw, and generally you're going to get the kill on whatever you were targeting.
Yeah. I think Incapacitated is one of the cards that really, really changed the game
On your end,
for
Snowball,
many,
visits? Yeah.
for many different champions, right? You have champions that had specific strategies that were just nullified by a single Incapacitate.
Yeah, a lot of really, really good ones. I mean, obviously, the big ones that I can think of. I know you were a big fan of Rye. Rye's the big one that takes the hit from Incapacitate. Merlin also takes a pretty big hit from Incapacitate, but yeah, those big combo decks are really, really, really rough. We saw, any form of negate is like really effective against a lot of these big combo-focused decks.
Yeah, and this is basically the only true negate in the game so far, right? That is just like unconditional, just negate the action.
Astral Seal, which we saw on stream earlier today.
True.
Astral Seal is the other unconditional negate that's even has a better condition because if you have the class bonus, you're able to activate it for free if there's a card of the same name that it's targeting in any banishment.
Attack your Windmill.
You're totally right. I totally forgot about Arizona.
Yeah, so Ventus is going to come out here for True Cactus. He's going to finally start getting those Enlightenment counters for himself. We're going to see the Baby Green Slime like you talked about.
Yep.
Hopefully targeting the Cleric Robes to give him the draw potential.
And like we saw, Caven had no Stifling Trap to stop the on-enter
Baby Green,
effect for
target
Baby
Cleric Robes.
Green.
Attack you for 1.
So for 1.
Exactly what it is, the Cleric Robes. Caven's going to pay the 1 to not take the damage from the Baby Green Slime. He's going to activate his own Cleric Robes. Cactus going through the yard again. He needs to be absolutely certain that he has done the dumpster diving, that he knows exactly what's in there.
You have 3 in hand? 4.
He had that raccoon ready to go at all
Yep.
times.
The Raccoon is always ready to go, always available. The Cactus really needs to think if that's the right play. Is this the way to go? Do we need to make this happen? Thinking about it. He's thinking long and hard whether or not it's time. Cyclical Breeze. Most likely returning
let me
another Razor Gale.
Target Fairy Whispers. And
Oh,
Trigger
one for
Interesting.
Whip.
So he's actually going to target a Fairy Whisper. So he's targeting the Fairy Whisper so he can bring it back to combo for damage, but it also gives him the Enlightenment counter.
Correct. He can go for more value of just going Fairy Whispers, get another counter, and maybe he wants to put
then
3
I
counters there
will
guaranteed,
go to Insta
so he
and draw a
can
card.
suppress the Baby Green. Right?
Yeah, suppress the Baby Green's good. 3 counters, like getting 3 counters on the Ventus would be more efficient doing it in that order as well. I would have thought he would go for doing it to add counters for the Enlightenment counters, but I don't see any displace in his hand, so that might not be the play.
No, my favorite play when you have Ventus is to play Cyclical Breeze on a Cyclical Breeze and just keep on chaining them. Because one can return the other and you just get free Enlightenment counters over and over again.
The free Enlightenment counters sound pretty good. The ability to just recycle, reuse, reduce. It's something we're apparently known for in Canada, because we actually do recycle. But Cactus, thinking about it long and hard. Thunkering. As he passes the turnover, I believe Cabin is trying to figure out what to do here.
You know what to
Does
bring
he
out?
have the answer? The answer to what? It's really hard to decide here, because there's currently nothing on the field. There's very few allies, very few bits of damage. There's no Razor Gale Callings on either side. Both of these players have reached the point where they are attempting to hold onto cards so that they can stop any combo that the other person plays on a big turn.
Yeah, and I think just going down to 0 for Kevin just to heal himself and just arrange the next draw that he's going to get, that can be really useful just because you're, I think so far, dug through 60% of your deck by now, maybe 70.
Yeah, so we're going to see the Safeguard Amulet here in play. True Champion Caven now has stabilized into a comfortable position. He's at 0 due to the usage of his 3 visits. He's going to have Safeguard Amulet to protect himself from the Razor Gale Callings.
And now here's the end game where both players have to think every step very carefully because one misplay can cost you the game.
So crazy.
One misplay can definitely cost you the whole game. Not even just the game, but in this case, it could be the series.
Correct. Because right now, Cactus is 1 game ahead.
It's going to be rough here. Caveman has stabilized. Stabilization of this deck is really like having a layer of protection, but also having removed most of the damage threat on the field. So there's no Ascent Protector here for Cactus, for example. The Razor Gales are not on the field, so Caven isn't afraid of dying on this next turn. But he brings out the Safeguard Amulet because he knows that it protects him from a turn where Cactus goes triple, quadruple, Razor Gale Callings, and then he starts activating things, right? He starts activating 3 visits 3 times. So suddenly you're going 4, 12, 4, 8, 12. Like 12 damage in a single rotation of skills is unbelievably strong.
Yeah, and that kind of move can just kill you even through the activation of Safeguard and also through the trigger of your own lineage release, right? That damage can be just chained up, and there's nothing you can do about it. Even when you have responses, they can play around it as well with a big hand such as what Caven and Cactus currently have.
And this gets a counter.
Yep, so the Fairy Whispers is going to resolve there. 2 counters now on the Ventus. There is a Baby Green Slime is now dead from the Windmill Engineer. Baby Gray on Caven's side. He's going to have the intercept.
And he gets the draw showing a Slime Shield and a Baby Green. And I think,
Cards in hand.
yep, he is very happy just with killing another Windmill Engineer.
Another Windmill Engineer bites the dust.
Yeah.
It's been taken out today. Well, I think what do you think is the one individual ally that has gone to the graveyard the most in this weekend?
Hands down, Windmill Engineer.
Yeah, Windmill Engineer has been getting slapped around a little bit too much. She deserves better. She's the good engine for us in Wind here. And we're going to see a Cyclical Breeze on Caven's side. He's going to get the Enlightenment, or he's going to get the Refinement counter for his Ventus. Is he going to bring back another Verdigris Decree, though, or is he going to go for something a little more aggressive, take the Fairy Whispers, potentially?
Yeah, maybe Fairy Whispers, but that is great for Cactus as well because now that's one less Cyclical Breeze that he has to worry about if he takes care of the Razor Gales.
Yeah, it's definitely a long and arduous process here. Both these players are in a grueling state. It's a war of attrition on who can really survive the longest, knowing that the Razor Gales are eventually going to come in and go for a very, very aggressive potential evil.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that they'll only play them down on the field when they're ready to go off.
Oh, true Cactus Gaming here. True Cactus with the Crimson Protective Trinket wants to reduce the influence of Caven basically by 2 overall here.
I'm going 2 for 1.
So card number 3 is going to be banished. Scavenging Raccoons goes away.
We take those.
Yeah, Cactus probably doesn't really care that much about that one, so he's going to banish the Crimson Protective Trinket here. He's going to make Caven lose potentially up to 2 cards here, so the Crimson Protective Trinket is going to make him lose the Verdigris Decree.
No
He's going to get the banishment of the Verdigris Decree, so it's not going to be able to be brought back with Cyclical.
Wow. Cactus has been having amazing RNG when banishing those verdigris.
Yeah, that Crimson Protective Trinket in his in his deck in general, overall, was a fantastic meta choice here at Ascent Toronto. And it's just showing that deck building is really important. You have to understand what you're going to bring into the room. If you think this is the best deck, you can't have the ego that nobody else thought of the deck too, right? So you have to tech for it. You have to build for it. And that is a perfect example of a great card for a room like this.
Yeah, and I think just the fact that he already had it main on the first game, that shows you how much foresight Cactus had going into this event.
Yep, so we're going to see Baby Green Slime targeting that Cleric Robes again. He's going to get the on-enter draw. And he's going to just swing in for 1 into Vanitas in the response before the attack, or the response to the attack before damage. Caben's side is going to be playing a Fairy Whispers, revealing a 3 visits on the top there.
And that's going to be the third trigger to be able to suppress Baby Gray to potentially come back for more Valley. But remember that Cactus got rid of a Slime Shield, so I don't know if he had 2 slimes to show.
Does mine resolve first? Yeah.
Yeah, and face trigger, so he's going to get the Cleric Robes on enter draw. Caben on enter is going to show a Baby Gray and a Baby Green. He's going to draw off of that as well. So like you said, you know, those three counters from the Ventus, very, very effective.
Yeah, they do provide a lot of value long game, especially in a mirror like this. Right?
Yep, Caben, even though he is currently at 0 damage counters, is going to activate the 3 visits. Wants that Glimpse 2, so he's going to rest his champion, Glimpse 2, 2 to the bottom, and then recover nothing in this case.
Maybe he believes that he doesn't need 3 visits to close out the game, just with having enough Razor Kills on the board, and then play 1 cost spells like Fairy Whispers, Veiling Breeze, should be enough to kill Cactus if he's taking this kind of approach in the game.
Yeah, he wants to stack the triggers over and over and over and force all the damage to come through. Cactus is going to want to hold on to his Veiling Breeze if he does have it until the very last moment. We also have to keep in mind that both players do still have Safeguard Amulets available on the field.
So I think this becomes like basically a game of chicken, right? To see who wants to go first, and if the opponent has Verdigris, if they have Veiling Breeze, if they have Safeguard Amulet, and then if you can kill your opponent, can they kill you back and can you survive it? You know, this is like a really like a 40 chess going like so many turns ahead.
Yeah, 15th dimensional chess here with the Vanitas Serene Wind Mirrors. Both players, I believe, do still have their lineages, so recover 6 is still an option for both of these players here. Very, very strong, safe setup. True champion Caben, true Cactus are in dominating positions.
Oof, and we see a third Baby Gray on Caben's memory, so he's going to be drawing for a while.
Yep, Caben going to be cycling through probably every single card in his deck, so it's a good thing that they're all understanding and good at utilizing the 3 visits, making sure that when they do their glimpse from the banishment, that they put their cards to the bottom first and then remove the 3 visits, place it at the bottom of the deck underneath them afterwards.
And Caben's going for the Ventus Cyclical Special, you know, cyclical into cyclical just to get the free refinement counter on the Ventus.
Influence?
It's happening. We're seeing the infinite. The infinite combo is beginning. True champion Caben starting it off here for the Ventus combo.
9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Okay.
13 cards in hand.
13 cards in hand. Influence of 17, I believe. It's definitely going to be a big one here for Caben. Is Caben going for another cyclical
breeze?
Yeah, that's fine.
But now he's bringing Fairy Whispers just to make sure that he can do Fairy Whispers in response to anything, and bound and probably suppress Baby Gray to get an extra draw out of it.
Yep, it's a pretty good way to protect the Baby Gray, but also to get the extra draw here. Caben up on the influence of a billion.
Oh, 3 visits on your end step?
Yeah.
3 visits and end step here for true Cactus. Cactus is going to rest his champion.
And now he goes down to 0, so hey, the game's even now.
Game is even. Both champions still having their inner lineage as well, still available. Both to bottom here. Bulwark Sword coming out for true Cactus. TCC versus TCG.
Still in wreck, all 3 visits.
Yeah.
3 visits again.
Recover nothing. Yep.
Oh yeah, technically TCC versus TCC, right?
True. It is True Cactus Gaming Cactus and True Champion Gaming Caben. So it's TCGC versus TCGC. So they are. This is quite literally the ultimate mirror match you could ever see. I mean, as you can see by the cameras here, both players look the spitting identical. You know, the same. They might as well have been twins separated at birth at this point.
The only thing missing is a little bit of a beard from Cactus, right?
True. Twins without the beard. Twins without the beard. Clearly, it's the only thing that differs between these two. They both have Safeguard Amulets, both have Ventus on the field, both of them have a Cleric Robe, both of them have their inner lineages and the Vanitas available, both of them have an influence of what feels like 20 maybe.
Yeah, you can imagine how the stacks are going to get once they start actually going, oh,
Here we go.
maybe this is the start.
Is this the beginning of the end? True Cactus Gaming. True Cactus. Cactus is going to put down the first Razor Gale Calling. Is he going to go for the second one here? So here it is, the second Razor Gale Calling. Razor Gale Calling is going to target the first one.
Let's see, but in response, I think that's going to be an imbued decree, if I'm not mistaken.
It looks like Imbued Decree, targeting the first Razor Gale on the activation of the first one.
And suppressing the Baby Gray to be able to draw when he comes back into the field.
Yeah, so it looks like they're putting everything on the stack here. They're going to just let that resolve pretty simply. So Kaven's going to take the one. He's going to destroy the Razor Gale. He's going to play the other Razor Gale on top of it now. He's going to take one again. Does he take the damage here? Razor Gale trigger on the stack. Kaven's going to take the one. Cactus figuring out what do I do next.
Yeah, because that's the end of Cactus Razor Gale. He still has one on the graveyard, right? So he might not be able to deal enough damage to go through Safeguard, through Veiling, and through the Lineage Release, right?
Yep, so end step, Kaven's going to look for Fairy Whispers. It's going to allow him to go to the third counter for Ventus. So resolve the Fairy Whispers here. Oh, I do see the end cap on top.
We're not in end step yet.
Yep. Oh, so they're not actually in end step yet. They're currently in... Yeah, so it looks like they're currently at the end of main phase before end step.
Correct, so that way Kaven can suppress the Baby Gray, can come back, and when it comes...
All right, Cactus is going to scoop. Cactus doesn't have
enough
the
damage.
answer in there. Yeah, he knows the Kaven's going to just push through for it on the next rotation. He's got, like, he's going to draw two more off of that. So you place Fairy Whispers, recycles the Fairy Whispers at influence of 17.
What a grind.
The Baby Gray Slime is going to return. Second Baby Gray Slime is going to return. He's going to draw off both, go to 19, materialize. Then he's going to draw a card for turn, and he's going to have influence of 20, and it's just going to be a true grind down for the game here. And Cactus knows that, so he just ends it, and he says, all right, 1-1, let's go to the game 3.
And that's the difference that Slimes make on this mirror, right? If you see them Slimes, if you see the Windmill Engineers, and you'll be able to reclaim them every time. Oof.
And we talk about it, right? Like, before Slimes were the boogeyman, everyone is like, oh, Slimes are so strong, Storm Slime's so scary, Storm Slime this, Storm Slime that. Guys, it's the Baby Gray Slime.
Exactly.
Baby Gray Slime is the one. Baby Gray Slime is the one that makes the difference in all the gameplay. We can see it here with all the Vanitas decks. Even the Kongming decks are still playing it too. Razor Gale with the Baby Gray. Baby Gray being able to draw into hand instead of drawing into memory is so unbelievably strong.
Yeah, I've seen decks that even have Forest Cake just because they draw into hand and into memory. You don't have to be Tamer. Just to get the value of the draw into hand is huge in this mirror.
I do like playing Forest Cake in water decks because you can fracturize it. You can fracturize the Forest Cake and use it as a reservable. It's pretty comfortable and pretty chill there.
It's really awesome.
Kaven and Cactus both thinking, like, is there anything else we sideboard? Do we make any changes in the kind of setup here? And both of them have just said, you know, there's nothing left. Let's just go for it.
Yeah, I mean...
I think I will go second.
I think it's going to be really important for them to shuffle properly because after stacking so many cards, playing so many spells, you don't want them to have piled up and you don't see any of your Razor Gales or you don't see any of your Trivisits you've been using throughout the game.
And a big thing to note here, Kaven doing piles of 5, making sure he's not doing piles divisible by the number of his deck to accidentally do anything that he doesn't quite want to do there. So he's going to look to shuffle it up. He's going to have lots of time because we are in the untimed top 8 here.
If I lost this,
and
place
I mean, it is what it is, right?
There you go. That's funny.
So now we're tied 1-1. Let's see if Cactus goes second just as Kaven did in the previous game, just to go for that extra influence.
It's funny. Joking around, he's like, yeah, would you like to concede? He's like, ask me after the game's over. He's like, yeah, true, because I would have won or lost.
I just had like
so that's a good one. Both of them are just happy to be here, right? Getting that top 8, being in that situation, knowing that they're going to win a Spirit here at Ascent Toronto, the very first Ascent in Canada. Speaking of which, thank you again for casting with me, joining us on day 2 here, Mr. Byfall. Much appreciated.
Oh, it's been a pleasure. I think Canada is amazing, and I think this event, well, I don't know if people are aware that we have a special trophy for the champion of Ascent Toronto, right?
So the Chonkers Trophy is a Canadian one and cycle trophy. So you have to be a Canadian player to win it. And so the conditioning for Chonkers at Ascent Toronto was whoever was the highest ranked Canadian player after the or in the Ascent was going to take it. And there was only one Canadian player who made it to top 32.
Oh, Canadian pride with the Chonkers.
It's a big one there. So Kaven's going to be going first this game. Cactus will be getting the extra card. I'd also like to apologize to you at the same time for Vanitas mirrors.
Yeah,
that's great. I mean, by the time we're done casting these matches, surely we have like on lock figured out the mirror match and how to win it, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, and everyone will know the lines. Everyone will know how to optimize the deck.
Wow.
True. Everyone who's
Oh, wow.
so afraid of it being such a
Escape,
good,
escape, escape,
such a good
escape.
deck, it's gonna be rough. But
Ace and baby green.
Seems like Kaven sent everything down to the bottom. So, oof, that's unfortunate to see.
But
that might
got a plus one on
almost
your
be
blind
an okay opener, though. If you're sending everything to the bottom, that means that every card you had wasn't good, and getting those out of the way and knowing they're at the bottom of your deck might be better
Or
overall.
bottom 2.
That is true. I mean, but I'd rather see really good cards in my opening hand than going in blind, right?
I guess a difference of perspectives. I'm thinking my hand. I already know my hand isn't gonna be that good,
True, true.
so I'm kind of just praying.
Oh,
Holy
no.
baby gray! Show the double baby gray is a little crazy here.
Well, I'm pretty sure that he must have like a displace
Yeah, it's fine.
or a reclaim to keep that baby alive. But then there's 2 more babies after it. So that's when you win the battle of attrition.
Yep. I mean, we saw it in the last game. Caven was suppressing his baby gray slimes multiple times, getting an influence of something crazy here. We're going to see the scout the land. It's actually 2 fairy whispers and 2 incapacitates. The 2 incapacitates that were in the sideboard now in the main here. We're going to see the fairy whispers. I think Caven might be putting them to the bottom.
In response.
Yeah.
In response to the fairy whispers of Caven, Cactus
I
is
hit
also
Norm
going to
on
fairy
Norm
whispers
earlier, by the way,
first.
on a fairy whispers and then flip the Norm
That's
off
a
the top
slime
of the
shield,
side. Yeah.
Razor Gale, and
Fairy whispers.
Top, reveal Razor Gale.
Yep.
And then
So it looks
I
like
will
Cactus
also
actually
attempt to escape
mentioned
my
that
baby
earlier. He fairy whispered into 3 Norm cards, flipped over a Norm card after bottoming all 3. Pretty unfortunate there, but we're going to see the escape the wreckage on the baby gray. He's going to get that and the draw. So now he's just comfortable with all cards and influence.
I don't think Caven has a single unit ally in his hand at the moment. So that can be problematic if Cactus is able to resolve 3 back-to-back baby grays.
Caven did
Oh,
actually
there you
draw
go.
into the turbocharge though. So he does have, I believe, the turbocharge available. So he's going to get rid of the power cell immediately, turbocharge in. The 1 of turbocharges in the deck.
Okay, so who wanted value, right?
Yeah, all we need to do is draw a million cards. So we're going to see Imbued Windmill Engineer. Windmill Engineer is going to let us draw another card.
Sure.
Windmill comes in for 1. We're going to see Caven with his first blood into Cactus here. 1-1.
And now we
Recollect and
can
draw.
play a safe GCR. Not being worried about Diablerie.
Yeah, GCR early is good. No Diablerie. Or less likely to see a Diablerie in this regard. We're going to pop the GCR, draw a card, go up to, I believe, 11.
Baby Gray's fine.
Baby Gray showing 2 Baby Grays again. Interesting. Has 2 slime shields as well in his hand, which is kind of neat.
And I think also
Yeah,
Reclaim,
that's
if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, so reclaim onto the Windmill Engineer. Caven's going to take the reclaim back. Does Cactus have a Scavenging Raccoon to deal with that reclaim in the graveyard? Caven's not going to leave it there for long. He's definitely going to level up right away. He doesn't want to get Scavenging Raccoon if he can help it.
And I think Cactus might be holding an Ascent Protector just in case that he wants to apply additional pressure and save that Baby Gray for later.
He might just go for it. It looks like he's thinking about 4 down here.
Oh.
He's actually just going to pass the turn.
Yeah.
Yeah, like we said, Reclaim's not going to stay in the yard for very long. I see a Razor Gale calling there off the glimpse of the Vanitas.
Is
Money
that the
Toss level 1.
second Razor Gale from Caven? I believe so.
I believe it is.
And
Should be at
Shizuke,
least.
if he wants to keep in that Cyclical Breeze? Yeah. So that's 2 down, and considering if he should keep both at the top.
The Cyclical Breeze is pretty good value, knowing the Fairy Whispers is near the bottom of the deck as well.
2 top, 2 bottom? Okay.
So 2 top, 2
yeah.
bottom here. He's going to Recollect
I'll tell you
and then
mine.
draw for turn.
1, 2, 3,
Oh.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Okay.
Influence
I
of
also
10 here
have
for
10.
Caven, and influence of 10 for Cactus. It might just be 10 cards in hand. I think it's... No, I think it's influence of 12, actually. 10 cards in hand.
And I think Cactus might go for the same play because he's holding a Reclaim, so whenever that Baby Gray feels threatened, it's going to go back to the hand.
Yeah, it's gonna be a tough situation here for both these players. A lot of things they can do to kind of deal with it. Windmill Engineer getting brought in again, Cyclical Breeze, and the Baby Green Slime. Reclaim here declared from Cactus, bringing back his Baby Gray.
I mean, but now knowing that Caven has a Cyclical Breeze down in his memory, would you go for Crimson Protected Trinket right now?
Hit the reclaim. and
Probably
the-
would.
Oh,
Oh,
nice, Raccoon.
That is a
Raccoon
fair
hits
use,
the
correct.
Reclaim.
Correct.
Okay, yeah.
Yep, Scavenging Raccoons is a good one here.
That's fine.
Scavenging Raccoons is going to hit the Reclaim and the
And
Fairy
Fairy
Whispers.
Oof. That was a great move from Caven.
Forehand? Forehand.
Yeah, it's definitely tough. So 4 in hand here for Caben. Cactus is going to have to move into his next turn. It's a little rough. A little rough. It's not what you wanted to see. Cactus did the same thing to him in the first game multiple times. He punished him really, really hard with those scavenging raccoons. And now it's Caben. Caben is the one in the driver's seat. He has the advantage here, pushing in Cactus with less cards, less influence, and less value on the floating memory.
And I think right now, Caven is in a good position because he has two Razor Gills on his hand. So if he sees any tree visit soon, he might just go for lethal sooner than we expected.
Especially since Cactus didn't go for a level up here, right? He wants to get the level up value from the floating memory. Cactus is more susceptible to dying due to not being able to lineage release as well.
Correct. So if Caven gets lucky and sees even one more Razor Gill, he must just go Razor Gill and then just take it from there.
Baby Gray? Baby Gray's fine. Show 2 Baby Grays.
So Cactus, I believe, put down 2. He put down a Razor Gale and something else, I believe, for his Baby Grays, and then revealed the Baby Gray Slimestorm hand.
Yeah,
So
that's fine.
in response here to the attack declaration, we're going to see a Fairy Whispers.
Is that a Slime Shield and...
Fairy Whispers
Windmill?
and a Stifling Trap?
I think Caven will reveal a Fairy Whispers and then leave everything else on the top. Yep.
Yeah, wants to hold the Fairy Whispers because he wants to set up for the Razor Gale kill early on, right?
Correct.
And Fairy Whispers is like one of the best cards, if not the best card to go for that. So we're going to see another Baby Gray here from Cactus. Cactus is going to reveal likely a Slime Shield and the Baby Gray.
And that gives him another draw.
One more damage here. It's going to go into the Windmill Engineer. Windmill Engineer and the Scavenger Raccoons have now been cleared from the field.
Now let's see. Oh, I think Cactus just drew the 4th Baby Gray, if I'm not mistaken.
4 Baby Grays is kind of big. It's a lot. Could optionally play another one.
There we go.
So he is going to play the 3rd Baby Gray. He's going to pay 2.
Slime Shield and Baby Gray.
Ideally not the Razor Gale there. And 3 Baby Grays on the field. You might think this is actually just a Sylvie deck, but it is not quite there. Baby Gray Slime, not only for the tribal deck here at Ascent Toronto.
And I don't think Caven has more than a Windmill to contest the board now for those Baby Grays. So, hey,
Cyclical Breeze.
but getting hit 3 times just by a gang of Baby Grays is enough to make you afraid.
Yeah, it definitely is though, right? It forces you to show a certain level of respect because if you don't, he's gonna find ways to like flicker them, find ways to cantrip them. He's gonna just bring them back to his hand, play them again, and it's gonna be rough. He's gonna start drawing a lot off of those. So first Razor Gale comes out.
Okay, so maybe Caven will go for the kill, knowing that Cactus didn't level up, right? Like you mentioned, he's still a spirit, so he can only lineage release.
Yep. So here it is. We're going to see second Razor Gale calling. So activation of the first Razor Gale. He's going to Verdigris Decree, targeting it in response to the activation.
And getting the nice draw from the suppress on the Baby Gray, if able.
Yep. The suppress is going to be really important here.
Yep. Okay.
So he's going to get that through. So this is the suppress. He'll take the 1 damage.
The 1 ping from the Razor Gale activation.
Yep, and he'll break that. It's unfortunate. He does know that Caben does have Cyclical Breeze, so Caben can actually just bring it back if he wants to.
I think that might be just the case, because you don't want to risk it to get raccooned.
Yeah.
He's thinking, though.
He's thinking, thunkering.
Is it the right moment?
Doing a Cyclical Breeze now to bring back your Razor Gale is pretty safe. It's probably one
Yeah.
of the better moves that you should do in a lot of cases.
Yeah.
Correct.
That's fine.
Because you need to bring it back before you take the risk of getting like raccooned again, right? You know the other person runs raccoons. You do have to use these for your kill conditions.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Draw one.
And it looks like Caben's actually going to completely tap out here to kill as many of these Baby Grays as possible.
Just
Comes
reveal
back,
the same
gets
one. Slime
the
Shield and another Baby Gray.
Yep, so he's going to shortcut it here. Tells him it's the Slime Shield Baby Gray.
I
You already
will
know it. And he
level
goes, that's
up.
good. Just draw the card. Go ahead.
And now Cactus has to level up just to be out of kill range.
cyclical
And the
targeted
release
Razor Gale,
just to
right?
be down to 0
Correct.
if
Okay.
need
And then I
to.
showed it with Windmill.
Yeah, you're fine. You're fine. I just wanted to verify.
Yep, so he has the level up here with Vanitas. Oh, he hit the Razor Gale.
That's fine. I'm probably
That is
trying to attack you.
Kind of unfortunate.
We're going to see the glimpse here. Verdigris Decree.
Veiling Breeze and 3 visits.
We'll top all
Not
4.
quite sure. He's topping all 4 of the cards, so we will see these cards pretty shortly here.
Recollect draw.
Yeah.
And you see the Recollection draw for turn is going to be the Verdigris Decree on top here first.
And he can go again for swinging at the Windmill Engineer with one of the Baby Grays. And then do the suppression to draw one and kill the Fantasia.
So Baby Gray revealed 2 Slime Shields. He's going to Baby Gray kill the Windmill Engineer, the other 2 Baby Grays into face here, and then he's likely going to Verdigris Decree in main phase.
Pass turn.
Suppress, or he's going to do it in response to something that Caven activates when he tries to kill a Baby Gray Slime. So Windmill activation declares attack target onto Baby Gray Slime. Verdigris Decree targeting the Baby Gray and the Razor Gale calling most likely.
And also maybe he doesn't want to commit the Verdigris until he sees another Razor Gale hitting the board, right? So that's going to be a preventive measure that he can save for later. And just at any time that one of the babies are in danger, you just suppress for value.
Yeah, suppress for value is going to be pretty good here.
Yeah. Yeah.
So we're going to see Grand Crusader's Drink for Caven. Caven's going to look to recollect and draw here. Influence available here. We're going to see probably Baby Grace. Oh no, Razor Gale.
Razor Gale?
Verdigris.
Yep.
Yeah, in response, we're going to see the Verdigris Decree.
I will stack it. Give me just one moment.
He's going
review 2
to
Razor
pay
Gales
the
and a
cost
Dream
here.
Fairy,
2
and we'll
Razor
do
Gales and
something.
a
Flicker one of my
Dream
Baby Grays and
Fairy.
destroy that one.
And here's the stack, so it's going to be targeting the other one and then suppressing one of the Baby Grays as it was before.
And does he have the second one? No.
And what does Caven have? Is he going to play for the Baby Gray Slime or is he going to go
bad.
for a Cyclical?
Cyclical again.
Cyclical targeting, what's it
Razor
called?
He's going to Cyclical targeting the Razor Gale,
I'll respond.
which makes sense. So the response here is going to be
Fairy Whispers?
the Fairy Whispers. Fairy Whispers will resolve.
Is Cactus looking for another Verdigris? That will be crazy.
I think he is looking for another Verdigris Decree. He could take the 3 visits, play the 3 visits after the resolution as well. So, like, that's possible.
Top, bottom.
So he's going 2 top,
Fairy
1
Whispers.
bottom. Going to show the Fairy Whispers.
I will.
He's going to do another
let's
Fairy
do it
Whispers.
again.
Yeah. He really is looking for Verdigris Decree here. And he did not find it. It's a Baby Green Slime, Veiling Breeze, and a 3 visits.
Let's go bottom, reveal 3 visits.
Yeah, so he's both the bottom, reveal the 3 visits, and then he's going to activate the 3 visits here.
Yeah, your Cyclical's fine. I'll take one.
Oh, he's not actually going to go with that. So he's going to take the 1 here. Cyclical is good. And we're going to see Razor Gale calling
Lineage
activated.
Release. So
And-
He's going to Lineage Release here.
Up to 2.
2, yeah.
But now I wonder if Caven has enough. I think that's what, like 6 damage, right? With both 3 visits, if you stack him on 2 Razor Gales.
Yeah, it's not quite enough damage, but he's forcing a lot of Tactus'
Okay, I
hand,
see
right?
where
He's
you're
not
at.
he's no longer
Is there 3
got the
visits?
lineage release available to him, so he doesn't have the release recover 6. So he has to play this a little bit safer. He can only recover 2 for 3 visits on each turn. Needs to be awake to rest his champion for that recover.
You
But also at the same time, we see Caven using a lot of his
yeah, that's
influence
fine.
just to play Razor Gale, Cyclical, Razor Gale again. And Cactus is keeping a really big hand. So if he gets there and finds this Verdigris Decree that he needs, he's still drawing a lot from the Baby Grace, right? So his hand is not being reduced in size at all.
The value that's nice though is when he is using the Verdigris Decree, like you said, being able to suppress his Baby Gray to redraw again based on the 2 cards he already had in memory is pretty fantastic.
Yeah. So right now, Caven is going for all the damage available.
Yeah.
Oh,
So he's just forcing the damage in. So it's going to be 3 visits, 3 visits, 3 visits. So go to 8 here. Caven has 1 card in hand. Cactus is actually afraid that he has another 3 visits available to him.
I'm pretty sure that it is. Otherwise, Caven wouldn't go for it.
Does he have another one?
And there's no
I
3
believe
visits or
Cactus
anything
does
you
not
play
have a
there, just
Veiling.
1 in hand, right? Yep. I will take the 2 from 3 visits.
He does have a Veiling Breeze in his hand.
Yeah, probably he's waiting
Yeah.
for Caven to use everything
Yep.
and still
So
remain
2 there goes to 12, 14. He's going to show him the last 3 visits.
Yeah, take 2.
He's going to take 2.
In response to that one,
Yes, from graveyard.
He's going to
Yeah,
Veiling
from
Breeze from the graveyard.
And he can also 3 visits to keep himself healthy.
You can 3 visits to stay alive.
I will.
He's deciding. It's a very, very critical last moment decision to make. So he's going to play his own 3 visits.
Yeah, so I'll recover 2.
So he's going to rest,
So he
glimpse
will,
2,
he
and
will
then
negate the
recover.
damage.
I'll
Out
bottom
to the
these.
bottom.
So I'll gain 2, I'll go to 14, and then I'll go to 16, yeah. Yep.
Oh, I'll go to 16 here.
But now look at Caven's hand. It's super small compared to Cactus.
Yeah, it's going to be rough.
Well, I mean, it's still a big hand, right? It's a Vanitas deck after all.
The thing is, Cactus can't. I don't think Cactus can kill him this turn.
Put me to 18.
Yeah, sure.
He's just going to force him to 18 anyways. There's no real
Yeah.
reason not to do it.
Before your end step,
Sure.
I will displace targeting Baby Gray.
Yeah.
So I'll reveal
Ooh,
the same
displace
two,
targeting
and I'll
Baby Gray,
put
so he's
in
gonna get the alignment
on
counter
my
as well.
champion. Yep.
Uh.
I'll draw 1. Yep.
Oh no,
And
the
then
draw,
just
right?
on my end step will come
Yep.
back, and I'll reveal the same 2 and
Yeah,
draw
he
a
gets the
card.
enlightenment counter for the displace due to the class bonus, and then he's also going to get
Recollect.
draw from both of the baby grays there.
make
The one that was
Bulwark
Verdigris decreed earlier. He's going for the
Recollect
Bulwark Sword. He
draw.
wants as much damage as possible here. He's actually, it looks like he's just forcing damage.
Yeah, because Kevin has no hand,
Razor
so
Gale.
oh no,
Razor
Gale.
Gale,
Double
Razor Gale. So
Razor
he's going
Gale.
to take 1 here.
and that's 3 guaranteed from
take
all
one.
the. That's
Yep.
1, and then 3 more from all the.
Oh, he has
babies.
2-3 visits in his hand, so it's going to be 12 damage from
Yeah,
those.
So theoretical 20, right?
So it's 1, 2, 3.
4, 5, 6.
This will be 6 for 3 visits, 6 for 3 visits. It's 12, 13, 14, 15. Puts him at 18. He needs to find the damage through the lineage release, though, which is the really tough
he should
side.
be at 5, yeah. For sure. No.
Maybe not. Can we just pause and check stream?
So I think they're looking to check for the damage here because Cactus is saying that Caven's at
Or,
5.
I mean, if you're sure about yours, like, you're the judge.
And the damage is not quite there. So he's saying, you know,
Yeah,
double checking
I
with the
would like
judge
it to be,
what's
like,
like
correctly
the
evaluated.
exact
obviously,
amount.
it's
So
a
we're
position
gonna
on the
figure it out
table,
here.
yeah,
They're gonna
yeah.
figure out the exact damage counters.
I just get
Yeah.
got, right?
Yeah.
Because let's not forget that Kevin did heal for 2 when he was playing 3 visits, right? That's why.
So I swear
Yeah,
Benny
he
left
did
his-
recover
5
for
to 3.
2.
I literally.
I think I'm pretty sure he is at 3,
Yeah.
but we have to see to double check here.
Yeah. Maybe
Oh, I might not
Cactus
even be factoring these. You might just
was
be super
was
dead.
banking
So
on
3,
Kevin being at 5 to be able to deal
9,
lethal damage.
15. Yeah, you're like super dead. I have 2-3 visits in hand. Do you want me to
Yeah.
show you?
2 or 3 visits in hand is gonna be. It's gonna be 6, 6.
Yeah, this is 3.
One,
12,
this is 3
15,
basically,
plus
so we
4.
right.
And I have another wind
Plus,
spell.
Oh,
plus
and then
4
2 more
from
in
here,
hand. I'll
and then 1 more from a wind spell.
Even if I'm at
Right.
3.
Yeah.
12,
1, 2, 3.
14,
Correct, yeah.
17,
3
21.
visits.
1, 2.
3 visits.
Short 1
3
damage.
visits.
1, 2.
Oh, I have to resolve
maybe
it,
a
my
Bulwark
bad.
Sword?
I'll resolve it.
And yeah, pay 2 for the Bulwark Sword.
But
Sure,
I'm
sure.
at 12 now. You have another one that's 6, and that's 2. Yeah, you got it.
Yep.
man. Good job.
GG.
Huh?
Oh wow.
He's got it. Cactus is taking the series 2-1. So True Cactus does manage to take over True Champion Caben.
Who would have thought the baby
Alright,
will
good
get you
luck,
there,
man.
right?
Two more mirrors.
Both in value and in damage.
I mean, everyone talks about it. Storm Slime. Clearly Baby Gray Slime.
Baby
is the
Gray was the
strongest
problem.
of the slimes, guys. Baby Gray Slime is the strongest of the slimes for sure. It's definitely a rough mirror match to be in. This is one of the grindier decks that we've seen in the format of Grand Archive, like in any format. And it's definitely one of the ones that really takes a lot of patience to get through.
Yeah, extremely difficult to navigate because, like you said, all of them were always counting the influence, the memory, the damage, right?
Yeah,
But-
it's just that was a game. That was a tough game to get through, and I can't imagine what they have to go through as the players, constantly thinking about the math, constantly thinking about how much they can recover, how much they can mitigate, how much they have to take, how much they don't take. It's such a position to be in when you're playing into these Vanitas games.
This isn't a sprint, this is a marathon. So imagine going 2 days of mirrors, thinking 5 steps ahead every single game, right? Oof. That's why some games may take up to 40 minutes just to conclude because you have to think, okay, how can I go through the lineage release to a safeguard, to a Veiling Breeze, maybe 2 Veiling Breezes, right? So we saw Caven trying to go early with the 2 double Razor Gales. He didn't close it out, and in return, he got punished by Cactus, just dropping his own 2 Razor Gales to just finish the game on that one single blow.
I think one of the biggest things to keep in mind is like in this matchup, I do not think we at any point saw either player play a Veiling Breeze.
You're right. They
Veiling
didn't.
Breeze is for all of the other decks. It's really good against allies because you basically reduce damage from the same thing over and over. It's fairly good against a lot of like any damage that comes in as chip damage. It's really good against stratagem of Myriad Ice, which is the banish any amount of cards with floating memory. When you do target a unit for each of them for 3 damage, and then there's things like Cone of Frost, like all these multiple instances of damage. Very good to use Veiling Breeze against. In this situation, Veiling for whatever to stop 1 damage repeatedly probably isn't worth losing the influence, and I think that's one of the bigger factors in this matchup that people don't realize at first.
Correct, because just how we saw, you sometimes have protection till the end of turn. They can just wait until you pass the turn on your recollection or materialization. You can just go start pinging again. So it doesn't really save you. It only gives you 1 more like breathing room to maybe you can find an answer. Maybe you can just draw something. But like you mentioned, the influence is way more important in this matchup. And we saw that every single instance of damage helps, you know? All the little baby
It really
greys,
does.
all the
All the little baby
engineers,
greens.
all the baby greens, right?
Baby greens. These were impactful. Target,
Yeah.
cleric robes, draw a card, deal 1 damage. Like, it just
Suppress
adds
the
up.
benches. Yeah.
It really does just add up.
Yeah, because also you can try to suppress a Safeguard Amulet to force the pop of the Safeguard, or just to kill them in the same turn, right? It's so versatile. All the limes are amazing, right? That's the way we see them in every deck almost.
Even Slime Shield. Like, normally
Yeah.
Slime Shield is in this deck as a focus because it's a wind card, so you're able to use it with Razor Gale. But it's also a wind card for Imbue, so it synergizes technically with the Windmill Engineer. But the really big one that's probably, like, the most impactful overall that doesn't get discussed so much is that when you do get targeted for an attack, you can use it on your baby gray slime. You can actually give it the buff counter and give it the protection. So if it's coming in for like an Ascent swing or something, you're actually able to protect it with that. Ascent is now tapped, and then in the future you can just swing 3 things into the Ascent to kill it.
Yeah, and then don't forget that now that slime is a 2/2 that can trade positively against any other slime or engineer in the field. So just how we saw in all games, having board control is super important in this matchup. If you can just keep all your slimes alive, all your windmill alive, that's all you need just to keep on cycling through the cards, getting more influence, and at the end, you just pop off with like a 17 card, a 17 hand card, and there's nothing you can do to stop it at that point.
Yeah, having 20 influence is kind of crazy. It's like how many cards do you have in your hand? 12. How many cards do you have in your influence total? I have 5 more in memory. And then I'm going to suppress my baby gray slime again, draw another card.
Yeah, this reminds me of the old reckless conversion days with Rye, right? I mean, just having
Reckless conversion.
Yeah, feels just like that because basically you're getting a whole turn just of playing over things. I think the time that you spend thinking on all of your plays has an impact on the time of the round, but these guys are so used to the mirror, they're so good at the game, that they can think of all the decisions so far ahead that they can calculate the damage, calculate the outs, all the influence that each one have to know, okay, I can go off now, or I have to hold on one more turn, right? Because there were several turns where we saw both players holding 12, 15 cards, and they didn't do anything. They said, okay, one more turn, right? I need to just wait a little bit longer. It is a game of patience, too.
It's also the beauty of making it to top 8, right? You've played through so long in these timed matches. You've dueled your way through the gruesome bloodbath that is the Vanitas mirrors, and you've made it. You've reached the top 8. You have earned the ability to play in untimed. And you know, honestly, I think a lot of players would love to be able to have the chance to play in untimed. It's not as easy as it sounds, right? You feel bad if you go too fast and you make a mistake because you had all the time in the world to go for it. Untimed is something I think I would like everyone to have the chance to experience once, but it's just not realistic because it's pretty much only top 8 Ascents and Nationals, I believe.
Yeah. And I think that's also like a double-edged sword sometimes because some decks are built for only one game, right? That say, okay, I'm going to grind the game 1, I'm going to play it out, I'm going to win, and then it's going to be 10 minutes left, and there may be not enough time to do a game 2, right? But in this time, now you're forced to deal 3 games. It's gonna be tiresome. You're gonna be mentally drained at the end of every round. And just having that mental capacity to stay focused, not make any misplays, is what get these guys to the top.
Yeah, it's just a lot. It's a lot to think about. Knowing that Cactus is going to have to go through another game here. I'm unsure on the results for other games, whether or not any of these other players made it. We had Kongming, Razor Gale, we had Wind Diana Crux, which was the Wind Diana Merlin focus, and then we have, I believe, 6 Vanitas in the top 8. So there is a chance that we do get to see another game that isn't going to be a Vanitas mirror, but I mean, don't hold your breath, guys, because I'm not sure. If you're following along in the Omnidex in the link below, then you'll be able to check whether or not Yotin Amekuru did make it or not through that, and then the other one would be Jet or Auli. Auli on Omnidex. Also, you know, good friends of ours being in SoCal, being in the region.
Yeah, so happy to see all the SoCal representation on the top, right?
SoCal, my people.
I mean, Sean Zhang counts as SoCal. You know, he's Snorkel, but he's all California for me,
California.
right?
True.
Yeah.
I am an honorary Californian at this point.
No, I mean, but at the same time, these guys practice together all the time. So they're used to this matchup. They know how to grind it out. But it's a battle of like resistance because they faced it so many times. But at the same time, well, each player has their own take, right? I know that Jotin had a specific take of how to try to navigate the matchups. just having main deck hate against it on game one, just as we saw with Cactus, but for Wind Merlin, right? But like we mentioned, game two and game three are a different beast, right? I see that Jotine is playing the Imperial Seal tech, but sadly, all the Vanilla decks are playing Diablerie. So that tech might not be as impactful, especially when all the deck lists are like available for everyone to see at this point of the game too.
Yeah, open deck list is another reason why I think that top 32 of Ascent is really nice because you can no longer hide behind these cool tricks. You're not going to get gotcha'd if you're, you have the chance to do your research. You're able to see people's deck lists before you go into your matches and stuff like that. Research has to be done, right? You have to look for the deck that you cannot beat. You have to look for the decks that you can 100% beat. Just it gives you the advantage of sideboarding time too. Like there's a lot of players, on the more casual side that don't really know what to be sideboarding into what matchup. Understanding how to sideboard efficiently is probably one of the most impactful skills in the game outside of like knowing when to scoop and knowing when to like hold on to cards even if you don't have interaction.
I think that was a really key factor that I never saw people using it as much as in this Ascent, that is knowing when to scoop, right? Because sometimes people try to pull out a game that may be out of their reach and still give it a few more turns just to see if they can make it. But if they have scooped 2-3 turns earlier, they may be able to close it out in game 3 or game 2. But sadly, I think now people are going to be learning about when to scoop more than often. I think I saw that happening a lot on day 1 and day 2 when they realized, okay, I had a bad opening compared to my opponent in this mirror. Let me wrap it up and let's start again because maybe I'm going to get a better starting hand this time.
Yeah, and sometimes it's even like I know my deck takes 5 materializations to kill, right? So if it takes me 5 materializations to kill, that's probably going to be somewhere in the 20 to 25 minute range of the game. So if I've already gotten nothing on my second materialization, I am looking like I'm probably bricked. I might have a small chance to make it out. It might just be worth scooping, moving on to the next game, giving yourself a better opener or a better chance to kind of find it within that window.
Yeah, I think one of those decks that we see that are non-vanitas, that it's still a Razor Gale, which is the one from Jet, that it's a Kongming, an amazing deck. I love that tech. I know that it's like a so-called special too, that they brew it in one of the stores, that just relies on a lot of fast speed, but not really Razor Gale. But the thing is, also it takes a lot of time to build up, right? You need to build the influence, you need to take your time. But at the same time,
Bagua of Cardinal Fate is good. Bagua of Cardinal Fate is good. Tempest Downfall is good.
Amazing.
Is good.
Yeah, I mean, it was one of my favorite cards also on my Vanitas build, that they built like for Team 32 with the rest of the team. And I don't see many decks playing it, but it's one of the best answers for things that are like Ascent Protector, for example.
Does that mean Sean's playing it?
I think that's the case.
I'm going to check.
Yeah, I don't know the specific number of copies that he's into, but I think Sean was playing, 3 Tempest Downfall. Correct?
Yeah, Tempest Downfall. Sick.
Yep. Especially because a lot of the meta cards that people were picking, if you were a Vanitas player, were like, okay, I may be facing Nico because they said that Nico was a good counter for the Vanitas deck. They were like, okay, Tempest Downfall answers a lot of the good allies for the Nico, like Frost Storm Paladin. That was a big factor to just have 3 to 4 Tempest main. And
so it looks like I do have an update a little bit here on the scores. So Matt G beat Steven D 2-0. Yoti beat Sean 2-0. And Ryan, the game we just saw with Cactus, beat Caven 2-1. So we're still waiting on Jet and Daniel K. So that's going to be Auli versus Surav. That's going to be Kongming versus Vanitas there. And then we'll be moving on into the semifinal rounds. So it'll be Ryan versus... Actually, let me double check how this order works here. So let's see. It would be Ryan versus Yotin, I believe. Yeah, so we're looking at game 2 in the last match right now. If it does go even, if they do go 1-1, it's going to be taking a little bit longer there for that to finish up. But we're going to be going to a break now, so thank you guys so much for joining me. When we'll be back, we'll be here with Byfall and Bonnie Rain, and then I will see you guys again for the grand finals. So I hope you guys are having a wonderful time here. This is Ascent Toronto, and it's great to be here with you guys.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to very, very soon this next round, the semifinals of the top 8 of Ascent Toronto. After this grueling last round, the mirror is a very, very decision-heavy matchup, so that's why it can take some amount of times.
Yeah, I think we had a very, very interesting round of quarterfinals with Caven and Cactus, but this time we're going to have a different matchup coming up, which is going to be Joe Teen's Wind Merlin versus Matt G's Vanitas. So I think this is going to be a matchup that everyone's waiting for because we have the hero Merlin fighting against a field of Vanitas in top 8. And I think Jotine is one of the most experienced players I've ever seen piloting Merlin. He started with Fire Merlin a long time ago, but now with the switch to Wind, he thought that it was an appropriate counter for the Vanitas meta that we've seen today.
I've heard some very, very interesting things about the deck and how it's played. I've heard that in the past round, it basically drew its entire deck and just managed to you get a win from there, making some taken out of context, some very inefficient play, like playing three dungeon guides, no effect, just to push in for 1 damage each.
Yeah, I think just because we're used to such Vanitas grueling matches in SoCal, Jotine has the experience of how to navigate different avenues of how to counter some specific plays for Vanitas. And this is in his fifth rodeo, because when DOA came out, I think Jotine was very into Wind Lorraine back in the day with Crux, all the Ascension loops, all the combat tricks with sort of avarice back in the day. So he knows how to play for value. He knows how to play everything fast as speed. And I think a lot of the counterplay that he has ready for Vanitas is kind of a good kind of. He feels comfortable in this build, and he's one of the spicy builds that is running Imperial Seal, just in case that I have like a cheeky fireball finish in case that it's needed.
Yes, Fireballs is always has been the premier late game win con ever since DOA came out. It's really great to be able to do a huge number of face damage. And as we've mentioned earlier in the stream, one thing that the Vantas deck cannot really do is block one huge amount of damage in one thing. Veiling Breeze, the main defensive tool they have, is great at blocking, a wide board, multiple procs of damage. But if you're blocking a single card that's doing a lot of damage, be it the Fireball or like the very big swing that Jin can do, it's a bit harder for them.
Yeah, and I think that Jutino was ready for this kind of field. So we can see that on his sideboard, he has 3 Blanches and also 1 Varrock Smoldering Fire just in case that he needs to go through all the protection, because even when a Vanitas player may have a Veiling Breeze and they can recycle it with Cyclical Breeze, they can still deal with, they cannot do anything about non-preventable damage in the form of a Fireball. But at the same time, all the Vanitas lists are running Diablerie in 1 or 2 options, either on main board or also on sideboard to increase the numbers. So it puts it throws a wrench in Jotine's plans if he wants to go for the Imperial Seal route. But again, it's 1 out of 60 cards, right?
Yes.
What are the odds of you having that card specifically the moment that you need it, right?
Another interaction we probably need to mention about the deck in case it comes up is that the 3 visits, the 2 copies of 3 visits in the Wind Merlin deck are very useful, since the deck draws so much that playing 3 visits, playing it from Banish, puts it at the bottom of the deck, and that has been used in the previous round to prevent decking out. If you would draw from your deck while it's empty, you would lose the game. But since you can always just get 3 visits back from your graveyard, back from your Banish, and then you cycle it from the graveyard into Banish and back into the deck, you can always prevent yourself from decking out.
And I think that because this deck draws so much, going to the Merlin, they can just turbo to 3 with Dungeon Guide, Displace Dungeon, Zephyr Dungeon, and then go Pendragon and keep on the value going, right? And the more you draw, the more available options that you have, and also the faster you can cast the Majestic Beast, which, if we don't forget, it has ability that gives a spell shroud to your champion. So if the Vanitas player has a Razor Gale on the field, they cannot target the opponent, they have to target themselves, so they will be dealing themselves damage.
Yes, so It's actually, I almost want to see that as a win con, placing down the Majestic Spirit with enough damage on the Vanitas that if they try to remove the Majestic Spirit to go for the win, they would kill themselves instead.
Yeah,
So they're just locked out of the game. I really want to see that. I'm not sure it's going to happen. It would require very specific lines, but it's very funny. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, I mean, even Vanitas will have a few answers like a Dream Fairy or Zephyr or anything that will remove momentarily the Majestic Spirit from the field. Also, Jotin's list has a few counterplays. They can displace it. They can Zephyr themselves. They can just have any other options just to make sure that the Majestic Spirit can remain on the board, and that way, all the Vanilla players, if they don't have a right answer, they cannot cantrip, they cannot cycle, because every single card they play, they're gonna ping themselves, right? And if you play 2 or 3, 4 wind cards, you're taking 4 damage, and that adds up really fast. And especially if you have 2 Razor Gales down, you take 2 per card that you play, right? That can be very, very dangerous when you get close to lethal.
There's also a couple more cards that we rarely see in the Merlin list. There's the Cloudstone Orb, a new addition from the Mortal Ambition set. It's a regalia that you empower on enter, and so it plays very well with your game plan of just repeatedly bouncing Ghost of Pendragons to draw more cards. You put the regalia back into your deck. It's another use you can get instead of drawing more cards. It allows you to get the Incarnate Majesty out faster. It's playing the Diana level 1 champion and the Framework Sidearm as another way of getting more free materialization out on the board, and so getting more value out of those Ghosts of Pendragon as fast as we can.
And also, I think that the fact that you can bring out the Cloudstone Orb, bouncing out with Pendragon, but you get empowerment.
Yes.
You can play your Disoriented Winds for free, bring back the Pendragon to your hand, play it again, bounce Cloudstone, and you just cycle Pendragon over and over for multiple draws. That's how your team just like exhausts his deck. But again, the more cards you have, the easier you can play your Majestic, that you can protect your Majestic.
Yes.
And it may seem that Imperial Seal is there just for gravy, right? It's not a vital piece for the deck. It's good to close it out, but it's not something that your team has to use all the time. It's just good if it's available, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's a great capstone to the deck, but it's not required for the deck to function. In addition, there's usually some good anti-Vanitas deck pieces in the sideboard. We have the Verdigris Decree that can destroy Fantasia. We have a one of Scatter Essence, Floating Memory, and Destroy Fantasia. Really amazing if you can get it early in the matchup, level up using that. Incapacitate is also great. You can get rid of a Veiling Breeze that would prevent your lethal. And all of those cards are made even better by the fact that there's so many cards in hand that you can afford to play them in addition to your threats.
Right. And also, Incapacitate can stop Diablerie, just in case that they want to go for Imperial Seal.
Yes.
The Diablerie, you respond Incapacitate, and that should suffice for you to just make sure that Imperial Seal resolves. But also Blanche, right? I think, like always, Wind has a lot of ways to protect their units or just to keep them safe or bouncing them back to their hand.
Yes.
Just having a Blanche that is unkillable is so hard for sometimes Vanitas to deal with it. They have to set up everything, and Merlin can be so fast that doesn't give you the time enough for setting up for anything, right? You just throw it 3, Pendragon, draw 2, bounce it back, play it again, draw 2 more, and all of a sudden you had 2 influence, you're up to 6 or 8, right? In a single turn. And now you're falling behind, and they're level 3 and getting level counters every turn.
And the Vanitas list, on average, have a very hard time dealing with Blanche, especially if the board's already dealt with. Maybe if you've beaten a couple of their Ascent Protectors, that they really are running out of threats and with Flickering Blanche. One of the things you do have, though, in this particular Matt's list for Vanitas is the Bulwark Sword in the Material deck main board. And one of the great thing about that is, well, it does 2 damage, it clears the Blanche by itself. But also, since most of the ways that Wind has of protecting the Blanche is bouncing it so it survives an attack, the Bulwark Sword will not lose any durability, so it's going to be available the next turn to try and do it again and again and again until Blanche is actually dead, and you can then push for damage.
Yeah. And on the contrary, right, Matt's G list has Ascent Protectors. I know some players did, some players didn't. But if you resolve an Ascent Protector and you play it on the field, Pendragon cannot go through anymore, right? So this is going to be another one of those matches that whoever controls the board at first is going to be dictating the pace of the match.
Yeah, and in the same way that the Merlin deck is playing the Diana for the extra materialization values. So the Vanitas is the only one with a sword. Merlin does not have any sort of seeking to bounce with the Pendragon, and that means you don't have all those little extra 1 damage pings that can help clear allies. We mentioned Ghost of Pendragons not being able to clear the Ascent Protector. Normally in Merlin list you can swing for 1 with the Sword of Seeking, and then play Ghost of Pendragon, bounce that Sword of Seeking, get a value, and then swing 3, finish the Ascent Protector. But since you don't have a sword, you need to find something else in your list to deal that 1 damage. And there is very, very little. I see 2 Swift Recruits for Windmill Engineers, and that is it.
Yeah.
As far as small units go.
And as we saw in our previous match with Cactus and Caven, those baby grays and Whirlwind Engineers are very, very impactful early game, right? If you have a Pendragon that cannot go through, you have 2 to 3 baby slimes, and you keep reclaiming, displacing, and then all of a sudden your Pendragon does no damage, right?
Yeah, so being able to stall a Pendragon for 2-3 turns is sometimes all the thing you need.
But at the same time, if they leave a baby gray unattended and they go for Dream Fairy, there go all your baby grays, right? They cannot deal with them and you cannot put them down anymore. So I guess we're going to see how each player opens and which lines they go for. But I'm assuming that both players may be experienced with this matchup, especially with Magi's like history in the game that he's playing for so long. He's not unfamiliar with a Wind Merlin matchup in general. But this is a new season. This is a new build. And I know everyone teched for the Vanitas Mirror or for the Vanitas matchup, and I don't see many cards on Matt's list on the sideboard that may come in handy. I mean, we have Blessed Clergy, which is good in certain occasions, but then we have Dream Fairy, which is also great for almost any target. But besides that, Verdict Degree doesn't do much. Scavenging Raccoon, if you don't play it early, it doesn't do as much of an impact either, right? But luckily for him, he's playing 2 main Raccoons, which against Merlin can be the tie that changes everything.
Very, very good. I wonder if maybe part of the game plan, you could maybe, if you're lucky, keep all of those Raccoons and use them to exhaust the Incarnate Majesties out of the Merlin's graveyard.
I think Jotun is only running 2 Croc Sites, so I think that's also a limitation of the deck, that if you don't have enough Croc Sites to be getting back your Pendragons on your Incarnate Majesties, but at the same time, Jotun is not playing the Ascension package because he's going for value. He doesn't care about banishing or the 3 damage. He just goes for reliable, consistent play.
Another thing I noticed, you mentioned the Dream Fairy bouncing the slimes. All the Dream Fairies in Yotin's deck are actually in the sideboard. There are none in the main board, as far as I can see. So that game 1 might play very differently from the possible game 2 and 3s.
I mean, I think what Jotun is relying more is on his experience for the matchup, because I think even if you're being training for the Vanitas Mirror, this is a list that just popped up recently. I think Kevin showed it at Jitty Online Gaming Weekly, and he took first place, went undefeated with this one, or a very similar build that just was Merlin with Imperial Seal for Fireballs. And I think people liked it. Some people kind of wrote it off because, oh, you know what, it's Imperial Seal, it's just like a one-trick pony, you deal with Imperial, and it's all that. But we've seen Joti showing like the contrary with all his results, right?
Yeah, it's a very interesting list. Yes, it can be a bit of a glass cannon in a way if you can blank out that turn. There's very little, depending on how you build the deck, but as long as the deck is built with other win cons in mind, having Imperial still available as that one extra win con if you need something on the side to break that stalemate, it's very, very efficient.
I think what's going to dictate the pace of the game is how well Jotun opens with dungeon guides or with some kind of a fast floating memory. But it's going to be also very important to see if Jotun can keep the Razor Gills out, because let's remember, Merlin Memory Thief can eat anything from the graveyard, right? So the moment that a Razor Gill hits the graveyard, it's gone forever, right? There's going to be no option where they can bring it back with a Cyclical Breeze or something else. That's going to be gone forever. But we're going to see how the game starts now. The players are ready, and let's just jump into the scene.
Right over to that. Let's see who will be starting. It is based in top 8. Whoever starts is based on the ranking. So it seems that Amikuru is the one that will start here.
Yeah. And your team is going to start with the Spirit of Wind. There's no Serene, there's no Fragment in this case because he only cares about getting a big hand at the beginning and have the optimal place to go with it.
We already see some good cards in the starting hand for that game plan of leveling efficiently. We have the Mnemonic Charms, we have Fairy Whispers.
I'll play Mnemonic Charm.
I love the Mnemonic Charm. I think it's an amazing card, and especially for Merlin because that will help you just add some speed to your Majestic Spirit to come into play earlier than expected.
In this matchup, I feel like, do you go for the Fasten card, or do you think the Mnemonic could be used for an early Indolent Leisure for drawing those extra cards as fast as you can?
Oof, that's a good question. I think I would go for the Leisure just to get a bigger hand and you can have more avenues of play. But if you see the option just to go for an early Majestic Spirit, then they have nothing to deal damage with if they have a Razor Gale out.
So, I've been sure there was this idea while I was casting the previous Magi game with Once in Love that given his background on Erupting, Matt feels like he might be more inclined at playing this deck like a combo deck where you go accumulate hand size and then go like Razor Gale, 3 visit, 3 visit, 3 visits. To win the game in one turn instead of playing it like a very grindy matchup where you drop Razor Gale early and you just slowly ping for 1 every action.
Correct. I think we saw 2 Razor Gales being put down in the memory by Matt, but he's going to proceed with reclaiming 1 slime and then showing 2 slimes with the unentered trick for the Baby Gray.
Yes, a very nice trick that we've seen many times this tournament. It's useful, like I've mentioned. It lets you break a little bit that restriction in deck building that you usually have playing Baby Gray slime, where you want a certain number of slimes in your deck, so you pretty much guarantee yourself the ability to draw with it. But here, it lets you play a very small number of slime cards.
And now we see Jotun going to level 1 with Diana. Then we know that there's been a new big trend on Diana instead of Lorraine or any other champion. So you can, at will, random, at fastest speed, bring out the weapon, and you don't have to risk getting it lost or fracturized or bounced or anything. So it has a little bit of protection when you try to do the Pendragon weapon bounce.
Yes, some very, very nice value you can get there. It's also something you can do just getting the gun the first time. It's something you do in your Recollect like you would crack a backup charger. When you have spare cards, you just get the gun out so you don't lose that tempo later on when you actually need it.
And we see your team going Fairy Whispers to scout the land, so he must be thinking really, really hard for that dungeon guide. And
doesn't seem to find it, though. I see Favorable Winds, I see a Veiling Breeze.
Mnemonic Charm as well. So, what will he pick? I think there's a Veiling Breeze. Is that a Vertigo Decree, perhaps?
I see an Incarnate Majesty, I think.
And then I'll recollect.
Yep.
All during Recollection. Just setting up the next few draws for him. That's a Favorable Wind that he can just use for fast floating if needed.
Yes, you do, however, want to... You do get the Framework Sidearm out. It is a class bonus, so you need to do that before you level up.
Yep. And I think Jotun was really digging hard to find the dungeon guide so he can eat that reclaim from Magi's graveyard before he can use it.
Yes, that's getting any kind of just getting that early level counter on Merlin is a really great value. It's pretty much the only time where you want to dungeon guide to 2, otherwise you're losing too many cards for that level 2 level up. You know, it costs you 3 cards, 1 for the dungeon guide and 2 for its effect. 2 level to level 2 that would normally cost you 2.
I'll go into...
Now Jotun just passed to Matt, and Matt is banishing the reclaim to bring out the protective
I'll activate it.
trinket to activate it and try to mess up Jotun's
Roll
memory.
to not reveal, I guess.
Yeah, it's very useful to have that because if there's nothing else in your team's hands, there's a good chance they won't be able to level up. But here we hit a norm, so there's still 2 cards left in the memory, so there's still an open level up if so desired.
Yeah, that's very lucky for your team because he let himself use a few normal cards in case to mitigate this Crimson Trinket, right? There was no guarantee that the Trinket was coming right now, but it's better to be safe than sorry.
Still, a Crimson Trinket's a very great card. I loved playing last season when Tristan was very popular.
And I think a few players were already, like Matt in this case, already playing it main board for game 1, such as Cactus did in the previous match. So they know how impactful this can be in the first game, just take it over from there. Once you get your opponent -2 on their
In response
influence,
to unenter.
that can be game-changing.
Pay 3, escape.
All right, we see the trick on the baby slime yet again. We bounce it back, that way we can show it to its own
Draw a
effect.
memory.
We will draw a card from that, draw a card from the Escape the Wreckage. We are just accumulating value and trying to find our key cards. We do
That's
know
it.
we already have some
drawing a
Razor
hand.
Gale Callings, so we need to find some 3 visits if we're to get some lethal very soon.
And now
go
Matt
ahead.
just drew a turbocharge, right? So he can start next turn with backup charger, sacrifice it, get a power cell, and get even more draws. So his influence is going to get out of control pretty soon. So let's see if Jotun can catch up with that.
Probably leveling up this turn, I think, if he's happy with what's still left in his memory, but that was probably the goal from the start, so if there's 2 cards, it's either that, could be backup charger if you want to play it slow. Seems to be the backup charger is his preferred plan. Drawing more cards, always good.
Yep, I heard from Jotun that he doesn't mind staying at level 2 for a long while, as long as he can have the answer that he needs for whenever the Vanitas player wants to go Razor Gale, so they can have a big enough influence to be able to do a Vertigo Decree, or they can scatter Essence later, or just simply play a Veiling Breeze, or anything that can just keep you healthy for a few turns.
Yeah, however, I am seeing none of those answers in hand right now. You know, there's no, the Scatter Essence is the main thing. The Vertigo Decree are in the sideboard for now. So I think you have a Veiling Breeze, so that helps stifle damage if need be.
I think Jotun might just keep on going for more value. He has the Whirlwind Engineer and also another Mnemonic Charm for more draws. Right?
Yes, so that will probably be the point. Ideally, probably playing them in... So if you want to level up, you're playing them in different turns, because it's useful to control what you are banishing with. If you don't plan on leveling up this turn, you're probably playing both just to dig deeper into your deck and explore your options.
5 in hands. Yep.
And Jotun is leaving 3 cards down in his memory. So maybe there's a few cards that he wants to keep and doesn't want to get rid of as of now, because they might be useful for future turns. So let's see what Matt is bringing to the materialization.
Yep.
Oh, with Grand Crusader Ring.
Another important question, since I think that Curie drew 2 Incarnate Majesty as of now. Normally, you, in a regular Merlin list, you'd be pretty happy to banish one of those to level up, since playing one is usually enough to win. Here, in this kind of very grindy matchup, where you might be fighting over that Majestic Spirit, do you think it's worth it to keep the 2 or to level up
one bottom
and get
then
it
two up
out?
top.
I think just because Jotun only has
so
2 copies
a
of
baby
Crux
green.
Sight, he might want to keep both just in case
Reckless
that
Control?
Majestic
Yep.
Spirit get answered somehow, that he can bring it back in a different way. Because otherwise, that's basically your whole deck protection, right? It's the most important card in this specific matchup, so you want to keep it available at all times if you can.
Yeah, and we do see the Dream Fairy in Matt's hand. That is one of the permanent answers to the Majestic Spirit. You know, if you blink it, it comes back on the board at the end of the turn. But if you return it to hand,
for
since
big
it's
green.
Regalia, it's just banished instead.
Yeah, so I think that's one of the cards that Jotun is going to be very scared of when the time comes.
you
And
want
of
it
course,
now.
Matt is going to save it just when it needs to perhaps go for Razor Gale combo. So it's a card that is going to stay in his hand for a long time.
It's also important to note the win staple of Stifling Trap is not in the Merlin deck list, so there is no real answer to Dream Fairy. Yes, you can maybe blink your Pendragon in response, so it's not your Pendragon, but your Incarnate Majesty, so
one
it
at two,
just the Dream Fairy trigger. But apart from that, the usual answer to Dream
Pass
Fairy
with,
is not there.
Yeah, I think it's one of the cards that Jotun didn't care much about keeping in his original list. But let's see if his opinion changes if he doesn't have an answer for Dream Fairy in the near future. But right now, you're leveling up to Merlin, banishing 2, and it seems like
Veiling
it's Veiling
And the Disorienting Winds, the new art version. So the Veiling Breeze is probably very harsh to lose here, depending on if Matt is going for some very high damage combos very soon. Disorienting Wind is more of those value engines in the deck. They're great to play, but if you need to, there's no problem with discarding them.
Yeah, I think right now Jotun is struggling with not being able to level up fast enough, and also the influence is getting a little bit small compared to Matt G's size. Because as we've seen before in previous games, they can just go with Reclaim or Displace, maybe, or the Windmill. And Matt will keep on generating value until he's ready that he can go for lethal. right? But now the discrepancy in hands might be a factor because your team cannot generate as much value as Matt is doing.
Yeah, we'll see what
Two down.
how he's able
Play
to
farm.
break out of
Yeah.
that influence deficit in the
Call one
future.
remember.
And
Obviously, Merlin is there if you really need
And
it.
then I
At some point, if you
will
level up, you
pass
will
that.
get that influence back and be able to catch up to the other player.
And especially with Matt now still having both allies on the
grab
field
backup.
unanswered,
Yep.
that can be proven problematically.
Pay
Yeah,
3.
and just like we mentioned before, there's going to be backup charger
Ground
followed by
memory,
turbocharge,
Power cell.
and now the influence is going to get way out of hand.
Reflect.
And that is that a Razor Gale or is that a reclaim on
That
hand
that
first?
was a reclaim. The Razor Gale probably was placed into memory just because you know you're not
One
materializing anything when it costs anytime soon.
Yeah, correct. Because we know that Jotun is not
Two.
running Crimson Trinket main as he is, so he's not scared of losing anything there.
The Merlinus is also running the Tome of Sorcery, the new Regalia from Mortal Ambition. It's Regalia that can tap for Empire 1, so it's really helpful for some of your spells. It's useful for casting Incarnate Majesty. It's useful for for Indolent Leisure that can get to 3. And it's also another Regalia, like Drawn Blade in the usual Merlinus, that costs 1, draws a card, so you can blink it for value.
Yep.
And also that you can cycle and use Pendragon to get it back to the material and draw 2 and do it again, right? At that point, when you have so many cards in your hand, you don't care about what you banish.
Baby gray.
But let's see the answer that Matt has right now. It's another Baby Gray.
Yes, the answer is more value and more small allies that will
one.
continue pinging away small amounts of damage, but they will stack up very fast in this very, very grindy game.
Yeah, I mean, that's definitely 3 units that are going to keep on swinging, and there's no defenses on Joe Team's side. Sadly, no Silver Recruit either.
No Swift Recruit.
Yeah,
However,
technically
as soon as the Incarnate
yeah.
Majesty hits the board, that will take care of all those small allies. There's never a situation where you have enough Baby Gray Slimes and Windmill Engineer to clear off the Majestic Spirit.
Yeah, and Magi is aware that Joe Team's running 3 Scatter Essence main, right? So he knows that there's a point in time where he's going to have to go all in. But right now, let's just
pass
keep
here.
on building the influence and pass. There's no need to risk anything to those Scatter Essence
9
because
in
that
hand.
would also give your team floating memory.
And then 5 memory.
Yeah, I never want to give a reason to give floating memory to opponent, and there's no reason. There might be a moment very soon where the Merlin player will have to go a little bit more shields down,
Bring out,
maybe,
Chalice.
because
Yeah.
you have to do something about those
And then,
allies.
recall.
And now we see Jotun bringing
Drop
out an early Chalice of Blood. He doesn't need it at
Yeah.
all because there's only 4 points of damage on his side. And you need to receive 20 or more points of damage on your champion before you can use Chalice of Blood. So right now,
And it's 8 in hand. Yeah.
So let's see what we drew. That was is that a reclaim or a dungeon guide? I think that no, that isn't a dungeon guide, right? So there is a reclaim down in memory, I think. Let's see what he goes for. He does need to place something down if he wants to level up. Are we thinking about dungeon guide this turn? That might be what he's considering. What is the 3rd card to place down if he wants to dungeon guide?
yeah, because now he has 2 Mnemonic Charms that can be online. And he can go for Majestic Spirit. But is it worth it?
I think in the current situation, yes, you need to. You want to start stacking those level counters. He does go for the dungeon guide. You need, like we've said, to catch up in influence. You're currently losing the race both in damage and in influence, so you need to do something about that. He loses a favorable wind and a Zephyr. So he will go to Merlin. Still no level counter yet, so you won't start drawing until 2 turns from now. But it is a value engine that will slowly start catching up the game, and that will put a clock on the game, because at some point you will be able to fireball for a lot of damage.
That is correct. And now let's see if Dungeon Guy is going to take care of one of those critters in the field. I think I saw a Pendragon on Amakur's hand. And there's you can definitely target Chalice of Blood because it's currently doing nothing. And those 2 draws are going to be helpful just to try to catch up with Magi.
There is a Pendragon in a display, so you could bounce back both of your Regalias this turn if you want.
That is correct.
So let's see. So the the attack from the dungeon guide was answered. We are seeing the Pendragon, and
Yep, that's good.
probably going unanswered. It's drawing 2 cards by returning a Framework Sidearm. We draw a Mnemonic Charm, more value engine. That means we could, if we want, get the Incarnate Majesty out as soon as next turn.
Yeah, but now let's see what the Pendragon is targeting. If he's going to go face or he's going to try to deal with another little guy.
I think it has to go at the allies, right?
Yeah, I think that would be the case, but Magi had an answer to save one. Oof. Now there's an answer for keeping the other one alive.
Yeah, that is pretty good. Bumping the Baby Gray Slime to a 2/2 means more damage next turn, means it survives this one.
Pop a charm.
Oh, we are cracking the Mnemonic Charm. What are we casting with this?
That's going to be a different wins on his own Pendragon. That way he gets 1 draw, and then he can replay the Pendragon to bounce Chalice to draw 2 more.
Yes, and to kill the slime.
Correct, yeah. So maybe that was a good play around the Slime Shield. But let's also think. Will Matt use another Slime Shield to try to keep the slime alive,
I
right?
think you do. I think you do. Yeah, 3/3 is even better.
And now he would be able to use the 3/3 plus the windmill to get rid of the Pendragon.
Yeah. Of course, there's still more answers in Amikuri's hand.
and-
We are able to displace the Ghost of Pendragon in response to that 3-in-1 attack swing. So you are able to bounce back the Chalice of Blood and draw 2 more cards.
And we see a reclaim on Mekuru's hand. So even if that slime would like to swing at Pendragon, that Pendragon is mega safe.
We also see the first 3 visits of the game, so we are able to use that to gain back some HP. Currently, it's another one of the answers that the deck has to small 1/1s trying to ping it. Healing 2 every turn is pretty good.
And just like that, we saw Pendragon going in twice, drawing 4 cards, and look at that influence, right? Now the game is even.
Game is very even. So do you think he goes for Incarnate Majesty next turn?
I think it will be the best option because now you're forcing a Dream Fairy, and if Matt doesn't have it, now he's going to be on the clock, receiving 3 damage from Pendragon, and then 4 more from the Beast, and also it's a blocker that can stop all the slime aggression.
Yeah, let's see how that gets answered. Matt obviously has a lot of cards. You have to expect that there's probably a Dream Fairy in there. So you're probably keeping some protections out against that Dream Fairy. So, the displace is probably very great.
I agree. The moment that we see Mekuru playing Majestic Beast is because he has a way to protect it from any kind of bouncing. And Matt has a Baby Green from I can see. Cyclical Breeze, another Slime Shield.
Another Slime Shield, and that's an Escape the Wreckage.
Yeah. And so, that Baby Gray is going to be safe as well. It's going to be alive for a little bit, but still, you have to commit a Pendragon just to kill a slime. Who would have thought?
Matt might also still be at a single Razorjet Calling in hand in total.
Recollect.
So now it's going to be a matter of who can draw more.
Draw.
And
That
is
was
another
cyclical.
Yep, another Breeze.
Do you think that is getting back a Slime Shield?
I think that's a really good question, though. I mean, how much do you value that slime, right?
I don't think so. It would be very, very funny. And putting the slime at 4 puts it out of reach of the Ghost of Pendragon.
That is true. And definitely, you'll have to commit a big Majestic just to kill a slime. I don't mind that at all.
Let's see. The other issue about having such a big hand size is that you have so many options open to you.
3 Echoes.
The bigger the number of options, the longer you take on it. It's completely normal. It's what you need to do. You need to always make the right play. So we see the slime going at the Ghost of Pendragon. We will be trying to kill it.
Yep.
Let's just see if Amikuri tries to save it.
Yep, with the second swing. Oh, and Mekuru just let the Pendragon die. Maybe he believes that the reclaim for a different occasion might be more useful than using it right now.
Perhaps. Maybe he just wants to play the 3 visits and dig for something in particular. Are we seeing the... Not the cyclical. He's paying 2, so that would be Baby Gray Slime again?
Or, yeah, could be Baby Gray, just to draw 1 more. we see two baby greens that at the moment they don't do much with the current board.
All good.
Yeah, obviously you don't want to be forced to blink. You could kill the
For
Parcel,
gray.
since the well, there's no
these-
turbocharge, so you don't really. There's no automatons and there's no turbocharge. So the Parcel is useless here, I think. So you could always. Yeah, there's no
We'll
use
do
in
one
blinking
champion.
the Parcel. So yeah, you keep them in hand for when they're actually required.
5.
And now we see Magi drawing Skip the Wreckage from the draw of Baby Gray. So again, value over value, over and over.
Yeah, we were getting back whatever tries to be killed next turn. If Dungeon Guy tries to swing at that Baby Gray, is going to get escaped again and get even more value on the next turn.
And now we see Amikru doing math. So what is that math for?
It's either how much answers Matt can have with the cards in hand and if he goes for Incarnate Majesty, or it might be how long until the current board is swinging at him, how much he can mitigate with 3 visits, and if it's worth it to wait for Incarnate Majesty because you know you're not in any kind of danger. Probably also how
Two
close
down.
Matt is to doing some kind of lethal
Gale.
Berserker Calling combo.
Oof. And if you went for that combo right now, sadly, Amikru has no answers if Matt wants to go off.
Yeah.
Because that's going to be 1 Razor Gale, 2 Razor Gales, and basically Magi, if he doesn't kill Amikru right
Two
now, he's going to
for
force
Razor
his
Gale.
hand
Yep.
to deal with it next turn. And if Amikru commits to a Majestic Beast,
Pass
that
it.
won't do much because Magi's still at 1 damage with no lineage released yet. So he has a lot of health to go through if Amikru wants to try to close it out.
Yes, there's very little way in which the Merlin is able to win this turn. Now the question is, if you Incarnate Majesty, you have some protection. How many answers does Matt have, and how do you deal with them?
Very
Because
true.
it could be worth. Because also for every attempt that Matt does at clearing the Majestic Spirit, he will take 2 damage.
Correct. So maybe going for the Majestic. I mean, just by finding an answer, right?
And then recover.
Matt G is going to take 2 damage for anything he plays, basically, from now on.
If the Majestic is the first thing that comes out. It
Correct.
is a very, very interesting proposition. It's something you always love.
Realize Cloudstone Orb.
Oh,
Yeah,
but
going for the orb, the Empower, like we said, reduces the cost
enter.
of the Incarnate
Empower.
Majesty. So that might be
Power
the
1.
line that we're going for this turn.
Yeah, it's just because champion.
No,
win
non-champion.
permanent.
Because it counts as
It counts itself. Okay,
Yeah.
empower
Yeah.
1. Okay.
So I'm going to
And
go to
then,
Empower
Merlin
1 plus
Recollection.
Empower 2 of the
Gain
Mnemonic
level count.
Charm. And how many levels does Merlin has?
That is the
Uh,
first one.
reflect?
That is the first
Yeah,
one.
The 1st
you're
one.
Draw for turn.
Yeah, I mean, so many things have happened and not even a single turn passed, right?
Yeah. So that Incarnate Majesty will there's 4 level on Merlin. There's 1 from here and 2 from here. So
level
we're
1.
at 7. So the Incarnate Majesty costs 5
Level
if
7
we
is
want to.
Yeah.
Which, given the current hand size, is really not that much. You have a lot left to protect it.
3, 4, and yeah,
5.
5.
We get the Incarnate Majesty out.
Carnate?
Yep.
Let's see how that gets answered.
Sure.
If it does.
Yep.
So,
So maybe Matt will have to go to the
response, actually.
Escape the Wreckage just to
One moment. Sorry.
preserve a little bit of.
oh, Matt
Presence?
wants to cast something in response. Maybe he's trying to sneak some damage in before the Majestic Spirit hits the board.
True. I mean, he has Exegetical Breeze that sadly is a slow speed. Bailing Breeze may want to save it for later, but there's that 3 visits, right? That he
Yes, he could do that 6 damage right now if he wants to.
can. Mhm.
Let's see what ends up being his choice. He could just decide that it's not worth it. You know, you do consider your options. No, there's 2 3 visits, right?
Mhm.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. So yep, that's what he does. He just said, you know what? I'm gonna save those for later when I have another Razor Gale or something, just to increase the damage.
Yeah, he is the type of player that likes to go for that one big combo finish.
1 to windmill.
So, accidentally, Veiling Breeze was revealed, so now Mikra is aware of it. But let's see if the windmill survives or Matt wants just to let it die. I think it's easier to get value out of a Baby Gray than a
I'll escape it.
windmill, but if you have Escape the Wreckage available, why not use it right now? Because there may be no other chance to do it.
Escape is also nice because it's the one spell that
Yeah.
can save the windmill that does not mean you take 2 damage from your Razor Gear Collins.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of the most useful normal
And then
cards
2
in
hits.
Matt's deck.
Yeah.
Well, of course, besides Baby
pass.
Gray.
Pass, yeah.
Bigger.
Right, so we have your 2 allies of the board.
Mm-hmm.
What will be the answer here? There's still the wind bubble, so you can draw an extra card. The sword is not that useful. The safeguard amulet is a good thing to get out quite early. You know you will have it for whenever you need it if the fireballs comes out at some point, maybe 5-6 turns from now.
And you know what the crazy part? That if you bring out Safeguard Amulet and you target yourself with all the Razor Gales, you don't receive any damage because every ping is for 1.
Yeah, that is indeed an option you can take.
4.
So do you think we're playing the fairy this turn? Probably.
Probably. Well, it all depends if Matt can close the game, right? Because his Amikru's shields are down, only 1 card available. So if Matt G can
I'll
do
get,
the quick math
Sure.
and be able to
Reflector?
get rid of the spirit and also deal 24 damage, that will be lethal. But how can you get 24 damage out of 2 Razor Gales?
Yeah.
That's the big question. It is possible. It might take a while, though.
Yeah. The other thing, getting the Ventus out means Matt is considering casting many spells in the future, right?
Yeah, or even right now. I mean, we see that he's putting cards down potentially for a Dream Fairy.
Dream Fairy.
There
Yep,
we go.
that'll be the Fairy. So 2 stealth
I'll
damage
target
from
myself
the
with
Razor Gear Callings.
Yep, so you're at 3.
And
then
is that a
Green Fairy
displace
target.
on Amikru's hand? Yeah, maybe he was expecting the deer to survive 1
Yeah,
turn.
but he seems to be 1 card short.
Yeah.
So the Incarnate Majesty will go away.
Well, the
Do
cool
you
thing
want
about
a
all this
champion?
is that Amikru can allow himself to be dealt 20 damage, pop Chalice of Blood,
1.
and then draw more cards.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure there should be another Incarnate Majesty left in his hand, so he can just get it back.
Mm-hmm.
Now knowing that there's no Dream Fairy.
Correct.
Of course, there's another one in hand here. And you need to be careful too, because the Zephyr doesn't deal with Incarnate Majesty.
cyclical
But if you
targeting
don't clear the
whispers.
Dream Fairy, Zephyr can blink
Fairy
the Dream
Whispers.
Fairy and
I'll
do
get
the
a bunch
Incarnate
of
Majesty
trigger.
again. So you need to take care of that before you play your Majestic Spirit.
Right, right. But it seems like Matt is going for Cyclical
And
Breeze on
Risk
Fairy
Goose.
Whispers to get 2 pings on Amikru
Good.
and giving Ventus 1 refinement counter. Oof, and Matt's hand's still huge, so maybe he's gonna go for the Cyclical Digging.
Yeah, we'll see how that goes. Fairy Whispers is probably the next play. Dig 3 card down, see what we can find. Knowing all of your options is very, very powerful in the card game. Information is one of the most useful currency you can have.
And especially when you are putting so many counters on the Ventus staff, you can at that point suppress Baby Great to get even more value out of it. And that will still be until the end of turn. We'll get that 1 more draw.
Yeah.
Oof.
You can maybe hope to stack up Ventus enough to blink the Dream Fairy when Amikiri tries to deal with it.
Oh, that's also true. You just blink it when you want to get rid of it, and then comes
2 on
back
the
and you
bottom.
select the beast again.
I'll show
Without even having to use a card.
Oof. Now there's a Windmill Engineer that can come into play, ping for 2, deal 1 damage.
So you need to be careful here, because as fast as you're stacking damage, you want to ideally either
Targeting
really go
Whispers
for the kill
trigger.
now, or stop right before the Chalice of Blood breakpoint.
Or just make sure that even if he wants to banish the Chalice of Blood to draw 2, you have enough to kill him in
You're
response to
level
that
4?
as well.
Yes, yes.
Which that would be the triple, 3 visits.
Yes, we have 3 visits, so every 3 visits, you're casting 3
Yeah.
times, so every
Yeah.
3 visits is 6 damage, right? There's 1 and 2, and you have the 3 visits, so the 3 visits are currently presenting 12 damage.
And Matt is going to put another refinement counter with another Fairy Whisper, so that's 2 more damage. So that's 4 counters on it already. Oh,
Oh, is that another 3 visits?
And that's another Fairy Whispers. The value doesn't stop.
This
3
might
top,
be very close to
show 3
game.
visits.
We do have the Veiling Breeze,
Yep.
but you need to cast it late enough to save you, because otherwise they can kill you in response.
Correct. So now Amikru is letting 1 ping resolve, and that's going to be 2 more.
And also, if the 3 visits in the graveyard,
yeah,
you know,
I'll
you
resolve
can
it.
always just wait
You're
until
at
end of turn.
16 or
In Materialize, you
You'll
just
be at
continue
12.
again and do
Yeah.
more damage.
I'll keep
Yeah.
them on top.
So even if Amikru may have the Veiling Breeze ready to go, that might not be enough, because you can just wait until next turn, do it during materialization, and just kill you before you can respond to anything.
But we've also mentioned this before. This is not too bad, because the sideboard is heavily in favor of the Merlin deck here.
Correct.
20.
But it's also like very unfortunate that Matt started with such an explosive starting hand that he gave no time for Amekru to catch up. Even when we saw that amazing double Pendragon play,
Yeah.
it still wasn't enough.
Right, we're cracking the Chalice of Blood here. Do we find any kind of answer? We draw a Fireball, and we draw a Scatter Essence. Ooh, a Scatter Essence is sadly too late here, even if you kill one of the Razor Gale. Matt can probably just kill you in response.
2.
And another 2 more.
2.
And 2 more to go to 24.
Visits.
And another 3 visits, and that will spell out the game.
Yeah, correct.
10
Because
visits.
even if Amekru can heal 2 and then play Veiling Breeze,
Yeah.
Matt may be able to do it at the beginning of the turn twice again.
We see a Dungeon Guide and Desire Reclaim on top. Nothing that would save you here.
After it resolves?
But it's always important
Yeah,
to look at
okay.
your options. You know, you check what you have. Maybe you find something that helps you. But it probably will be game here.
Yeah.
Either way.
And then your 3 visits, right? That one's going to.
So we are clarifying the
Okay.
order of the stack the triggers on the board from the players. So up to 26.
Activate.
Activate it again for lethal damage. Amikuru is thinking about his answer, trying to see if there's a way he can do something about it. Shows his hand, shows there's no answer. That will be game 1. We go to sideboard. And now we have more answers. The Blanche, just extra Scatter Essence, the Verdigree Degree, all very, very useful cards that will shift the matchup if they can get out.
Yeah, and it was a bit unfortunate for Amekru to dig so far in the deck and no early Dungeon Guide, no early cycling, no floating memory to try to speed up his game plan. And on the other hand, Matt saw all the engine that he needed just to take over and just, again, the old Vanitas tale of getting an influence of 17 cards and just closing out with double or triple Razor Gale.
Very, very efficient start. And that's the strength of the Wind Element as a whole. You have such good engines that you can play and just get so much value. You know, the cards by themselves don't have to be that strong if you can play more of them.
And I wonder if Matt is going to bring out even more aggression in the form of Dominating Strike, or he is going to go for the control version and try to go for Blessed Clergy. Like, I'm not very familiar with this matchup, so I wonder what's the best avenue to take here, knowing that the main plan of Amekru is bringing out the value, followed by Majestic Spirit.
I think I don't like the Dominating Strike in this matchup. The Blessed Clergy, however, I think are really great. You can get it either when you think your opponent is going to level 3, that way you know they won't be looping Pendragons very fast, or you just play it, then wait for their turn, and then try to kill them on their turn, because if they go Veiling Breeze, you can just do all of your things in response before the Veiling Breeze resolves, and you know the opponent has no other answer because they already cast their two cards.
But now, on the other hand, we see that Matt can bring up his Dream Fairy count up to 4 on game 2 and 3.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that will also be in addition. The Dream Fairies, as we said, is the one good answer the deck has for Incarnate Majesty. So I think those goes in. Now the question is, what do you remove from your deck to fit in those fairies and Blessed Clergy?
I wish I knew.
Do you? Let's go through those. Do you think you remove the raccoons, the scavenging raccoons?
I think that Scouting Dracoons, just by the kind of deck that Amekru is playing, may not be super essential for this matchup. When you are playing against a Merlin that is relying like a heavy fire Merlin that has Creative Shock, Hasty Messengers, is definitely good. But maybe you can take those 2 raccoons out. Maybe you don't need to put as much pressure with, I mean, and of course the 3 Vertigree Decree, they are not useful at all in this matchup either. So you can bring out those up to 5 cards and maybe bring out...
I think suppressing an ally is still good enough. And also you can do some shenanigans with maybe buffing an ally so you can swing for a little more and hopefully kill a Ghost of Pendragon. I might be more inclined in removing the Stifling Trap.
Well,
It is trading 1 card for 2 if you Stifling Trap a Ghost of Pendragon, which is pretty good. But at the same time, if they blink the Ghost of Pendragon in response, then you lose all that value. And they get to do the Ghost of Pendragon thing twice. So you also don't need to prevent them from fast leveling to Lorraine, to Merlin. So I think the Stifling Traps are not that useful in the matchup, and that might be what I would remove if I were in Matt G's place.
Yeah, I think there's a quick break for the players, and Jotini is just pondering his sideboard options while Matt is coming back. But I believe that this matchup now is going to be even more interesting because now we're both ready with the sideboard options. Oh, okay, Matt is back in his place, and now he's going to go through the sideboard.
All right, let's see how he chooses. We might not see what card he chooses, but just knowing the amount of cards he adds or remove can give us some very good information about this.
So now knowing the nature of this matchup, would you choose to go first or second if you were Amikur in this place?
The extra card is very interesting. I think I personally would like to... No, I think I go second. That way I get the extra card, and because I would probably try the strat where you stay on level 2 and try to destroy and eat the Razor Gear Callings out of his graveyard. I think that's a very viable strategy. I want to see how it does. So I think I would choose to go second here.
Yep, I think Matt already knows what he's going to be picking for this matchup. It seems like the Stifling Traps might be going out.
The Stifling Traps are not going out.
Oh, no.
Okay, no, that's the extra Stifling Traps in the sideboard that are not coming in. So I see Diablerie. Oh, he's adding the second Diablerie. He's adding the Fairy Whispers, and that must have been the Blessed Clergy, right?
Mm-hmm.
I saw him remove the Vertigree Decrees. You were right on that.
Yeah, I mean, even if it's a good target for suppressing either the Majestic Beast or just to get value out of the babies, paying 3 for just suppressing one target is a little bit kind of pricey if you're not going to go for the aggro route. Of course, buffing one of your allies to swing for 2 might be a nice route to go on the aggro path, but maybe he thinks that having other options like the Dream Fairies are way more important than suppressing an ally. Because Dream Fairy is more permanent.
Yeah, Dream Fairy much more permanent. It always feels bad to lose your Majestic Spirit to something like that. We are still shuffling just to make sure. And we'll see who decided to go first.
They're ready to call him. What to start?
There you go.
All right, the good luck from the players.
Good luck.
And it seems like Ameko is
starts.
Yep, gonna start. And maybe Hivada's going up first in dungeon, guiding perhaps turboing to 3, getting the levels.
Yeah, that steady value engine might be the key to victory. We'll see how he decides to go. It'll also depend on his starting. You know, maybe you think you have a plan and then you look at your starting hand, and that's something
and
else
that changes.
completely.
Yeah, so that is a Windmill Engineer. Is that a turbocharge?
Cynical, Zephyr.
And they're like
or Windmill?
Zephyr and Cyclical Breeze.
And
so-
cyclical and Zephyr. What's up? You showed
Yeah,
cyclical and
Cyclical and Zephyr, yes.
That's
And
a
I'll
really
pass
pretty Zephyr.
Sure.
But that is a fireball also and an incapacitate.
6.
2 fireballs.
2 fireballs. Oh, wow. Okay.
That is okay. So I think going to 3 might be the game plan here. You stack up that level, you hope you survive long enough, and then you get the Imperial Seal, and you go fireball, fireball.
Yeah, and then you save the Incapacitate for whenever they want to Veiling Breeze, and you can just
2 on the bottom.
crush
Q4.
anyone's dream with cheesy strategy like that. I love it.
However, they're in hand right now. There's no protection for that Windmill Engineer. So if we play any 1-drop ally, that is able to kill it.
Yeah,
3 in
which I think for Ameku's side, just having that, you know, those cards in memory just to level up, that may be reason enough why just to sacrifice the Windmill Engineer. And there's a Stifling Trap on Matt's hand and Fairy Whispers.
Yeah, Fairy Whisper, Stifling Trap. I saw a Baby Grey at 3 visits. That's a Razor Gear Calling from the... No, that's a Reclaim?
Yeah.
I think that's a Reclaim from
And-
the Fairy Whispers.
And Escape the Wreckage, right?
Yeah, I saw a Turbocharge
Oh,
in his hand too.
Turbocharge.
No, that is an Escape, yes, but
Okay.
there's a Turbocharge in hand. I saw
Two,
nothing
3
that would
top,
allow you to get value
show
from the
visits.
Baby Grey for now. We are getting the 3 visits.
So you go.
Yep. Okay. Seems like that Windmill has survived one turn.
Level 1.
Yeah.
And yep, Amekuru just goes level up. And maybe just
1, 2,
turboing
5,
to
6.
3 to get the early levels for the Fireball finish might be enough for him.
Yeah, I think that's probably the line that you're trying to go for. It is also a good thing that for Amikuru that Matt is starting in a very slow way, not getting any advantage there.
And we see another Windmill Engineer on Amekuru's side. And is that a reclaim? Oh,
Yes,
that
that
is
is very
lovely.
good. Exactly what you need to level up.
but sadly for him, does he have enough wind cards to play Windmill?
Put down
He
3 to
does not.
You're good.
He does not. Okay, he's choosing to just
Yeah,
get the
number
framework
halfway.
sidearm,
Mhm.
and he will be using those cards to level up probably. He's keeping the reclaim in the hand for the windmill.
I'll get back up.
Yep.
Now there's a backup, followed by... Is there any other card that he might
Pay
play
3,
during Recollection? I don't know if he has another Fairy Whispers to play.
draw.
And that's the
reclaim.
duality of the decks right now. You know, they both have a single Regalia on board. Well, not on board, the backup charger was sacrificed. But that's the difference between the big value for later that Merlin's playing for and the immediate I draw a card now value that Vanitas is playing turn after turn. Merlin will come out on top in the end, but for now, that's a big difference in influence.
Yep. And I think for the time being, there's no Razor Gills and no other slime cards for Matt G to be able to get value out of that baby green, right? There's a...
No, still no other. You have one and you have escape, so you will be able to get that as soon as you get
have
one other slime.
4 in hand.
But for now, it is not useful to play.
There's
And
a Cyclical Breeze, there's Skip the Wreckage.
And so there's also no way of dealing with the
That's
Windmill Engineer for now.
See if
Correct.
Oh yes, there
Clergy
is. That's a
has
Blessed
effects.
Clergy.
Yeah, Blessed Clergy. I
So
think
one there.
Matt thought it was good enough just to play right now.
Interesting also that Blessed Clergy was not imbued.
Yeah.
It's purely like I want to play something to
faster.
deal with the Windmill Engineer, and it ends up just being reclaimed.
Going to,
So that's a very
Ship loading,
losing
fly,
play here for
60.
Matt. You're not getting any value out of this. You have a small ally on board.
Cyclical Breeze.
Yeah, because I think
will-
you need the
you're good.
on-enter class bonus for the Blessed Clergy, but I don't know if there's any way for Matt to
7 in
keep
hand.
that Clergy alive, and Clergy is a really important tool. in-game.
Maybe he's just hoping to get it back to hand later and just getting value from it in the meantime because he needs to play something and to have some kind of impact on the board.
Mhm.
We drew was that a Vertigo Decree from Mimic Killer? I think. He is, however, putting it down to play something, which might be the Windmill Engineer. Let's see what is chosen. Yep, we imbue, so that's the Windmill Engineer. We draw a card again. So that's Windmill and Verdigris. We're saying we're not scared of the Razor Gear Calling. We're discarding possibly to level up one of our way of dealing with the Fantasia.
And it's going to be very likely that Amikru will just go to level 3 next turn and start getting those level
And
counters.
I will
Yeah, prepare for the Fireball line.
Okay, so now,
draw to
like
memory.
we expected, Matt had a way to keep that Blessed Clergy alive and just probably going to level up here with that big influence, not worrying about risking something, because again, I don't think I've seen a single Razor Gale in his hand.
Yeah, the other option is just drawing more again.
Oh no,
'cause
he just got one with
the
of the Skip the
Escape
Wreckage.
Wreckage
Yeah.
gave you one. So maybe that changes your plan. you
Correct.
know?
I
Maybe
mean-
you don't want to banish it by accident. So maybe you just draw again. Maybe try to find slime
I'll get
because
everything.
you still can't use your baby
reckon-
gray.
yeah.
So he does go for the Grand
Draw.
Crusader's ring. Draw and
And
escape
that's
the wreckage.
another Skip the Wreckage. So maybe he can
Banish
go again
ring.
for the good old reliable windmill into.
And that's a reclaim.
That's a reclaim. Oh
Four in
wow!
hand.
If you needed any more ways to keep your
So
creatures
you
alive,
have all of your interaction, but nothing to actually play it with. You know, maybe he's just going to play Blessed Clergy again, swing at the windmill, and then maybe reclaim the Blessed Clergy so you have a floating memory to level up.
and Magi may even have enough to do windmill,
Clergy again.
reclaim, Blessed Clergy,
one there.
and escape the wreckage. Like he can play all of them without risking anything.
And the windmill will actually die this time. That's the end of this value engine.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see. I'm pretty sure he plays nothing else this turn. You don't want to
Pass
reclaim
with,
now
line,
because
yeah.
obviously there's number 1 and 2 on board.
Correct. There's
Is,
nothing to. I mean, you don't have to risk
I mean,
anything.
the Fairy Whisper.
So now Amikru is eating one Fairy Whispers from Mad G Graveyard before
Materialize,
going to Materialization.
Yeah, there's no reason to not use it, and you want
Yeah.
to make sure Matt is not able to bring it back later on with a Cyclical Breeze.
Now Amikru is going for the Turbocharge with Power Cell. And is that a Turbocharge on his hand? I think.
I don't think the list is running any turbocharge.
Oh, no,
there,
no.
there is the
Oh, no, sorry.
incapacitate, but we draw a Blanche and we draw a Zephyr again.
Oh, that is right. I mean, that Blanche can be what keeps him alive for the longest time if it's played
Cards.
correctly.
1, 2, 3, 4,
I
5,
think
6,
Blanche
7, 8,
at end of mat turn might be a very great play. You make sure she doesn't die this turn. You put two cards down is not enough to level up into Merlin because we still don't have any floating memory. What do we play here?
Yeah, sadly, I think Amikru has a really awkward hand because there's Fireballs, there's Blanche, there's, is there another Windmill?
Yeah, I think he's
Okay.
playing Windmill and will level up with whatever he
Awesome.
draws from the top of his deck.
Yep, definitely a great play.
So one of you.
One face, we have no real way of protecting the Windmill, and you want to keep those protection for your later plays. So that Windmill will probably die to the Blessed Clergy.
Let's see, you have 5 in hand?
6.
6 in hand? Okay.
The good thing about that open Merlin is that that is forcing Magi to rely on Skip the Wreckage and not on Reclaim.
Still, he has enough cards in hand that escape the wreckage. The one more card is not really an extra cost. He will reclaim this turn again.
Oh, Escape the Wreckage.
Escape the wreckage. Do you think he levels up this turn finally?
I mean, I don't think there's any pressure from a Mekru for Magi to level up. Maybe even Crimson Protective Trinket might be kind of cheeky, knowing that his influence is so big, and a Crimson Protective Trinket might stop Amekru from leveling up.
Yeah, you
Right.
know that at least 2 of those cards are wins. So
Correct.
unless you can pay a lot of Norn by casting something else, you're very probably losing something
yeah,
from
yeah.
there.
Yeah, and Crimson will put Amekru so far behind with it. And, well, Matt already has one Razor Gale, and if he gets another one, that might be enough to close the game. You know, if you cannot level up, you can go to 28, and 22 damage is fairly reasonable with Razor Gale. We just saw it last game.
Yeah. However, leveling up does unlock the ability of the Blessed Clergy, so you can lock your opponent to playing only 2 cards on the next turn.
Very true, very true.
I'll get
Because
a
that-
bobble.
Okay,
Oh,
Bob,
and we go for more card draw
yeah,
again.
more value. I mean,
I'll
at this
pop it and
point,
draw.
Matt can play 2 Razor Gales, full cost of 4,
Right
and he
clicks.
doesn't even bat an eye.
Yeah, but however, there is the Blanche on the board.
Draw.
But, we see another. We can finally start doing baby Grey Slime stuff.
Mm-hmm.
However, since we used all our escape the wreckage, there's only the reclaim left, so you are giving a level counter to Merlin if you want to draw a card with that.
And just like you mentioned, there's the Baby Grey engine coming in.
Oh no, we had 2 baby Greys, so we
Oof.
don't even have to reclaim. That's pretty good. Drawing card. And
With-
we get
Do one
another
of them.
baby green slime this time, so we can play a second baby Grey and draw from that.
Now, let's see what Amekru answers with. Okay, that World Engineer is gone. Now, if you were Matt, would you play another baby?
I think you play the baby. Yes, you start putting that small board, you can start paying for damage.
There we go. And why not a third one, right?
I don't think you have the slimes in hand to play the third one. You're left with 1 baby Grey and 1 baby green in
Oh,
hand.
yeah. He has like a 1 baby green to show and 1 baby gray.
I think I saw 2 Razor Gale Callings and 2 3 visits
Oof.
though, so next turn might be very, very dangerous if no
Show
kind of
baby
answer
Grey in
comes
hand
out
and
from Amikyo.
baby green.
Mm-hmm. I wonder.
Draw.
Okay, that's a display. We'll give you another draw for your baby if you need it.
You always need more draws.
But this seems a little bit problematic now for Amekru because, like you mentioned, Matt could go into level 1, then drop double Razor Gale, and Amekru is. Look at the difference in influence at this point. Magi just went value and value and value.
Yeah,
Over and over again.
It is staggering. We're considering the Chalice of Blood.
Yeah.
That's also something that,
collect?
honestly, that's something that doesn't protect you from the possible one-tur kill. So yes, we might have something in hand to protect. I think there's still a Veiling Breeze in there, but Veiling Breeze is very risky because you can do that much more damage while it's on the stack.
Yeah, and just like we saw last game, having that Chalice didn't do much of a difference, right? And, well, let's see how Amekru navigates this turn, because depending on his play, that may be the deciding factor if Magi wants to go all in for the kill.
Yeah, the answer might have been to level up much earlier. Again, we have the 2 fireballs in hand, and we still do not have a single level counter right now.
Raise hand.
We don't have a Scatter Essence either, so there's no answer to Razor Gale Calling. Let's see what is happening. We might see the Displace here to save the Baby Gray.
Mhm.
Getting, again, more value. Yeah, we Displace.
Yeah. I think the key factor here will
I'll
be
reclaim.
can
Oh,
Matt...
we reclaim.
Oh,
Interesting.
interesting.
So that's offering the floating. Could almost feel like bait. It says
Ascent?
maybe use it, get it,
I'll tap
maybe
Merlin, keep the reclaim.
give a false sense of security.
Or
Maybe,
then
because that means if you play a Razor Gear Calling, it
Gonna
can't be
pay-
eaten. Though he put all of those down, right?
2 to reclaim.
Oh, he's
and
reclaiming
a second
again.
reclaim. Okay, that's why he didn't care about the first one. And now definitely Matt will go into level 1 using that reclaim.
Yeah.
But
And-
the issue here is, can Matt deal with a Blanche? Because I'm sure Blanche is going to come next turn once the Razor Gale start going off.
He can play 2 Baby Grays and swing at the
level.
Blanche.
Yep. I think he has like a big enough hand to do all of that.
We see
Glimpse
the
good.
Vanitas. Yeah.
Answer.
Do we see anything interesting of the glimpse? Fairy Whispers is pretty good in this situation.
Slime Shield, I don't think we need any of that.
Yeah, Fairy Whispers is simply more damage. It's
Yep.
pay 1, deal 2 damage, draw another card.
And look at that hand size. I don't even want to ask
1, 2,
like
3,
the
4,
interest.
5, 6, 7, 8, and 6 in hand. He's probably somewhere around 14.
Oof. So that will give you enough to put 2 Razor Gales and triple 3 visits and anything else that you may want.
So again, there's
Two.
a single Veiling
top, two
Breeze, I
bottom.
think.
Yep.
No, there's no Veiling Breeze in hand currently from Mercury.
can do
There
a
is an
collective
Incapacitate,
Yep.
but that is not enough. It
Slide
doesn't
it on.
prevent the 3 visits from doing its cycle from graveyard to banish the deck. It doesn't.
Yeah, recollect.
It's well, Razor Gate Calling is a Fantasia, not an action, so Incapacitate can't do anything about that.
And look at Matt holding a third of his deck in his hand right now. And if he wanted to, he could just go for more babies over and over again for this turn.
Yeah, so leveling to Vanitas pretty much seems like the hint that he will go for the combo here. I don't think he's that scared of interaction. The only thing he could be scared of is Scatter Essence in Amikuri's hand.
But even then, if Matt is able to close it out or just put Amekru way too close to lethal, that Scatter Essence only deals with 1 Razor Gale, right? There will be another one left.
A single one, however, is much less threatening.
Oh,
Razor Gale.
there we go.
Yep.
I think Matt is going for it.
Let me just
Now,
figure out
if he
what's set
sees
here.
no answer, clearly we play the second Razor Gate Calling, and if
Set.
you respond with the... You do still have the Cyclical Breeze in hand too, so you can bring back the Razor Gate Calling while the...
Paying with.
with Cyclical Breeze, and the Merlin is tapped, so it can't eat it out of the graveyard.
I think the case might be that Matt will go with Fairy Whispers, the Cyclical Breeze,
2.
Fairy Whispers
Take
again, just to get pinging and trying to dig further for another Razor Gale or for another 3 visits just to close out the game.
How many cards are we at left in Matt's hand? That's 8. There's a single Baby Grey Slime left. The other one has been put in memory, so he cannot currently kill the Blanche, I think. That is very interesting. Maybe a misplay.
Yeah.
Maybe he's not expecting the Blanche.
Or maybe that's why he's playing it, that he wants to put 2 babies perhaps, or maybe a Razor, a Werewolf Engineer, in case that Amekru plays Blanche. He can clear off with both babies.
2, 1 it.
Oh, but we draw the Dream Fairy,
Oh,
and
even
that will
better.
deal with the Blanche in a way that cannot be answered. So let's see what happens. And the more you wait to deal with those Razor Gate Callings with the Blanche, the more you take incidental damage, that will mean you are in danger in the future turns.
Oh, that's another Razor Gale. Oh,
Oh.
my god. And Matt is holding 2 3 visits, if I'm not mistaken.
He is holding 2
2
3
bottom,
visits.
show. Razor Gale.
Show the Razor Gate Calling, so those 3 visits come in for 9 damage each. That is lethal if you don't play the Blanche.
Yeah. And even if, at this point, right, even if you play the Blanche, you might be facing 3 Razor Gales. What do you do at that point?
And Blanche will only ever block that 3 damage, because
Razor
you can
Gale.
put Blanche on a stack, and
two
then
triggers.
you will just cast 3 visits again.
That's 18 damage coming through on response to anything that Amekru might want to do.
3 triggers.
Oh, wow.
Oh, he imbues the Blessed Clergy,
Oof.
showing you can do anything next turn.
Yeah. Now you have no answers. You materialize something, you level up, you have no cycling.
You can kill at most one Razor Gale. I have 2-3 visits. Let's see how that is answered. Honestly, maybe you play Blanche to kill one of the slimes. Right now you can play it at fast speed, so that saves you one cast on your next turn. You kill a slime, you keep some protection to save your Blanche on Matt's turn in the future, and maybe he has no way of dealing with it.
Because in this case, right, you're Matt, you're not scared of dying. You have your lineage release, you have 3 damage on you, and it's up to Amekru to find the answer for everything. So end of turn,
upper end,
Blanche is in.
a 3, and then
Yeah, so the Blanche comes in response to the triggers from playing Blessed
on
Clergy,
the results.
so
Correct,
that
correct.
will block that 3 damage.
yeah.
We do show
And
that
I'll
Blessed
swing one
Clergy
at
is
you.
imbued.
Mhm.
1 damage at face from the
Ah,
swing.
pass.
There's no use. You can't kill the Blanche this turn. What do we do on Amiku's turn here?
Yeah, with only 2 cards to play, right? That's
Yeah.
very, very limiting. And even if Amekru goes to level 3,
Go Merlin
gets
3.
1 draw
You're gonna
from
roll 2 to
going
keep.
to 1
Yeah.
more level counter on Merlin.
You can roll, yeah.
Let's see. So he did go to level 3, which
One,
might
then
not have
1d4.
been the
Yeah.
right call. You do go down influence. The extra HP is not that
damage
useful
from
here,
fire,
since
from
we do
fireball.
know there's a lot of damage potential coming.
Yeah, at this point, the life is irrelevant because you're going to be dead anyway if you don't have an
Roll
answer
even.
to.
However, maybe influence size is less useful and you really want to dig a little
Then I
bit
will
digger, see if
reflect.
you can find answer, any kind of answer to those Razor Gear callings.
I mean, Amekru does have a Vertigo Decree that can get rid of 1, but you just have to deal with 2 more because that's the only card you can play this turn. There's no more cards to play due to the Blessed Clergy.
Yeah, ideally you wanted to find stuff that you can play at fast speed on Matt's
cards in
turn, where you
hands?
are no
Seven.
longer burdened by
Okay.
that Blessed Clergy activation.
And Amekru just passed
Launch the fling 1 into you.
and swings for
So he's
1
trying
down.
one of the Blanche.
Yeah,
At
I'll
face,
do
not
so
trying
I
to
can
kill the
use
slime.
something like
That
that.
is interesting.
Yeah.
Draw card.
Okay. Oh, and now plays Disorienting Winds, drawing 1.
Good.
Oh, so you save it. Essentially, you make sure it can't be swung at by the Blessed Clergy and the Baby Green, and so you can play
I'll
it
get a
back
bulwark.
on the other turn.
Yep.
Correct.
Recollect?
But let's not forget that Matt has 2
And
3
draw.
visits that if he plays 1 or any other thing in
Yeah.
response
I
to
mean, still
the
a few, but-
Blanche,
Yeah, it's fine.
he can pop off
Yeah,
with
yeah.
18 damage.
Yeah, very important amount of damage. So you do not want. Normally, when you have allies on board like this, you want to swing immediately
Do 1 at you.
for damage.
Correct.
Oh, and Matt is indeed swinging those allies, choosing to not necessarily keep them back to deal with the Blanche.
Let's see what Amekru is digging for with that Fairy Whispers. We see a Reclaim Dungeon Guide and
Fairy Whispers.
Fairy Whispers. Oof.
So do you try for the 4th card on top of the deck, or do you keep the Fairy Whispers just to dig for more?
I think I keep the Fairy Whispers because that way I can build more
And then I
influence
will-
that can be preventing more damage with a Blanche.
Yeah.
Well, you don't need that much for the Blanche, since it's all 1 damage procs. Yes, it's a lot of damage, but they all come in 1 damage increments. So
Oh.
as soon as you have anything in memory, Blanche protects you from the Razor Gear callings.
That is true. I think at this point all the
And there's a
pings
6 in
that
hand after this, or
Amekru is going to be
we'll
preventing
to
7.
might be just negated by
Yeah, 7.
double
Okay.
double 3 visits.
All right, let's see what's getting played next.
So,
So I think that whole combat resolves. It's now Matt's turn to do something again.
and Matt has to deal 22 damage. Can he get there?
Okay, no, we were still resolving the
Oh,
Fairy
the
Whisper.
Fairy Whisper.
All right.
Okay,
He's
He's
Veiling
showing the
Breeze.
Veiling Breeze. That is
And
interesting.
1 flying.
If you cast it now, you force a 3 visit out of the hand, and that means you can play Blanche in response. And
Oh, Amekru is letting all the damage through.
yeah, those are reasonable because you ideally want to respond to the 3 visits itself.
There may be a chance that, oh yeah, there we go, Cyclical
Targeting
Breeze,
Whispers.
getting
please
Fairy
play.
Whispers to do it again.
And then there's triggers.
Still
take
a lot of cards in
one.
hand for Matt G.
Two.
And obviously the most important of all, the 3 visits.
And let's not forget the Bulwark Sword is there in case that Amekru wants to play Blanche. That Bulwark will answer the Blanche immediately.
Yeah, a very, very good choice in the deck for Magi. Probably the one that was intended for. You know that's the main threat to your deck. I don't think you're getting any value out of this
cards
Crocsite in hand from Angakuri. Do you just play it right now to try and dig for an answer?
Well,
Yeah, I think just-
targeting
oh,
clergy, setting.
Oh, we're going to reclaim the plus
One.
Liturgy to make sure there's nothing played next turn again.
Yeah, so in case that Ameku isn't committing to anything,
two.
Magi just wants to make sure
triggers.
that the Blessed Clergy can do its thing again.
Yeah,
And
and it's kind of setting a trap. It says if you try to do anything on your turn, I can then just combo off while you're locked with the 3 visits.
Correct. So basically, like Matt is playing it safe. He doesn't have to push forward if he doesn't want to, but also he is gonna shut down his opponent's options if he goes for the imbued Blessed Clergy again.
Let's see what he chooses to do. Yep, we are imbuing the Blessed Liturgy. That's the second Cyclical Breeze, and that's a Displace.
And that's 3 damage.
17.
I'm pretty sure Angakuri right now is choosing to not play the Blanche to take that damage to try and use that Chalice of Blood.
But if you think about it this way, if Matt deals 2 more damage in response to anything,
Whispers, 3 triggers.
Magi can just go 3 visits, 3 visits, 3 visits. And if anything happens, he can go and use it again with the other 3 visits that he has in hand, right?
Indeed, you can. And that's why you have both the Veiling Breeze and the Blanche in hand.
5. Okay.
Yeah, this is getting extremely difficult.
That's a Diablerie we see, along with, is that a Blessed Clergy or a Reclaim? We'll see.
Do 2 top.
Seems the Diablerie is going at the bottom, I think.
Show Diablerie.
Oh no,
the
we are
Diablerie.
showing the Diablerie, alright. So that is saying you will not be going Imperial Seal, which is, well, not lethal yet, unless there's 3 Fireballs in hand. I guess he is
So, yeah.
using that edge case, saying maybe there's 3 Fireball.
Yep.
It's always when you expected least at the road 3 Fireballs in hand to kill you.
But sadly, I think Ameku got rid of 2, right, when leveling up to 3. So he may still have 2 fireballs left, but can Ameku do anything? to
We are
survive?
indeed checking the banish, and yes, there's 2 Fireballs in there. So we have to play the Blanche and no, we can't play the Blanche in step because there are the 2-3 visits. We need to wait for one of them to come in, but if
Yeah,
one
the
of them
triggers are
comes
still
in,
on his deck. He hasn't taken 3 yet.
So now Ameku is deciding what's the next
Yeah,
step,
this is
because that's
his
still on the stack, like
play.
Matt mentioned.
yeah, so we are going for Veiling Breeze here in response to D3 visits, showing 1 card. That's all you need to prevent.
So,
Again, all the damage is coming
resolve
one at a
this.
time.
Yeah.
So arrest. Glimpse.
Right, so that goes through. So Matt
one
is saying,
bottom,
yeah, I
one
won't just
top.
cast any other 3 visits this one, that's fine.
Yep, I'm just gonna wait until your
Yeah,
Veiling Breeze goes off, and at the beginning of your turn, I'm gonna do it again. I'm gonna visit
I'll
you a
pass.
second time.
Yeah, so you cast the Blanche and Entern here, I think. Do you? Because that way
3 in hand.
you won't have the ability to cast it on your turn.
I think if Ameku casts the Blanche, what can Matt do before? No, I mean, he'll have to
Yeah,
wait.
Matt only has 2 cards in hand, so D Blanche will resolve, and that will be available to protect you at your turn, because if you try to cast it on your turn, that's the only thing you're doing.
Correct. And again, Matt is super comfortable in this situation. Look at his influence, look at his life total. He still had the lineage release available to heal 5 more. There's nothing that he's worried about. Okay.
Alright, so we go to Recollect, we will get a level counter, level 3, you do not draw a card here.
And he can only play 2 cards again because
Still
of the
unracked.
imbued
Oh,
Blessed
3
Clergy.
visits.
Yeah, indeed, and that's why he chose to skip Materialization, to have that extra card to play if he needs it.
And that's 1 Blanche.
Alright, D Blanche goes on the stack, will Matt try to answer it?
I think he allowed the Blanche to resolve. So again, now Ameku has
I'll let
only
it
1
resolve.
card to play.
Alright, that resolves. 1 more card to play. What will that be?
Yeah.
Well, so what does he have left? The Incapacitate
resolving and entering
is
the field
not
before
something
the
you play on
triggers.
your own turn. There's the Crocsite that digs you
Yeah,
for
you
1,
still have
but
priority.
is
Or how does that
digging
work?
and not being able to do anything else on your turn is probably not great. You can hold that Crocsite to be at fast speed. What else is
Okay.
left of interest
So
in
still
Amikuru's
Wolf
hand?
Blanche on the field.
There should still be,
Oh.
I think, well, there's a Zephyr in hand right there. There should still be a second one in the memory, I think, maybe? Oh, Stifling Trap. And if you try to save your Blanche here, that is the end, because then you can just get 3 visit.
I think Amikru has another Blanche that he may be willing to play after that one dies. But, again, what do you accomplish? You just have a Blanche and you can play anything else.
Yeah, that seems to be pretty much the end of the games. You know, you're going through the motions, trying to see if you can get your opponent to slip up, but it is very, very close to being unanswerable for Amikuru here.
Yeah, because there is no Pendragon, there is no Incarnate Majesties, there is nothing that Amikru can currently do to mitigate the damage or to put pressure on Matt, because Matt even has board control with the Slime and the Blessed Clergy and Bulwark Sword.
Yeah, sadly, some very poor draw from the Merlin. Not getting your card advantage, not getting your removal for the Fantasias. Right, the Blanche will be swinging.
Responding to the thief triggers.
Yeah. So
Okay, so
in
the-
response to the Stifling Trap,
So we are clarifying the stack here. So the
Blanche dies, right? So
Blanche
I
was
don't think-
played.
with the stifling.
No, so the
Yeah,
Stifling
you
Trap
don't
is
take
there.
away from stifling.
So
Oh, yeah, yeah,
Stifling
okay.
Trap goes there. The
then there's still
triggers
the-
are on the stack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's the initial 3 from casting the 3 visits.
and Amikru has been forced to play another launch.
Yeah, there's not much else he can do there. If he wants to live, he has to play it, but then that's luck out of the turn, and he will probably die.
Yeah, Matt only has to swing with the
No
Bulwark
working on, right?
against
Yeah.
the launch
These are
and
the only
then
3 visits you have
do
out right now?
anything he
Yeah.
wants.
So I only have like 6 this turn, right? At most.
We are going to the tank considering every single possible option.
I'll put down
We
Naraku
play
for
Blanche again to
Blanche.
prevent that 3 damage that is still on the stack.
All right.
That seems to be going through. Of course,
Yep,
Matt
you're good.
is currently... all hand is down into memory.
Yeah. That was
So that was all still in recollect. We now draw for turn.
But there's no more plays
you
Amikru
can
can do anymore.
No more play, and we drew the Incarnate Majesty, which cannot be cast this turn. Would have helped a
Take out
lot.
the Baby Gray.
Yeah, that's fine.
We killed the Baby Gray.
And
Yeah,
then
but
I
at this point,
will-
anything that Matt does may basically
That was
close
two
it out.
cards,
Yeah, you
Yeah,
need
yeah,
to
have to.
answer Blanche. That's easy. You do it
Yeah,
with the
you're good.
Bulwark Sword. If they try to answer it,
Yeah.
you can maybe blink the Blanche and then do all that damage with the 3 visits.
And look at Matt's hand size. He can still have a lot of answers for any potential play. So it's just a matter of how does he want to close it off, right? Does he want to finish
I'll
in
get
style?
robes using the reclaim.
Yeah, he has a floating memory. He draws 1 more card using the Cleric Robe.
Enter on the stack.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a
I'll
response.
Play Crux Fight for free.
All right, Cruxide, drawing a card, digging for an answer. That's a second Incarnate Majesty. Definitely not what you want to see here. What are we playing? 2 down
Put down
for
2. Play Crux Fight to
Cruxide, bringing back
Oh,
Cruxide.
Another
drawing
one.
add
Another card. And then we can play Cruxide and draw the last card. That was a Cyclical Breeze. I think so. That is slow speed. That is not useful in the current situation.
I think there's like a stifling
we're
trap,
checking that there's no more Crux in the graveyard, and there's none. So we play the Cruxite again. We draw a card. That is a second Incapacitate. Not that we have the hand size to play 2 of them.
Amikru may be able to bring out a Bailing Breeze with the Cyclical Breeze, but that doesn't accomplish much when everything is fastest speed on Magi's side, right? He can just wait again. And again, no pressure for Matt. He can just buy... He can wait 1 more
No,
turn.
you got it.
That is fine, right? But
Yeah, that is the
this
Cyclical Breeze
point,
is slow, so
Amikru
you cannot
concedes.
bring the Veiling Breeze. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I
that
didn't
is
see
a
the-
concession.
I
That
didn't
is
see
the
the
end of the
Pendragon,
game.
so I was like,
Maggi
dude, like, I
will
need the
advance to the
Pendragon.
finals. We lose the Merlin. There's the other matchup is a Vanitas again
So I was like, I was
with
looking at my hand, like, I need
against
to
a
dig for, like,
Kongming
something,
uh,
revive that, but I was like,
Razor Gale Calling deck. Very slightly different. Uses the
Like, I was
Kongming to
like,
get
if I didn't play the double
two
launch, 'cause
two
I
very
was,
different
like,
cards.
not
You get
expecting
the
to, like, top deck
Bagua of
Incarnate.
Cardinal Fate,
I was like,
which
okay.
since you're
Okay.
level 1, you
If
tend
had
to keep
fairies,
it
then I
always
guess-
to
I don't
west.
know, then you would have just like
The west effect of Bagua is very similar to Fair Whispers. You glimpse and you draw. So that is just another cycling card. That's really great. The other tool that you're using is Tempest Downfall. The class bonus on that is that it costs 0 if an ally has been suppressed this turn. So you just keep them all and then go for face damage with those Tempest Downfalls.
Yeah, I think the list that has been run by Jet for the Kongmin win has been very successful at fighting off Vanitas, but that was an amazing play from Mad G taking care of fast 2-0 over Mekuru. And I think there wasn't much Mekuru could do, to be honest. I mean,
Sometimes that is the bane of every card game player. Sometimes your deck carefully crafted, you know all of your lines, and the deck just does not cooperate.
Yeah, variance is variance, and even if he wanted to build some influence with a couple of engineers coming in, drawing into memory, and trying just to stay afloat, all the draws that Matt was able to generate by an uninterrupted Baby Gray, Reclaim, Escape into Wreckage, same with the Engineer, and then Bliss Clergy, recycled and played all over again. I think Bliss Clergy is one of the cards that shine the most when you're going to close out the game, and we saw it twice, right? Both times, he gave no options for Mekuru to be able to protect himself at all.
Yeah, and also the Ghost of Pendragon, which is pretty much the central card of the Merlin deck. You know, the whole deck is built around that engine of blinking it and drawing prodigious amounts of cards. Not to be seen at all this game. The Framework Sidearm has just sat on the board, sadly, there under the champion for the whole game.
Yeah, it was unfortunate to see how there were like no dungeon guides, no Pendragons, and even when you had a lot of cycling on Amekuru's part for a few turns, all you saw was more cyclical Crux cards that really didn't provide much to the gameplay that was happening at the board at the time, because you still have the Bulwark that would answer any Blanche, right? Even with double Blanche wasn't enough because Matt was playing around it all the time. He was setting up the turn to be able to, okay, if there's a Blanche, I can kill it. If there's another Blanche coming, I can kill it again, right? Oof, it was a bit tough on that end.
Yeah, so we have, again, some very cool surprise to pass the time while the other game will finish. We have, in some time, we still have some preparation to do. We will talk more about the deck, but another exhibition match coming, not from us casters, but from the devs that so graciously cast the previous game.
Yeah, I think that was really fun, and to see you and Tyler just being on the Canadian face-off, right? Like earlier today.
Yeah, the Canadians. Sadly, me too. Just like in this game, I was playing Merlin, and I did not draw any of the tools I needed to survive that game. I just died to the aggression. Still, the Merlin has been my very first deck, one of my favorites deck. I've been on Merlin since FTC days. Water Merlin is what won me the store championship that let me get to nationals last year. So yeah, it's a great deck. I'm happy to see it being viable in this meta. You know, there's some great tools that you got. The Eventide Spear is great with Ghost of Pendragon. It's the answer. You know, the Wind plays the Framework Sidearm with Diana sometimes. Eventide Spear is something that you can just get out if there's two rested allies on the other side. So you can get it out, play Pendragon, then just get it out again, play another Pendragon, then get it out again, play another Pendragon.
Yeah, I think Merlin in general has given so much potential for different builds, and people forget that there's more than Fire Merlin, right? And we saw it in this case with Merlin, and even in previous sets, Water Merlin is a viable option that is a play on the previous Ascent as well, but I think there's still more to come for Merlin just because of how much support the Mage class has received, especially in this set with Wind Mage, also / Cleric, right?
Yes.
That you had it for Kong Ming. So I think you can go either or with Kong Ming or Merlin just to have a very reasonable Wind deck that is really competitive, and we saw it with Amekuru. But I wonder, what other cards do you think are going to be shining for the Wind archetype? Because I see that Cyclical Breeze was, of course, one of the best cards in the set for me. But are there any other cards that you think for Mage that we haven't seen shine enough?
Well, a card that I'm really interested to see what people brew with that is if you're building, you can build a very interesting Wind allies Kongming list. There's the, I think it's called the Gatekeeper. It's the ally that if your winds are north, that ally gets +2 attack. And if your winds are south, all of your board gets +1 HP. So we've seen the impact of those HP breakpoints in especially the allies matchup, you know, sometimes just one more HP, that's why favorable when is good, is enough to prevent your things from being destroyed by the enemy. And so having an ally that boosts your whole board can make all the difference in those matchups.
I think also staying on the mage side of things, one of the mage cards that I'm excited to try that I haven't given myself the time just to build a deck around is the new cone, right? That deals like 2 damage, 2 damage, 2
Yes,
damage.
the Coda Frost is very good. I'm curious to see. I've seen some brews that are not there yet, but some very interesting facts. One of the great things about kind of cold, you could consider a downside for some things like, well, it's worse into Blanche if you're trying to aim its face, but since it is 3 different procs of damage and 3 different target, I've seen people try to brew it with the often forgotten unique from back in the OA, Nimue Curse Touch, that says when you target an ally with an action card, you destroy it. And so Cone of Frost basically becomes destroy 3 target allies.
Right. I think just because it has like so many instances, I know that it has the drawback, same as with the stratagem, but also like different instances of like 3.
Yeah.
But I think you can do some funky things. Like, for example, if you have the Rai Mana Weaver,
Yes.
you can clone it. And if you're playing Bubble Mage, like every instance is +1, and you copy the spell to deal like vast amounts of damage. And it may not be like the coolest deck, but it's a crazy one that I enjoy.
Yeah, that can be very, very fun. All right, we will be switching over to the exhibition match. So we do not yet know what decks are being played. It's a surprise for us. We'll see. We'll discover
everyone.
those decks at the same time as you guys on stream. So we have Alias on the left, Chica is on the right.
I think I prefer the low roll.
Let's see. We have the die roll to start with.
Yes, the camera's all live, mic's hot.
Who will be starting?
Oh, what?
Sometimes when you have those decks that you don't know what you're playing, if they don't know what they're playing, I think maybe they might be playing their own decks. It can be nice to go second just so you have that extra time to process and see what cards you have and develop a game
Are we
plan.
live?
Yeah.
I think that's a really unique experience when you're trying a new set or cards that you don't know or what they do, just to figure them out on the fly, right? Oh, like when you play sealed format, right, or draft. You're like, okay, let me try to make this happen somehow because you don't know what they're gonna do with them.
Sealed formats are some of my favorite, even if they're less balanced than a good draft format. You know, a good draft format, you play it for the experience of something balanced. There's a big strategy in drafting, but I like the challenge of having a sealed pool and just saying, okay, this might be bad, but what's the best I can do out of this situation?
No, don't do it to me.
Oh, seems like this match is gonna be a best of 1 between Aldis and Chica Blue. I get that.
I guess one of our devs here is cheating and rolling 4 dice to see who is starting.
Okay. Oh, that's enough.
Excuse me,
focus,
sir,
like,
I've
just
stacked
the
my
top
deck just
part
the way I
down,
like.
right? That's all
Excuse
you
me.
All right. Let's see what
That one
our
card.
devs are playing here.
Yes.
It
Yeah.
will definitely be a
we
fun
are live
matchup.
on
We
the
have
stream
some
right
Kongming here. Dice spot. Fire Kongming, I think. Fire Spirit. Oh, we are cutting the deck again?
This guy.
And is that
Where's my
Jin?
judge?
That
I need to
is
deal with
Wind
Wow.
Jin. That goes to level 3. I'm
Interesting.
curious to see what the build is going to be.
So,
Oh, you're cooked. You're
I do see
cooked.
the Jin pole arm. That's also a card I'm very excited in the format. You can make some great interactions with those.
And I think Chica Blue
sorry, I thought
was
you
like
didn't put my
I saw like
spirit
a
in my
fireball,
deck.
I think, or some pinnacle on his hand.
Pinnacle could very well be it. It's a great card. Being able to do damage and empower.
That's a reclaim. That's a Civ Recruit, I think. The new Civ
draw for
Recruit.
turn.
Yeah. Cards in hand.
See, so I see an
It's now just
Excoriate
even better,
in
so
Chica
you're
Blue's
cooked.
hand?
Cards in grave.
Or was that a
0.
Crimson tier?
Yeah.
Those
I'm gonna
decks
play
are
this.
very, very interesting. Nice
I'll
invite.
show you
Windmill
these.
Engineer.
Oh, okay. Someone is showing
fine,
off their
sir?
promos.
Okay, yeah. Oh, you're
You draw
so
something. We have, that is a Swift Recruit and Reclaim in hand. We see 2 exit cards.
Pass the turn.
You're passing.
I see
Actually,
a
no,
Creative
no,
Shock,
that's what
a
I'm doing.
Fireball, and
Take one
Mason
damage.
Blast in
to
Chica
reach
Blue's hand. An Ignite the Soul, also a
okay,
card that
that's
has
right.
fallen in favor, but
we gotta deal
I
with
love.
damage.
It's great
No,
popping
no.
spell shield.
Yeah, one of my favorite cards from the original set, right? Like, it's such a classic.
And
That's
will
okay.
just be discarded here to do Creative Shock,
Aw.
obviously, but...
Well, I mean, it's
on,
doing
Becky.
what it has to do.
Oh,
right?
Heightened Spellcraft is also very good.
Oh, So this is gonna
I
be
don't
like a
like
big
this. I don't like
fireball
what you're doing to
Kong
me.
Ming, right?
Hey,
Like
guy.
Fire Kong Ming.
Yeah. I haven't seen if it goes to
Go,
level 3.
you
I
can
don't
do there.
see a level 3 champion in there.
She's crazy.
Maybe it's all just like power up, power up, power up.
Yeah, that could be very
I
interesting.
take no
You
responsibility for this one.
get all the card draw that you can in fire, and you use no. I think that's good to come to level 3. We'll see. We have the Everflame staff. It slowly stacks up counter as you deal non-combat damage, and then you can crack it for an extra 4. 4 damage in the material deck is a very interesting position, no matter how slow it is.
Yeah, that reminds me of the Spark Fairy. That just like little by little, it pings you 1 per turn.
Yes, sadly a bit too easy to answer. I've never seen any kind of competitive play, but I do love the card.
Oh, that is a Mnemonic Charm followed by...
The Pupil of Sacred Flames, if I'm not mistaken. Not a card we've seen play a lot, but
Oh,
great art, great effect.
oof, the full version of it is lovely.
Am I going to look at that?
Yeah, you're gonna wet
So the no
reclaim.
effect for now, since it has both its last bonus and Kongming bonus. It lets you empower on attack if you banish your fire cards. Good
what
old
am I
fire
doing?
banishing cards from its own
Give that
graveyard.
back.
And then if you're Kongming, when it dies, you
This?
can
Yeah.
change the winds around
You should
and draw a
ask
card.
Joquan.
Sadly, both effects are class bonus, so if there's a way for Aldius to deal with it right now,
Materialize,
we won't
this
see
dude.
the undead either.
Anything? I banished
So
that.
while
Okay.
Chica Blue is
Are you sure?
setting up, putting a staff,
Okay.
Aldius is getting Jin out, probably
at?
will rush to level 3.
Recollection?
Your recollection steps, sir.
Can I recollect? You have anything? In response? No? Okay, fine.
Little
Go
banter,
ahead.
we're going with.
In
Yeah, one
response.
card in hand. Come on, give me your response. Play that fire tree
I didn't
visit.
see it.
I did.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, it's too bad.
Oh,
So-
there's like a dungeon guide as well. Yeah, so maybe this is like a turbo level 3 wind Jin deck.
What kind of tool do you think
you can see
Wind
these.
Jin is
Oh,
looking
okay, so-
for?
You're good.
Oof.
Okay, I'm gonna.
I have
draw
no
cards
clue.
heavily.
I mean,
I guess I really like the Jin attack that materializes the pole arm if it hits.
Okay.
it's that don't materialize polar, right? What's the name of the card?
It's beseeching
Beseeching.
swing, not swing. It's something beseeching something.
There you go.
A nice callback to besiege the winds.
Okay. That's white nerd. You take that.
What the?
Right, let's see what will be played net. That is a skirting
Oh,
step.
yeah,
We do have the materialized
anything.
pole arm in hand, I think.
Who even built this deck?
Beseeching Flourish.
Flourish, there it is.
Going to Kongming level 1.
Are you sure?
All right, leveling up from Chikaplu. We unlock the winds. We start to spin.
No.
What the?
Do you think the deck? I haven't had the best look at his material deck. Do you think the deck is also running the
What do you do to that one?
Gem of Sacred Flames? I think that says do 3 damage when you go north to west.
Yeah, I think that's a really cool piece that I think every fire coming should have, especially if you're going under
You're-
control, right?
you're
You
live
can
on
be like
stream,
switching
sir.
directions over and over.
Yeah.
On
Sure.
trigger.
So on attack trigger, we do
Oh,
we do
thinking.
empower. So do we have like an indolent leisure in hand or something?
That's
What
okay.
value do we expect to get from
so-
that?
Empower 2.
Yeah.
Empower 2.
You know,
We're
you're.
gonna go for like a crazy
Really?
Oh,
fireball.
that was not a I'm
no.
sorry, that was not a Crimson Tier that I saw. That was one of those was the like the cards that set in the modern world. What
Thought about it?
what card is it? The one with Tristan on it. I'm completely blanking here.
Oh, the curse.
Oh yes, it's the
you sure?
courier. Yes.
Can I get a water?
Oh,
review,
and
please?
oh, that's what Empower 2, just to get like a recycled like Nathan Blast.
Very 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 useful.
Okay.
Nascent Blast,
let's
great card.
go
I can't
1, 2, 3,
wait
4, 5,
to try it more into
The
more
one that
control
I rolled, the
variants
one that I keep.
of either Kongming or Merlin. Simply, it's a card that deals
1, 2,
with.
3, 4.
If you're playing into allies, you know they love playing their 2/3s.
Okay, I'll keep
It
that
says kill an ally every turn.
Yeah, I think that's one of the main pieces that our original the Needle deck had. You know, with the Cloud Stone Orb,
Okay.
Nathan Blast. Then
Yep.
you play Baby Gray, no, Baby Green, and recycle the Cloud Stone on enter for the Empower and do it again. So like
Yo,
3
with
6
the way
damage.
so cooked.
That sounds pretty great.
What
Oof,
meal?
that's an Harmonic Charm on the
What meal are we
Chikapa
cooking?
side. And still
I'm gonna
hanging
put that
there.
on the whole time.
Still hanging in there. Has the first Nascent Blast not been aimed at first? There should be a
Actually trying to
counter
think
on the
if I
staff. Or
even
does the
want
staff
this
only
last
work for
card in my
fire
hand.
source that deals damage?
Because it might just kill me.
The Staff of Everflame.
Yes.
I'm thinking, sir.
Let's see what we have here.
Yep. is whenever a fire. Oh,
It's a fire spell. So yeah,
spell.
the nascent blast does not stack the staff.
Do you have any response?
So we go to 2, we dungeon guide to 3, classic.
I don't. Oh.
Let's see what gets banished. What is
true.
acceptable
I knew the ones you were
losses
gonna
in this
pick.
leveling up process?
You're
I
gonna
bet you
pick these
never
two.
expect me to pick.
See, I knew you were gonna choose those two. So now you
Now Eldest playing the mind
now you
tricks
have
on
to rethink
Chicaplu.
yourself.
Yeah, trying to say, yeah. Clearly that's not the one I want to keep, right?
Are you sure? Oh,
Oh, you're shuffling them around.
I literally didn't even want.
Swift Recruit and the... Is that the Eminent Commander? I think that's Eminent Commander.
No.
The 5-cost card from the starter deck.
Yeah. That
That-
has the class bonus?
Yeah, the last bonus, if
What
you've dealt 3 damage to your
do,
opponent,
what
it
to
costs
do.
3 less.
Yeah, I think this is
doing
such a
hard work for 'em.
crazy card.
Check yourself.
So far, hasn't seen much play,
Hey, you
but I
can't
think
say
there's a
that.
house
You're on
somewhere for
screen,
this
good sir.
specific card.
Yeah, there hasn't been much exploration
What's
in
his
the
dice
lower
roll?
to the ground ally type of Jin list. If people are playing Jin, it will be for that level 3.
Mhm.
Likewise, we haven't seen a lot of aggro Jin list with the Dragon's Downfall arm.
Yep, I believe that there's specifically a deck that runs this one with Phalanx Captain, Swift
Mhm.
Recruit, all the other like old
Tiny
school
model.
tiny Wind Ally
Yes.
warrior
Yes.
cards.
I
It's true,
very
yeah.
much so agree.
It's true.
Anything else?
Thinking.
Well, that is a tactful surgeon in Aldous Cezanne, I think.
Anything?
No, you're good.
All right, so we materialize the bull arm.
Oof. Now we have a really angry Jin coming in with a
We-
lot of life.
We go for Sundering Moon, right?
And materialize polearm.
I think we have to go for Sundering Moon. We're not getting any value out of the Executioner Spear, I think. So Sundering Moon
Yeah.
is very interesting.
Not too sure if that's
Just
the
like
one
you
that I
expected.
exactly want. Okay, unanswer.
So
Was it-
first
Yeah,
one enter,
so
no
good.
effect. You don't have
I
to
don't
win
know,
ally on board.
Exactly.
It doesn't
That's
do
what I
anything.
thought.
It doesn't do anything.
But it's a 1/2 pole arm, and it can help prevent damage
I
to
kinda
your
forgot about
units.
his,
You
other
will be
effects.
protecting those 1/1s
Yeah.
with your life.
At least that polearm is there sitting menacingly, right?
Yeah. Let's see. There's
are you
nothing
able to
too
do with
menacing
the
either
action
in
to-
Chicaplu's hands, so we'll see how that game develops. There's a lot of work to be done to be able to kill that Jin.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, buddy.
I mean, but at the same time,
How you doing?
we know how those fire spells that get empowered can get so out of hand really quick.
Aw, bro.
Indeed, very quick. We will kill
Oh.
You wake
Yeah,
up.
yeah, I do.
the
I do get the +1.
pupil.
That's always so funny.
Oh, and we do get the untap out of Jin level 2, since that is the turn we leveled up.
Yeah, and I think even like the shifting currents on the pupil, there's no
trying
effect
to
on
think.
anything, right? It's completely
I
relevant
haven't
beyond that.
slept much today.
Yeah. So we go face again? We sacrifice the pole
No,
arm
it's okay.
for 1 damage?
I will-
No, we
I will
don't.
not.
That's what I
Yeah,
thought.
Yeah, like
Another
Aldous
attack.
is a little
Go
bit
ahead.
merciful right now.
I'm
And they're like, I'll give
non-immortal.
you some time.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so do we level up for Kongming here, you think? Start to get that Merlin-ish draw card every 2 turns from your shifting currents?
Oof. I think like
Or we're looking at the gem?
Oh, I think the gem is coming in.
All right, so we're planning to be going west very soon.
Recollection?
Yeah, with the
No.
gem of Searing Flame.
Yeah, that's fine.
2 damage to target champion every time you go
Okay.
north to west. Much harder to do though if you don't have Kong level 3 to change your wind every time you cast a spell. Which the deck doesn't seem to go to.
Yeah, seems like it's going to be a small burst of fire damage instead of going for the level 3 drawing engine.
This is you.
Oh, you're right.
I mean, look at that! Look at that Jin. It's already like 10 damage, right?
Got me.
Yeah,
Yeah.
10. Very, must feel very scared right now.
There's another Nascent Blast that can be recycled if Chicaplu banishes the Mnemonic Charm.
Yeah,
Just to-
always useful to keep that option in the back
That's
pocket.
okay. I'll just go ahead and face. I'll go west. Trigger.
Oh, passing
just
turn.
draw
And,
pass.
all right,
Okay, I'll take 2.
Trigger Everflame.
that is a clock. It's a
Is that all we're doing this?
about 20 turn clock, but it's
Okay,
going to do
let's
some
see
work
how
at
you
some
deal
point.
with my
Hey,
wizard
those 2
upgrade.
damage, I mean, we saw it before.
one
2
for me.
damage each turn, they
This
can
one?
go a long way.
All right, so we get the breastplate, which is actually a faster clock for
Okay.
Aldous than the gem ever is.
I'll take
Oh no! But the bad thing is that
I'll draw
you
a
bring out the
card.
breastplate when you know when you're dealing with your like Hexia
Oh,
cards,
that's
right?
a
And I don't
great
know if
wizard
Aldous
up.
knows what cards are on the Hexia deck. So is it really useful
well,
to be taking damage?
He's got 2 of them in hand, so hopefully he knows what they do.
I mean,
That's the
the ally, right?
yes, the Blade-bound Bloodsworn.
Just they look so red, so dark. Sometimes it's difficult to tell them apart from the stream.
So have we seen any useful win cards in the deck?
I'm chilling.
Yeah, it's card draw package and the materialize for the polearm
Yeah, I'm just chilling.
that we're getting out of that. I guess the polearm is there to prevent. Is the polearm prevention only on an ally, or can you prevent your face too?
I think it's only on.
The Sundering Moon.
I think it's only on allied, but let me just confirm that. Yeah, a target unit actually.
Yeah, so the polearm can prevent damage aimed at your face. That can, you know, mess up with the mat from your opponent.
You know, CLD is considering his options. Do I want to go aggro?
He's waiting. Do I swing the polearm just to give a +1 to one of my allies? But he seems to have decided not to. He's just going slowly, one at face.
Make sure you lose by taking damage from these.
All right, we have a goal in mind. The goal is not just winning the game; it's humiliation with a cult shot, 14 damage in advance.
Yeah, it's about sending a message, right? So now.
So does that mean if we kill the windmill engineer right now, we win?
Well, and actually, it will take what, like 10 turns for Aldous to deal lethal or something, while he'll be taking 3 damage each turn with the plate. So I don't know if that plan of only swinging with the windmill is gonna be fast enough.
Oh, and we lose 1 damage there. We
Draw a card of memory.
That's nice.
we got the
Attack you for 1.
well, first off, the polearm should be gone away, but also we forgot the 1 damage buff we get from swinging with the polearm from Jin level 1 that could dealt that extra damage by buffing the windmill engineer.
Yeah, so like Aldous is gonna take it slow, right? He's taking his sweet time just to chipping the life away from Chica.
That's why I gave her 3.
I'll take 3.
Oof. 3 more damage.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that is the Sparklight. All right, yeah, that's the card I was
Yeah,
looking for.
the promo one, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
King Kong.
All right, so we go level 2, we get that free empower, we get the effect that if you go north-south, you draw a card. Again, Mini Merlin.
I don't want to pick this one.
Oh, thanks. Thanks,
All
man.
right, let's see what will be played this turn.
Another
There's
turn
still a
power?
lot of damage waiting. We have a Fireball, we can empower it. I think he might use that empower just to Nascent Blast and Recollect, get some value, deal 3 damage face.
Thinking Imperial Collection.
Yeah, just to get like those 3 recycled damage from the blast.
Yeah, you're not losing influence. You're probably not using the empower in other ways this turn, so it's essentially free.
But another thing is, if Chico Blue puts Aldous to lethal damage, can he survive? If Aldous just gonna go all in.
And then you can go like hide and spellcraft fireball at his face at end step.
Are you sure?
So we have the demonic charm, right? Plus hide and spellcraft. So we have level 2, 2 empower from charm, 3 empower from hide and spellcraft, plus 1 damage base from fireball.
And the 3 damage that Aldous is gonna receive from the armor.
Yeah, so that's 8. More damage. That is lethal at... No, that is not lethal at end step. We do have the 7 more HP from the breastplate. How much damage can we find here?
It's a Willow Twitty.
We are not yet there for the staff. The staff can probably not pop this turn, even if we fireball. We probably Surging Bolt this turn and go for lethal next turn.
How many counters does the staff have on it?
The staff is at 2.
I think you need 3 refinement counters, right? So if you play Fireball, you're gonna get up to 3, and now you can sacrifice it, banish it for 4 damage, right?
Is it 3 counters to sacrifice or 4?
I think is if there's 3 or more refinement counters.
Oh, okay, so you can... I think we have a potential lethal line here.
No, don't do
But
it.
now, does Aldous
Yeah,
see that
pretty
he's in actually like
prefer
danger?
It depends. We'll see what he have in hand. I has not seen a man flesh in his hand yet.
And I think that's like the spear coming in.
Yeah,
Just to
Executioner
keep
Spear
on
just
pinging?
to be able to ping. Yeah, buff 1 an ally.
Miss trigger.
Let's see. So
Oh no, he had no answer or healing.
That's mandatory.
yeah, I think
That's mandatory.
there's the Bloodsworn and there's 2. Are those enrages? Yeah, that's an enrage.
And it seems like well, I think the blade gives him like
Oh, we
7
are
wounds.
going for the enrage, and
Ooh.
Chica Blue has no answers to this.
Oh,
I
no.
think.
Like, call an ambulance, but not for me.
Yeah, fine.
The Essence of Jin.
Get another one.
2 for the second
I'm
rage.
very
Judge,
angry.
my opponent is
No.
stacking
And-
his deck.
Accusations of cheating. We'll call him the head judge for this.
You're right, you're right. So you
It's,
go to 20, then you go to 32?
Yes.
Okay, go 32.
Yeah, so he takes
He next
the
attack is how much?
4 damage from each enrage, stacking a lot of
so
damage on
first
his
one
pole
I was
arm.
at 28.
Plus 7,
Yeah, and then the next one I was at 32.
plus 8.
So he's getting plus 15 damage on his next attack, swing for 16.
Can you imagine if
Put
I
Kongming at
reduced
24.
Your spear right now?
That
Yeah, we can see Aldous
don't
taking
play
his
it in
sweet
your deck.
time.
Imagine
just,
everything.
Yeah, it-
just resting the chances
he is,
to attack.
however, losing the moral fight here because he will not be killing with the Windmill Engineer.
Yeah, if only he had done the math right, to leave him one of lethal to kill him with the engineer.
If only
You
one
don't
enrage
have
would
it.
be swinging for
If you
8.
have it, I will quiet.
16, 17 with Dungeon Guide, 18 with Phalanx
I knew you
Captain,
didn't have it.
and 2 with Windmill Engineer. He had
Starcraft is
the
hiding.
Windmill Lethal, and he
Ooh,
chose
that's
to
fine,
not
dude.
take it.
Power
We
five.
will be informing him of this and saying that he lost the moral victory in this game.
So this is a 8 damage fireball?
That
Okay.
is an 8 damage fireball for the extra damage. Make sure Jin
Okay.
is as high HP as we can
Okay,
before
okay,
we
okay.
actually lose the game. We're just extending the stack here, playing for time. Maybe if we're lucky, someone will call time before we actually die.
It's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah,
okay,
and
okay,
look at that, just the burst damage and also that
You
that
can do it.
Kongming deck right out of nowhere, it can also burn you to death.
Yeah,
No, it's not
sadly, Jin is unburnable, or at least the death will be a little bit delayed.
This deck literally
Like,
sucks.
I can
He
die,
doesn't
but
even have a
right
sideboard.
after I kill you first.
Deck is incomplete.
It's nice
Yeah,
seeing
the hand
those
was quick that
champions
time.
in action
Your
that we've
quick makes
seen
it-
a little less today.
Yeah,
They have very fun mechanics, and I can't wait for people to try those
Well,
builds
my
out
daughter
more
was
and
the
see
Windmill Engineer.
how we can make them work.
yep,
I was just
exactly
like,
those
oh, okay,
compositions, right? To
thanks.
have like a level 3
I was not
wind
doing
allies
I was gonna play
with
Materialize
Hexia and the
Form, just to-
Fire
just to
Kongming.
materialize that
Yeah.
form.
Yeah, he was.
I'm curious to see how much the Jin list will
Can I stay at
evolve,
this
because
damage? And
the
start at
lists we've
level
seen
3.
today and yesterday have been in the same vein of
44 damage.
one-shot Jin. Very little variation. We do play, outside of the one-shot combo, the Enrage and Relentless Outburst. Pretty much the extra cards we see is the Immense Flesh for healing. Healing is very mandatory in Jin. And we see the Bloodsworn, the 3/6 ally that gets bigger if you for every 10 damage you have, and that
Okay.
shares its
There you
damage
go.
to you. So that's a very interesting ally. It's a lot of value, but it can also be very dangerous. I've mentioned if you cleave on that board, it's doing double damage to Jin. So it's a very risky play.
Yeah, I wonder if in this second game
make my
that
deck better, by the way?
Aldous and
These second
Chikapru
beds?
are gonna have, I wonder if we're gonna see different units or cards that we didn't see
Probably.
before. Just see what
I
else
have
in
the-
those
that's my
decks,
special
right?
skill.
Yeah, we see some very similar cards. We see the Surging Bolt that
Stack
had
your
been
deck
seen
very
but not
protected.
played. We have the Hide and Spellcraft.
For all the viewers at home,
How
you can
do
always
you
win
think
if
they
you are
might
just
play the
lucky
game
as you
differently
are opposed.
now knowing the decks they have?
Good.
I think Chikaplu is gonna be okay. I need more
Anyway,
gas and I need to go
I'm so
faster.
sad.
One turn earlier, they would have been
Okay, you
lethal,
wanna-
right?
Yeah, that would have been.
This is where you're wrong.
Do you think he regrets going for that Gem of Sacred Flame when he did?
No, I think I was expecting a little bit, like at least to level up to get the draw
Yeah.
out of it.
We are passing the first
lost?
turn.
Go
See
game
what
three.
we- Oh,
My
game
fault,
lost,
your
game lost.
sleeves are
Oof.
sticky.
Private Carter.
Something
You
has
got your hands
happened.
that are sticky, brother.
Oh, I think he
Pass it?
accidentally drew maybe an extra card
Pass that?
No.
because
Pass
the
that?
No, I'm not going past
manipulation
Yeah, pass
issues
that.
with the sleeve.
No.
Complaining that the sleeves are sticky.
Why not?
Judge,
that. I don't want to.
Oh, okay.
and I think
Um,
Aldous has a tactical
cool.
sergeant and a few.
Swift Recruit is always a good turn one play.
Yeah.
Not a big.
I see 2 Creative Shocks in Chikuplu's hands. That's why he's passing. You know he has a play in end step.
What a nerd.
Oh, you're at 44 damage. You lose.
We are swinging with Swift Recruit. No
Except
fear
against
from any attacks. That's when you
Except the
regret
backpad.
Chikuplu reveals the hidden Ardent Cloud Striker in his deck.
You know,
Michael?
that's
Oh, you
a card that
lose.
first came out, and
End phase on my
Wait.
character.
I thought it was an amazing unit to have.
No.
It was great in starter deck
sure.
tournaments.
Mhm.
I've heard it's been put to very good use.
guys
Just the
wanna
previous
start
round, the
fire?
Merlin that we just, the
Wow.
Kongming that we
So
have not
stupid.
seen on stream. played Ardent Cloud Striker out of their sideboard in game 3, and that made for a very, very a much faster game than the first two, because
Get wrecked.
very low answer in the Vanitas deck for those 6 swing attacks.
Yep. Low key, I've seen that card in action, being used in water calling builds.
Yep.
And because, I mean, like it or not, yeah, just spend 5 on the card, but it starts swinging for 6. And at 3 swings and you're dead, you're Vanitas, right? So if you don't have an answer, that's pretty much
This
it.
guy's making me do my own, keep track of my own life.
I'm not doing it for you, pal.
Wow.
All right.
'Cause I don't
We
want
have a Mnemonic Charm. Great cards. We still have another Creative Shock.
And 2 fireballs.
Yeah, 2 Fireballs. That's a lot of damage that could be coming out really soon.
Very charming of you.
So ideally, I think we want to try and see a kill before we reach Exia.
And I don't think there is a dungeon guide on Aldi's hand this time, so if he doesn't rush, those 2 fireballs are just gonna be killing you before you can get to the immortality.
All right, we see this also a spell I really love in Fire that deals damage to an ally and the champion owned by that player.
Yeah, we're the way so cringe.
Very, very efficient card.
Perhaps.
It has not found a spot in the current meta. It's also only 2 damage to an ally, I think, so it's not removing everything.
Are you sure?
But if in the right
I'm thinking
situation,
about-
it's
I'm
very
thinking
efficient.
about
Extra
it, actually.
card.
I'm negating it. It's negated. Why are you looking at cards?
I love the banter between
We
these
are
two.
getting negates out of nowhere in this deck. Are we keeping the Windmill Engineer?
This
No.
card keep-
No, a single card. Okay, so we're keeping the Windmill Engineer or
do that.
something else on top. What will it be?
Keep
I have
2
not
on
seen
top.
it.
No, it's not allowed. What are you doing?
And that's a reclaim.
Reclaim, pretty
Yeah,
good.
we
Would have been useful a couple of seconds ago.
Is that what
Yeah, I think that card's will be an MVP throughout the whole event, you know?
Yeah, always
I
good
don't want your
value to
card.
reclaim.
I'll do it.
Okay.
Windmill Engineer.
Yeah, from the top
Oh,
for
wait.
Yeah, we
No, no.
we knew what it was on top of the
Stop. Stop.
The Fairy Whispers.
I'm
So
being
do you think he's
bullshot.
going for take 2, trying to kill with the Windmill Engineer? Will he do it this time?
I'm really gonna attack.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
that Women Engineer is such a great card
Yeah,
in
wait,
every
wait, so
situation.
sucks.
But
Can't believe this
I
dude.
think I remember back
Okay,
in the
no.
day when Tactful Sergeant was on the hit list.
Yeah, people were scared of the card.
Time for you to go home, Grandpa.
And now it seems like he's been like relegated to, you know, just a substitute.
Calling me grandpa?
Yeah,
The heck?
much easier to
Yeah,
trigger
they
Windmill
only has
Engineer than to
protected
trigger
cards.
the Tactful Sergeant.
These cards are very cool and good and
I mean, you don't even have to swing with your champion.
Yeah.
My favorite part is
It
remembering
is,
that this
however,
actually all
the one
Yeah,
advantage
it
that the
is.
Sergeant
Wow.
has is that
beautiful
for
commentary,
4
beautiful
HP.
gameplay.
It could be relevant.
high
Not
level
being able
stuff
to
for
ping off
real
with
estate.
a 1 power unit is quite
Regular
important.
That is
Yeah,
true.
It's fine.
That can kill all these slimes in the world.
Use that card again.
So we get the staff again.
Okay.
Let's see how much damage we can put out. We can Creative Shock, deal 2 damage with that maybe. Do we have a floating fire card in hand? I don't think we do.
So back to our previous conversation. So oatmeal raisin cookies.
Oh,
yeah,
there's
yeah,
Creative
we
Shock.
talked about
There's
that
Shock
earlier.
Judge.
Oh, we are going on the important topics from the players right now. What is your opinion? Oatmeal raisin cookies.
You won't do one.
Oh,
I'll do it too.
No. My face?
Yeah, to your face.
What a-
So-
Trigger staff.
More phase damage. We will be
I thought
trying
you
to
would
rush
know
that
this.
life total before Extra comes online.
I mean, Chickalopus' hand looks very,
you're
very
good, too.
aggressive, but you need the empowerment, right?
I
Or
can
at least
take
some
any
levels just to
damage.
be able to kill that Jin
I pass.
before it gets to mortality.
Yeah, we'll see if he has the cards for it.
And face?
It will probably be very close. All right, we reclaim the Windmill Engineer. We are removing it from the sleeve for some reason. All right, hiding it away. I think the judge didn't see anything, so that's a legal play, right?
This might be. I don't know what came over me.
Yeah, I think there's some like DQ, grounds for DQ for that illegal move, right?
You,
I see. I still see it on the play. It's probably illegal, I think.
you give me this. What was I doing? I'm like,
All right,
You know, I
so
wasn't
we
expecting
are
that one.
probably leveling up here again. That is the game plan for Jin. Level 2, do you think he'll be using any attacks here
one
this
for
year?
me,
Any
good
attack
sir.
in hand?
you're taking too long. We're all
I don't
gonna
remember
die.
seeing
no.
any. All right,
No,
the Jin
four,
also
'cause
goes
that's
to
the one I
Vanish,
wanted
as
to go
always.
for.
Sounds good.
Mini Commander goes away.
What's
Not
the champ?
that we would have used it, probably. It's an
Excuse
okay
me,
discard.
sir.
Yeah, it seems like that Jin is gonna be like sitting for a while and just waiting for going enraged again.
Where's my champion?
Very, very high stake game here.
Am I?
All right.
Any more of my cards just gonna go missing?
We'll see.
Alright, draw for turn.
Listen, I feel a little goofy, alright?
You know,
Yeah, you're goofy.
I feel
that's
like
for
there
sure.
could be more retaliation here. You know, there's a lot of trickery from Chikaflu. We need to see something from the other side, except for the obvious swing for lethal bullying. But
Yeah, let me see some action on the board.
Unmute?
No,
Okay.
Oh.
imbued.
That's not how MB works.
Yeah, it does.
That's not how MB works.
Yeah.
You're cooked.
Yeah.
we
come on.
are
True.
very happy with discarding the Swift Recruit and the Materialized Pole Arm for the possibility of leveling up next turn.
Yeah, with the way so
I mean,
good.
do you need 2 wind allies on the field for the polar?
Dagger
I believe so,
Claw.
right? So
I
think-
don't. Yes, you need 2 wind allies, so it won't. It won't get that damage
Go
bonus.
and I wonder
I
if
played the wrong card.
Audis has enough cards to play tactful just to bring out the polar.
Yeah, it worked.
Well, I reserved the
so
wrong
like it's-
card.
Oh,
Seems
dude,
okay.
what do we get here? Do you draw more cards and hope you find the?
What are you? You're wind. You're green.
Oh, we're looking at the whole Sweets
Water.
bubble and
Oh
wondering
my
what
God,
the
yeah,
element
all of
of this actually is.
Okay.
Yeah.
You
So
sure you
maybe
wanna
this
grab
deck
that
really
one?
doesn't care about
I
leveling
don't
up.
know.
It's just give me as many cards as I
Right,
can,
reflection.
Yeah.
and then I'm just gonna fireball you like 3 times. Each time is gonna be empowered.
Yeah. Oh, we have the Ignite Fate, the new deal damage to each champion
No.
floating memory.
Okay.
I think
Target Trigger. I mean,
that
That's-
card,
that's
I just
very
love
rude.
the
How
art
much is
because
this?
it looks so,
that's just two.
like, especially in foil, like all the colors in it is just very,
Yeah,
very
all
beautiful.
the gems around the Economy Sisters probably pop very well in foil.
Okay.
And
so-
the cat, right?
Fair
Yeah,
enough.
we had the Solar
power two,
Chronicle,
yeah.
which
Fair enough.
deals triple duty of dealing damage face, stacking counters on the staff, and empowering. So now you can go for the extra big fireball, or maybe for the Nascent Blast if you want to get that value, but you're probably going for the damage here.
Yep, there's 3 down.
Oh, we're doing a
Excuse me,
3.
sir, I'm
4?
not immortal yet. Please don't hurt me.
5?
What are we trying to play here? We changed plan, it seems.
Yeah. I was like, Chikaplu's trying to figure it out himself. What am I gonna do now?
2 fireball? You have to use that empower in some way. Make sure you don't waste. Oh, we are doing math. I see. We are doing a lot of math. So we're saying 1 for Hidden Spellcraft,
And then
2 for
you
fireball.
know, please.
So
I'm doing
Spellcraft,
math, man.
Empower
Oh,
3.
sorry.
We have
Let me-
the two
let me also
seating
count
here
Liquid
from the
here.
Pinnacle. We have 3 from
Yeah.
Hidden Spellcraft.
Yeah.
Fireball
Yeah,
is
we-
2
yeah,
damage.
line.
That is 7.
I think you'll lose.
That will put him at
Yeah,
16.
you got me.
16 is, however, not enough.
And the
Yeah.
and the staff, right? Because that's gonna get the 3
Oh yeah, so
triggers.
that's 20 damage. We're missing 4. Can we find 4 damage in that hand? No, I don't think we do, right?
Fireball use? At level 6, 7 damage.
So yeah, we have that fireball for 7.
Go for
Are you
7, put him at
sure?
6.
We have another
Okay,
fireball
okay.
for 2 damage. Probably not
1,
getting
2,
played this
3,
turn.
4, 5, 6, 7. I think I totally.
You might have. You might have.
That HP count sounds right to me.
Sorry, Shinja.
Trigger Everflame.
And now the
Yeah.
Everflame trigger for the 4 damage, right? Or another fireball.
Please
I mean,
don't
why
hurt
not?
me
Let's go for
anymore.
fireball.
I'm not
Deal
immortal
2.
yet.
Fireball deal 2
But
is
it's
probably
two.
not the
Like
most
you
efficient play
think
here.
about it.
I think you wait for the next turn and see what you can play with that.
Yeah, because he
Yes,
still has like a
Sideboard.
nascent on
You know that?
hand. So any
hope so.
empowerment will be
that's
enough to
crazy.
recycle that nascent.
I'm immortal.
Alright, we get the immortality out.
Mm-hmm.
We do hold the staff back, that way we don't give too much fuel for those big like enrage swings.
You can just save it at the end of turn. Make sure that, oh, there's no healing, there's nothing going on.
Whoa, whoa,
Okay,
Raggy.
now I'm going to deal the final 4.
We also have the very funny play here. We do keep the fireball in hand, so if we're going for almost lethal with maybe an enrage swing or something, and then trying to finish with Windmill Engineer, we can fireball Windmill Engineer.
Yeah, I mean, this time the engineer was not going to get there.
We'll see what gets played here. What do we have in hand? Is that the Fervent Lancer I see?
Yeah, I know.
Huh.
Let's
I'm
see
gonna
what
Imagine if you
is
opened
played.
Well, you never do it. So.
Whoa.
Oh,
Shade
sorry.
being drawn
Are you
all
gonna
around.
cry? Are you gonna cry?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I prefer. I prefer not to.
All right.
Come on. Oh, whoa.
We play an exit card that we haven't seen in the deck today. Very powerful, though. The
If I tell you to
Cavalier,
fork, would
if
you
I
do it?
remember correctly, that says when you attack, if you have 4 influence or
No,
less,
actually.
you you banish the top 2 cards of your deck, and you can play those
the
by
card
playing
call.
2 HP in addition to its
What am
cost.
I?
Yeah, you are.
Attack for 2. On attack.
Yeah.
On attack. Hold
Oh.
on, so good sir.
I'll allow it.
Well, but that will put all these to 18.
Cast that
Oh,
fair.
the deck is running Hurricane Sweep.
That's
That is
not-
interesting.
Interesting.
Oh, did I take my
Interesting.
2?
That is also
Okay.
a game player. That trigger is only if you have
You
4
don't take
influence or
TCG.
less. Alias is currently at
You can activate
5.
the card. You take two.
Okay, Judge.
You
That's
can
a-
recover too if you like.
That's some irreparable game state
Listen,
going on there.
I'm nice,
Sorry.
all right? I'm a good guy.
Sorry. You know,
We should probably return those cards to the top of the deck.
silly.
We also cannot play them. Oh, we're taking 1 damage, and that is
that's a lot more than 1. You're at
very
5.
slight misclicks here.
Okay. End phase. I'm not immortal.
All right.
Okay.
We
don't
cannot
have
kill
to.
at the end phase for now.
12 damage.
For now, 12 damage is more than you can do with 3
So a
cards.
little bit more than what we have.
No.
Okay, I'm
but-
fine. Yo,
Alright.
you're so good.
Do we draw a card here? We probably draw a card, right?
Yeah, just to make sure that you have enough cards in hand to deal
Okay,
damage over
okay.
whatever
Let's
healing
let's
all these may have at the end. I mean, we still know if he's like
6,
have any winning flesh.
Oh, sorry, you're calculating lethal.
I
again, let me
think.
try
Oh,
mine.
he's considering the Kong Ming level 2. That will allow him to
You're-
draw a card on end of
you're
turn by
done,
going
so.
south. He also gets the Empower. Let's see if
think
he
we go here.
uses it. Maybe for the
sure?
Nascent Blast. He
So
cannot
I should
cast
go
it in
somewhere else.
Recollect. That is a small bit of lost value.
True, true.
But still,
Sure.
plus 3 damage on something.
And there's only one floating memory.
Yeah, so we are paying 1 card. Let's see what that is.
Please don't
How much
have
damage are we losing from this Materialize? Was it worth it in the end? It is also 3 more HP. Maybe that helps you survive. That was a Pupil of Sacred Flames. And okay, banish.
Yeah,
I
we
would
can
like
live
to
with that
choose
one.
another,
What do we draw?
I'd like to have
if
one
I
more.
may.
Or are we fireballing and recollect? That would be 6 damage.
It's just a,
Putting all this at
recollection.
22.
No.
And then
We
the
do fireball.
Yep.
Fireball. Level 6.
And then the staff will put Aldius at 26,
Oh, okay.
which is still out of range for lethal.
Yep, that is out of range. Let's see what
Kaka?
will
Yeah.
be played after that.
Probably Chocoble's just gonna stay there, pass,
I'm
and try to
immortal.
finish him off on.
Very, very
Enter.
little fast damage in Chikapu's den, though. There is an Instant Blast, but apart from that, you know, the Surging Bolt is slow.
It's
What
so sad.
is that card right next to the Surging Bolt?
2?
That was an ally?
It's crazy.
I can't see very
I'll just
well.
go
Yeah.
FA.
Obviously, the
Trigger
devs know how to play card games. They keep shuffling
Sure.
their hand around.
Okay.
That is the one true mark of skill.
Oh, and Chocoble just passed, moving the shifting winds to south and drawing a card.
Alright, we are getting something for 1 cost, probably the Berserker Plate.
God, this would be so
Are we going
sick.
for the
Why?
Shang-Chi of Sacrifice? Do we want to
Yeah.
try for lethal this turn? Is there an option?
Just kill me.
Okay.
Yeah, there
I'll enter.
is.
I'll deal 5 to myself.
Yeah.
But if there's any kind of interaction, you're very, very close to losing.
Yeah,
Draw a card.
Oh,
That's a
that's-
Phalanx Captain. That's an
Oh, those
extra
are really
2 damage on the board.
significant.
Well, 3 damage if Phalanx itself can swing.
but can
double turn.
Aldius kill? Can he? I don't think so, right?
We'll see, we'll see. He's running Ascent Protector. That's a interesting list.
Attacking for 1.
Attack for 1.
I'm not even counting the damage for this.
So he's not planning on doing
Because I
Phalanx
don't
Captain
think it's
things this
enough.
turn. We'll see, we'll see.
I have to think.
Enrage
You
puts them to
have to
30. You
This is gonna
get
take a while.
7 damage from Enrage. You get, let's see, let's count. You go to 30. You take 7 from plus 7 from Enrage.
Judge,
You
I
have
would like my
the
mama, please.
pole arm that will get damage for every
Mom,
5,
I'll
so you
take
get
some
an
from
extra
the sleepover.
6.
This guy is a
And
very
you swing for, so 1, 6, 7, 14 damage. That is with the
Slow.
Cavalier on board. That is lethal if there's no interaction.
Yep.
I could
And I
explain
think
it to you, but it would take a little while.
Chocobo his spells might not be enough to kill any other
Got
unit, right?
him.
He can go for the
Got him.
Cavalier, but then
Yeah.
he won't be able to kill Eldius.
Killing the Cavalier
gonna kill
is lethal if there's no more source of damage this turn. You know, you survive at like
Board
20
wise
HP, and you kill a Cavalier, and you let Jin basically
Yep.
die out in the end phase.
What? +6?
Yeah, we can just let Jin deal with his own like damage.
Would you like to tell me? Okay, so.
Do not forget the level 1 Jin trigger
Five,
has gone completely unnoticed
It's
for both
+5,
games.
So it's 6. +7, so it's a 13 damage attack.
So it's gonna put she gonna put 14 damage.
Yeah, slight miscount
Goodbye.
from
Yeah,
our
20.
dev here. He is missing the 1 base damage from the polearm. Swing for 2, and we will go Nascent
Oh,
Blast,
no.
kill the Lancer. Do we? I don't think we have healing. I think that's 2 Relentless Outburst in hand for Eldius, so there's no healing, and he will simply die as soon as he says,
No,
go
this
to end
is
phase.
From your attack.
I don't care.
I mean,
You
is that
should.
really it? Is that really it? The whole game? Just you don't need to hit me. I'll hit myself, and then you win.
Yeah, that's called being greedy. And guess what? Our devs are greedy.
I didn't see the card.
Yeah.
Okay, it's fine.
Right, we kill the Lancer. Let's see how
You don't need
long
my armor.
Aldous has been slow rolling his win the past game. Is he going to slow roll his loss here?
Gentleman's agreement. Can I have the armor? No, you know what? I don't think so.
Yep.
This deck.
GG with Scoop.
GG,
I thought I
GG
had
will
enough.
be his long time coming.
That one. I told you
The-
not to kind of do the math.
Are you gonna proceed to end phase?
I don't think I will.
Like, all is still thinking, right?
yeah. No, I actually have cards I can play left. You know, I will be
Also, you did a
thinking
sacrifice,
about
so
my
I don't totally
options.
like, if you do have over damage, you,
As long as you don't
I
end your
did not
turn.
I did not totally
think
miscount
you
everything
will.
that happened this turn and killed myself. No, that was all planned. Let me.
you got one?
You know, I
got one
have
now?
healing in hand. I'm just choosing which card to heal with. You know, do I go for the simple fast cure that I clearly have in my
Would
deck?
you like to leave the main phase?
Like, all is just like trolling, trying to use as much time as possible,
Okay, I
so
will
he don't
proceed
get
to end phase,
any
and
losses.
I'm not immortal.
Oh.
I'll deal 3 damage.
3 damage, just to
Sorry, 4
rub
damage.
salt into the wound.
Okay. I'm pretty sure I lose before that, so.
At the end of main phase.
Yeah, like, I won't give you a response.
main
I'm
phase
just gonna
over.
die. You cannot kill me if I just pass.
I don't know how much time we have
Yeah,
left
another.
before
Yeah,
the,
full
the
time.
last match in the round ends. I don't know if they're playing a third game or not.
Right now.
We will
You
see.
wanna play the burn deck?
I need to go to bed. That's what
Oh,
I need to go.
okay. You take a nap.
Now the
Stop
dev
playing.
is
It's
blaming
past my
his
bedtime.
lack of sleep on his loss instead of his lack of
I'm
skill.
just
Alright,
what an
we'll-
old
we'll
decrepit
call
Well,
it a
that's the
draw.
excuse I'm gonna be using next tournament, right?
Yeah, very useful,
I
very
like to
useful.
think that I won had I done the math.
But I like how like they're showing
I must have,
at least
you
like the
know
new
what, when I
builds,
was
right?
doing the
Yeah,
lethal
some
round,
great
I
cards.
just
I
didn't do
love
math
the
properly. I
Cavalier.
just-
There's a lot of
I
value.
love
It's
this,
some
but I
kind of
should've
extra
done, like,
Pendragon,
Well,
you
so
know?
you- I mean,
It
you
draws
have
2
lethal.
cards-ish.
No.
It
You
advances your
just-
game
you
plan
missed
by
your attack roll.
dealing you
No,
4
but I-
damage if you do
Yeah,
play
no,
those
you-
cards.
you missed your attack
It's a
roll.
very great card.
'Cause you're
Yeah, I
a
think a
super
lot of
boy.
the XC cards are really well-rounded.
Who needs to
I
do
still
that?
haven't
I
seen
have
much
it on the first
because we
one.
haven't
If
seen
you
much
want immortal,
representation
so,
as
like,
of yet.
It's
But
really
there's only a matter of time
Is that
until
how
we
that
see
works?
another broken Jin deck coming up. I mean,
always had it,
we had like
always
Killadis
had it.
showing a great mix of cards with like Fast Cure, Potion of Healing, and Globespire in his Jin build, and I can only imagine what
We are
other
on
players may be
stream.
inspired to do next.
Yeah, and it's really just a
On
difference of
stream.
build. The Cavalier here, the main restriction is having 4 influence or less.
They could hear us.
So if we go for a deck that maybe doesn't like the Glomspire, maybe they don't want to use Serene Spirit because they want more cards early on. If they want to level up very fast, very aggressive, and go to level 3 with a low rank out, then that Cavalier becomes really, really good.
Yep, I think that there's a lot of options. And there's a very extensive pool of Hexa cards that can be used just to mess around and see what you can come up with. And all you have to do is give the players enough time to brew, because at the end of the day, this set just came out. It's super early, super new, and I think those kind of specific brews that are more experimental need more time to be successful and to be tested properly.
And we also need to not forget that we will have months of brewing on this, a lot of developments, and there's also the other set that will be coming out and maybe adding more tools. So these archetypes, even if they don't see play here, they might get even Immortals in the future. The round has just finished. We will be going to a short break and coming back to you for the final round of this Ascent Toronto tournament.
Yep, don't leave. Stay tuned.
Stay tuned.
Hey everybody, welcome back. We are finally set up for the finals here.
Yes, very exciting.
Oh, it's been a day. It's been a day for sure.
Yeah, it's been a day for players too.
Yeah, a lot of these Razor Gale calling decks are really
An unseen menace.
they are. It is a little bit much for some of the players. A lot of the players feeling very, very drained after a long day of the Vanitas mirrors here, or as I like to call it, the Vanitas mirrors.
So we will be going to the game very soon. However, there will be a very small exception here. So we will start the game. We will go to the keynotes, the dev live stream to give all that info to the viewers and to the remaining players in the room. And after that, we will switch back to the games, to the finals.
Yeah, so essentially we're going to do the usual closing ceremony. We're going to show you guys the start of the game. We're going to swap over beer back, and then we'll get right back into it as soon as we're done the keynote. Yep, so we're going to be starting the game up here.
Yep,
We're looking
right
at the
away.
beginning of it. We're going to be seeing Matt G versus Jet X. It's going to be Auli versus Matt G. We're going to be seeing the Razor Gale Kongming.
Actually, the first Vanitas true mirror that we have on screen today, I think.
Yeah, so it's going to be the Kongming Razor Gale setup
it is
versus
the Kongming? All
Yeah,
right.
it's the Kongming
All right,
variation.
that will be interesting.
Yeah, so something really interesting in the deck is the deck actually runs a sideboarded Ardent Cloud Striker.
Yes, I've heard it did really great in the previous round.
Yeah, it was like a really, really significant factor for how he overcame a lot of his opponents. You know, Ardent Cloud Stringer swinging in for 6 is really hard to deal with on Veiling Breeze. You have to have pretty much everything down, and you have to activate the Veiling Breeze. He also has other options of things like Bogweb Cardinal Fate. He has the Tempest Downfall, and there's just a bunch of other like pretty effective ways to find damage into this deck.
Yeah, it's a very interesting build. A bit different. We'll see how it compares to the more popular Vanitas.
Yeah, a lot of people basically are entirely dedicated to the damage coming from the Razor Gale, but this deck has a little bit of flexibility there. So we're going to see the Serene Spirit. Here's the Glimpse, and we're going to be moving on to the keynote here. So.
I didn't know that. He got his shit.
Draw 2. Pass.
Excited to see what we have here.
It's the first time we're doing a Ascent keynote during the finals, which the two finalists.
You don't have audio? I see a green light on. I see green light on Slidar. I don't see a green light on. Do you not hear them at all? Do we not have audio?
You guys would love that. You know, Razor Gale Vanitas is the thing we needed the most in this game, guys. We needed the ability to kill somebody with 1,000 paper cuts.
Like I was saying earlier, the level 2 Vanitas art, you know how he's holding like a green ball?
He's holding the thing, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's holding the Razor. There's no way he's holding the Razor.
So basically,
Gale.
today's event is lore accurate. Yeah.
More accurate event. So what you're saying is it's actually Bell's fault.
Yeah. Yeah, maybe.
Storm Slime wasn't the issue, guys. Storm Slime was never the issue.
overall, today was great. Yesterday was great also. But one of the big things that I thought was really interesting is, when we look back at like Ascent Chicago, we look and compare it to this one. Ascent Chicago, there was a definitive second deck that was like the most popular in top 32 for its conversion. Here, there actually wasn't. Here, it was like a lot of Razor Yell calling Vanitas, and then almost everything else was different. Like there were at most 3 of a single champion, and almost all of them were different builds.
Yeah, I think that was interesting.
Yeah. It's nice to see that like there's a lot of creativity with the players. Like we even saw something coming back that's like a little more old school. Like the Fire Onsole was really nice. Other than that, I gotta say, I really didn't expect Wind Merlin to do as well as it did. So big shout out to Amekuru getting third place there with the Wind Merlin.
You gotta wonder if he started on Vanitas and then built an exact deck just to counter it.
I won't expose him like that.
Is it working?
So it looks like we are working here on the closing presentation. So here to bring you guys the closing presentation, the keynote of Ascent Toronto is myself, Once in Love, and Dev Silidar.
Great. There's a bunch of things to talk about today. First, we'll go over the summary of this presentation. We're going to go over the ban and restricted announcements. So it's very convenient that the ban and restricted updates happen on the Monday after Ascents. And from now on, whenever we do that, I think it would be nice to just go over the changes in the BNR right away. It won't be effective until tomorrow.
Oh, we're doing that right now.
Yeah, so you guys get to see the BNR that's going up today.
Okay, that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool.
That's pretty cool. Then we're going to talk about some upcoming Ascents and then some product announcements.
Ooh, HVN?
We'll see.
Whoa, it's time.
All right, so ban and restricted update. This is going to be effective tomorrow. It's probably going to be like midnight CST. So the elephant in the room, we are making an errata to 3 visits.
Holy.
All right. So the errata to 3 visits is you can only activate this card now as an additional cost. You have to rest your champion. So short story about this card. This was actually the original effect of 3 visits. And then whenever we went to template the card, the text was so small that we wanted to change the text so that the card looked a lot better. It would have been the smallest we've ever made the text on the card to make it work. Mm-hmm. We did test the card after we had changed the text, but obviously we didn't do enough. So that's mainly our fault, but we're not gonna make you guys suffer through a whole 4 or 5 months of this. So
Razor Gale, 18th visit of the century.
Yeah. So we are errataing 3 visits starting tomorrow. This is how the effect will be played out. Great. Next up, we have Category 3 cards. There are no changes to Category 3, so no new cards are being banned. Next, we have Category 2.
Whoa! Whoa!
Yeah, so with the meta change with AMB, we've learned that Baby Gray Slime is just too splashable of an ally in other archetypes that's outside of slimes, right? So I think it would have been fine if it was only limited to slime decks, but there's Vanitas decks, there's some Merlin decks abusing Gray Slime. So it's just too efficient of an ally that the Wind Engine can abuse too easily. And we want to limit that from spreading too far out from the slime package.
That makes a lot of sense. It's a really, really good change. We've been talking about this on the stream, basically. Sylvie's gone, but her whole package still exists.
Yeah, exactly. All right, next, there are no changes to Category 1. All right. However, there is a new Proxia's Vault card. It's a temporary card added to Proxia's Vault. So what this means is this is actually a card that is in HVN, but we are moving it ahead and putting it in Proxia's Vault temporarily. And when HVN comes out, we will remove it from Proxia's Vault. So what that means is you are allowed to proxy this card and add it to your material deck starting tomorrow. And after HVN releases, you will need to find a real version of this card.
That's pretty cool. The concept is really nice because it basically lets us get something that you guys feel is necessary in the game right now, and it also gives us a little bit of a spoiler into the arts of HBN as well. It's really nice.
Yeah, so what this card does is a 0-cost nullifying mirror. It's a regalia item cleric accessory. You can rest it. until end of turn, cards in target opponent's memory are a norm element. So what does this work on? It works on Imbue, it works on Veiling Breeze, it works on Prismatic Edge, stuff like that. Do note though with Imbue, you can't respond to them imbuing a card because you can't respond to paying costs. But you could do this like earlier in the turn where you expect them to imbue. But yeah, we just felt like we need to give players more interaction with the wind package. So this is your piece of interaction. Yeah. There's one more change to Proxia's Vault. This is not a new card, it's a policy change. As we're going towards the end of 2024, we realized the Proxia's Vault, the real cards that we print and give out to you guys during Ascent is not accessible enough. So we are changing the policy so that you are allowed to use proxied versions of Proxia's Vault's cards indefinitely instead of just until December 31st of the printed copyright year, or the year after. Yep.
That's an absolutely fantastic change.
Yep.
It basically allows people who can't make it out to because we can only really supply them at Ascent, maybe some of the bigger regionals. It's very difficult for a lot of the newer players to get these cards, and if this were to remain, it would be really difficult. So changing this is really, really good.
Yeah, and also we have like distribution, like some distribution in other regions are like a lot slower. Some don't get as many regionals or Ascents. So now you can just print the proxy just as you want. Now it might encourage more like artists to like make custom alters. Like you can now use indefinitely instead of just until the printed
until
date.
end of year,
yeah,
basically.
exactly.
Yeah. Oh, you guys hear that, artist? That's a big call out to you guys.
All right, so let's go through some Ascent reminders. So we have Ascent Christchurch. Tickets are still on sale. November 22nd to 24th. They're doing some special like Friday like side events going on. That's why it's 3 days instead of 2. There's Ascent Santa Clara. This one's going to be a big one. There's actually a decent chance that regular tickets will sell out. There's like already 300 or so players registered for Path of Steel for this one. So if you haven't gotten tickets yet, now might want to look into that.
Also a good time to remind everyone, Ascent Santa Clara will also have a Path of Silver.
Yes.
So if you guys are looking, you're collectors or anything, you want to check out that kind of stuff, make sure to get a ticket as well.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, we're probably going to decorate the place like Christmas theme. It'll be great. Next we have Ascent Utrecht. It's January 25th to 26th. Tickets for that is also on sale. Now the next NA Ascent after is going to be in March. It's going to be in Seattle.
Whoa, Seattle's a good one.
Yep. We haven't locked in the actual weekend yet, but we know it's going to be in Seattle, and it's in March.
This is the closest Ascent to me so far, actually.
Is it? Nice.
Yeah, it's really close. It's like an hour and a bit.
Yeah. All right. And for our Southeast Asia friends, in April, we are going to have... So sorry about that. Ascent Kuala Lumpur, it's going to be April 26th to April 27th, and tickets will be on sale soon.
This is Ascent Malaysia, basically, right?
Basically, yeah.
It's a good one. It's a good place. It's exciting.
All right, so let's go over some new products we're coming up with. So as you've already seen, we are doing a Kongming deck box.
Well, CUR art.
Yeah. So this will be available at our conventions and future Ascents later. So now, speaking of products, you guys may have noticed that Mortal Ambition had 15 card packs. We never really explained why. And that's because Mortal Ambition was actually planned to be draftable, but we kind of like scrapped the plans for that because we were running into production issues. Like we couldn't make enough cards fast enough. And we would rather get more boxes to you guys than draft packs. But now that some time has passed, we are going to bring draft into it slowly. So,
whoa, let's go!
So this is the Mortal Ambition draft pack. It contains cards that is themed around the home world. So how it works is you open a sealed pack of the draft pack, and you keep all the cards that you open for yourself. And it contains like all these regalias that are based around the home world. So this is the first time we have like art from the home world, which is really cool as well. And then after that, you draft 3 packs of Mortal Ambition, and that will be your card pool.
That's awesome. I've been looking forward to like drafting new stuff. I mean, I play the FTC Seal draft all the time. I love it. But this is a fantastic way to kind of find more people because draft is such a good format.
Yeah, we're going to slowly release this format, basically kind of like an early access. It will be first available at Ascent Santa Clara. You can see on the bottom right corner, there's like a little flag that says draft. That means it's draft format exclusive. You cannot use this in standard. All right. Next up, we have the release date of Alchemical Revolution Alter Edition. It's going to be releasing January 10th, 2025. It's going to introduce 20 new cards into the format. It's kind of like a mid-season update, I think, which is going to be great. And that also means Ascent Utrecht will be the first Ascent to be using the Alchemical Revolution Alter cards.
It's really nice. The concept of like a mid-season update is really cool. I'm also really hoping there's something that utilizes Neos Elemental since it's on the art here.
Maybe, or it's just cool background.
It is a pretty cool background.
Yeah, all the URs have alternate art, so
that's so
that's
exciting.
The first
New
one.
arts are like a big change.
Yep. All right, so now I think everyone wants to hear about the next set, the continuation of Mortal Ambition. We're proud to present to you guys the set name for set 6 of Grand Archive, Abyssal Heaven.
Whoa! The Exia colors.
Yeah.
They look so good.
Yeah. So now, according to our original timeline, we originally had this set planned for February. It was supposed to be in late February. We had to delay this 1 week back because of production issues, basically. So hopefully you guys can forgive us for that. That also means that Rebel Fest is being pushed back until, like, respectively. Yep.
That makes sense. So it's all relative, basically, right?
Yeah. This is actually a really important set because it is the set where the national season will take place and the Worlds.
True. That's going to be huge then.
Yeah. This set is an expansion set. It's 8 cards per pack, and it's a very big set. It's 213 cards, but there are very little reprints.
Very little reprints kind of makes it, whoa, that's even harder. 8 cards per pack. So it's like, is it going to be MRC format in the sense of like having less packs in the box as well?
Yeah. It's like kind of like FTC and MRC. Yeah.
Okay.
In addition to the booster box, we are releasing new recollections.
Whoa! Oh, Gojira Recollection is crazy.
Yeah.
Tamer fans, hopefully reunite.
All right, yeah, so Guoja is a Luxem tamer, and so you'll find out more stuff about her eventually, I'm sure, but just a teaser for now.
Whoa.
There's another recollection.
Whoa. Oh!
All right, you'll meet Diao Chan in the HVN set as well. She is a Terra mage. I mean, sorry, not Terra mage, Terra cleric.
Terra cleric, okay. I can hear Lineage Break Cam out there, 100%.
And finally, the product sheet for Abyssal Heaven releases tonight.
Whoa, exciting.
Yep. That's all I have for today. Let's get you guys back to watching that Vanitas mirror.
It's not a Vanitas mirror. Not a Vanitas mirror.
Oh yeah,
it's
not
Kongming.
Yeah, Kongming versus Vanitas.
Vanitas.
Yeah. This is the last time you'll be able to activate 3 visits 3 times in a row like that.
True.
Yep.
Well, thank you guys so much for coming. We really appreciate it. Thank you so much for showing us all that stuff.
Yeah, no problem.
Really excited for those recollections for sure.
All right, passing it back to the casters for the coverage.
Thank you guys so much for joining us. Thank you for joining us at Ascent Toronto. We really appreciate all of you being here and all of your support, and hope to see you guys at the next one.
All right, very, very exciting keynotes. A lot of things to be excited about. But for now, let's get back right into this game and see where we are. We are still in game 1. Fairly low damage amounts. We are both on the level 1 champions. We have some allies on boards. We'll analyze all of that in a moment. I don't see any Razor Gear callings. There are some defensive options. There's a Safeguard Amulet on Magi's part. Let's see how this game will evolve from now.
So Ventus is going to come out here for Auli, the grand finals. Game 1 so far. We have the Kunming level 1 there. Beautiful CSR sported by Auli versus Matt G on the Vanitas. The Vanitas not quite having a CSR yet.
Not
but
yet.
hopefully
Yeah.
in Alter we're going to see that. We
Yeah,
did see the announcement of, was it?
If patterns continue as they have been, we might get the Vanitas CSR.
Really, really hopeful here. So we're going to see a little bit more damage come out.
What do you think of this board? So as we see for now, we can see that Matt has the higher damage total, but he also has a better board presence. You know, he's got those 3 little 1/1s that can close that gap fairly soon.
Yep, so we're going to see Ailey get that baby green slime. I'm actually not too convinced that a lot of small 1/1s are going to make a big difference in this matchup. So looking at the deck list here, so Ailey does have, so this is the first matchup. He doesn't have the Ardent Cloud Strikers in yet, but he is going to have a lot of other bodies available to him. So both of these guys, I believe, are playing the Ascent Protector.
Yes, not necessarily at 4, I think. If I remember correctly, Matt is at 2.
Yeah, I believe they're running it on the 2 side. So it's decent, but it's not something you want to see in your opening hand every single game.
The little swing for 1. So yeah, I will disagree with you. I think that those 3 allies are actually quite relevant. That means that you might need 1 fewer 3 visits or 1 fewer Razor Gear calling to actually find that lethal line. Stacking that damage in this matchup is very, very important, I think.
Yeah, so the reason why I don't quite think it's as relevant or as important as matchup, Ailey's actually swinging damage to face. He's not going to try to attempt to clear the allies. So Matt G is trying to use his Escape the Wreckage. Ailey knows that, right? So he's probably trying to utilize fast spells for removal.
Maybe at the same time, maybe exactly knowing the Escape the Wreckage might be why he was aiming his face, knowing that it's getting countered anyway. I may as well get that point of damage in. Or otherwise, it could be a difference in viewpoints from player. You know, a lot of games are decided by both players not having the same evaluation of the game states. It's the old mantra in card gaming that you need to know who's the beatdown. So if one player misinterprets the role in the game, whether they should be more in the defensive playing for the long game or if they should be the more aggressive player, that's how you lose the game. So maybe, and I'm not saying that's right. I'm not saying the players are heavily misjudging the situation. We are just coming back into this game, but that might be simply a difference in viewpoint in saying, should I go face or should I go trading for the board?
Yeah, the comfort level of the deck for either of them, I would assume they've done a lot of testing. Maybe not so much the testing into the Kunming. I think this is more of a, this is like, I wouldn't quite call it a rogue deck, but it's a little bit more on the off-meta side of it. Something important in this deck that we see in Ailey's hand is the Bagua of Cardinal Fates that he does have available to him. So the main ones you would want to use is West. So West allows you to glimpse the redraw a card, and it's a fast speed spell as well, which makes it even a little bit crazier, because if you do have the Razor Go callings out, you can kind of turbo with that. Otherwise, having it north is decent because you can use it to activate a buff counter onto your allies.
Which allows for good trading if that's ever a solution that's decided into. So yeah, I wouldn't necessarily call this Kunming deck a rogue deck. I think it's more like a weird tech for the Vanitas deck. They have more or less the same game plan, just some slightly different pieces. So it's like playing into a mirror that just has a very, very different sideboard, say.
Yeah, it's difficult to say because I'm not quite sure if the Razor Gale calling is actually the intended focus for the kill condition here.
I think it's less the kill condition. It's there to stack damage early on. The intended win con of the deck, from what I've heard, is suppressing an ally and then unleashing multiple Tempest downfalls, aiming at face for 0 using that Mage Class bonus.
Yeah, Bagua Cardinal Fates being a mage spell, activating Ventus is really, really fantastic. So he's potentially going to use another one here, and it's going to bring Ventus up to 3. Ventus will be able to suppress target ally, which will be likely the baby green slime.
It might be the baby green slime if we want to get value out of the mnemonic charm. It is just as efficient to use. Exactly, that's a baby green slime. It's just as efficient as using 3 turn to get enlightenment encounters.
Yeah, it's very similar to the basically suppress the baby Greg slime, reveal on the on-enter, and then draw again. Matt, a little confused on what the Boggo Cardinal Fates did at first there. He's going to look through the graveyard here for Auli and make sure that he knows 100% how much he has available, right?
Yeah.
Both these players not showing a lot of damage on them. However, we've seen this deck before. We've seen the influence they have. We've seen some crazy things. 0 to 100 can go real fast on these.
The other thing that Escape the Wreckage was aimed at the Scavenging Raccoon, not at one of the Windmill Engineers, so that means there's something that he wants to clear in Ali's graveyard.
Yeah, taking out those Boggo of Cardinal Fates is actually a really, really good option. They are one cost fast.
I guess if you're trying to clear the graveyard so you disable the Cyclical Breeze in the deck, that could be the game plan.
Yeah, I mean, they're basically the secondary Fairy Whispers. It does say draw a card instead of reveal, but it is, Glimpse 3. So essentially the same effect overall in the matchup. And Matchy's going to bring down the baby green slime, most likely targeting his own Cleric Robe. He's going to do the same thing, cycle, draw cards. Baby green slime in for 1. Here's the chip, puts him at 7.
So what do we
Or
see
8, sorry. So we're seeing 8 to 12 here.
What else do we see in Ali's hands? There's a Veiling Breeze, a Windmill Engineer, and I can't see the third card. Now soon to be fourth, well, next turn. I see at least 2 Razor Gale Callings in Matt's hands. That's a Displace.
Displace on the baby green could be kind of nice. You get a couple more on-enter draws.
Yeah, there's still the Raccoon, the Veiling Breeze. What tools do we have access to here?
Yeah, so we've resolved all of those. Oh, interesting.
Oh, Verdigris Decree, that is nice.
All right, so we're going to see Verdigris Decree here. Puts the counter on Ventus. Ventus is still rested this turn.
Is that the Diablerie that got put at the bottom or the Turbocharge?
I think it was the Diablerie.
You have to keep the Turbocharge, right?
I almost want to say you have to keep the Turbocharge. Being able to draw more cards is like the value engine of both of these sides of the deck.
But then I think Matt can displace the Paracel.
Displace, I believe, only targets an ally. So
no, but I mean, you can displace the baby green slime.
Baby green slime,
and
that's true.
Use that to remove the Paracel from the board. And so it's trading 1 card for 2.
He would have to do that beforehand because Turbocharge does use it as an additional cost.
True, it's a cost, right? You need to do that before.
Yeah, so Matchy's going to take a quick step away from the table here. Just needs to quickly just recharge and come back. It has been approved by the head judge already, so no worries on that.
Everything's clear.
But there's a lot to catch up on. Board state-wise, this is a pretty big board. We have a lot of items. Not necessarily a lot of allies, but there's a lot of items on the board. So let's talk about each of them. Let's start with Matt G's board. Talk about all the different things we see there.
So we do see the Safeguard Amulet, very useful, especially since, as I've mentioned, part of the game plan for LLE is probably more Tempest Downfalls than the Razor Gale Calling slow grind. So that amulet can negate that turn possibility. We see the Cleric Robe. It can pay 1, tap to prevent 1 damage. Since Matt has so many cards in hand, it might be used to gain some incremental value turn after turn. But mostly it's there as a Regalia that draws 1 on enter, and so it can be bounced by the baby green slime as he has done last turn. We see the Power Self Remnant from the backup charger, but I'm not sure. I don't remember if he is running the Turbocharge or not. And we see the Ventus Staff of Zephyr on both sides. It's a nice Regalia that just accrues some little incremental value as you go about the game, casting all of your mage spells. And a fair amount of those cycling cards that both decks really favor are mage spells, so that's why it's played. Then the slew of small allies that give you card advantage, either by drawing themselves or by blinking stuff. And then let's look at Ali's board.
Yeah, so just quickly to go back to when you talked about the Turbocharge. Matt G does run, of course, the 1-out Turbocharge, like everyone else. So we do have a couple things here on Aoli's board. Obviously, Shifting Currents as a mastery is the on-enter trigger for Kong Ming. The mastery is an uninteractable card in this game. There's nothing that really interacts, like to remove it in that sense. You have cards that can change the direction of it, but other than that, it's not quite.
It's just there as a tool to remember the mechanic more than an actual game piece.
Yeah, exactly. Looking at what Jet has on the board here, Mr. Auli, we see the baby green slime mirroring Matt's. We also have a currently suppressed, I believe that is the Mnemonic Charm, which is an item that allows you to banish this, empower 2, but on enter it also allows you to draw into your memory. And just like Maddie has the Ventus Staff of Zephyrs.
The Mnemonic Charm is currently suppressed since it was suppressed at the end step because that's when the baby green came back, and so it will be suppressed until the next end step at the end of the turn.
Yep. So here comes the Tariff Ring here for Aeoli. He did top deck the Turbocharge. I guess he didn't top deck. He knew it was there from the previous glimpse. So Turbocharge is available to come out here. Baby Green Slime going to swing into the other Baby Green Slime here. Waiting for a response from Matt. Wants to see what cards he has available to him. Matt thinking in response. Lots of options. Has the Escape the Wreckage. I believe he also has the Reclaim.
Escape the Wreckage come down, which means the displaced into disabling the Power Cell play is no longer a possibility. Another difference we need to point, if I'm correct, the Vanitas deck is running the Siren Spirit for extra healing. The Coming, though, does not have innate wind on their level 1 champion, so they are forced into playing the regular Spirit of Wind.
Yeah, regular Spirit of Wind. Another thing worth mentioning in the deck, he is playing the Fan of 7 Debts, which is a 1 memory cost fan. On enter, draw a card. The class bonus is that you may banish this and change the direction of your shifting currents.
Yeah, not sure how much value we're getting from that. It's probably there as redundancy as the 1 on enter, draw Regalia that the deck is playing, the Regalia of choice.
Oh, it's basically the Cleric Robes of the Mage deck.
Exactly.
is what it's for. So we're going to see... I believe that is another Bogwell of Cardinal Fates. We're going to see the Glimpse 3 there. He drew the card off the top. It's going to be the Reclaim. It looks like still on the stack here for the Escape the Wreckage. We haven't resolved that yet. The attack is still there. Escape the Wreckage still on the stack. Aeoli trying to decide if it's worth it to take out that Baby Green Slime. Deny the Escape the Wreckage here. Matt does have, I believe, I was going to say 3 cards in hand, but it looks like he has 6 cards in hand.
Oh, we are suppressing the ally just to deny the card draw.
Interesting. So he's going to go with the Ventus, remove 3 of the refinement counters here.
We deny the card draw from the Escape the Wreckage, but we are also giving them a card draw back by letting it suppressing the slime. Slimes comes back, suppresses the Cleric Robe comes back. It's very delayed card draw, but it's still a card draw still.
Yeah, in the long run, if it delays him enough to find lethal on the turn it comes back, it's not bad, right? But you have to be a little bit careful here.
Yeah, it's definitely a tempo play, not a value one here.
Here we go. We're going to see the Turbocharge. Draw 2 there. Sacrifice that Power Cell as the additional cost. Another Mnemonic Charm.
And Tempest Downfall.
Tempest Downfall. And an ally has been suppressed this turn, so Tempest Downfall will come in at a cost of 0.
That is correct. That is 3 damage. An extra 3 damage on an ally that entered this turn, but the goal here is to swing at face.
Now, sadly, that Baby Green Slime is the only ally on board that's attacked here. We're going to see a Windmill Engineer imbued. Going to draw a card into memory here. Both players influence of 10 billion.
Yep.
This is the win package.
And we are swinging at face again, it seems.
I think we are attempting to swing face here. A little bit difficult on the declaration of the attack, not quite sure.
No, we were swinging at the Windmill Engineer, and that's why we see the Escape the Wreckage.
So the second Escape the Wreckage is coming out here. Does Aeoli utilize the Tempest Downfall now to remove that on the Windmill Engineer? No, it looks like he's going to let it resolve. So Escape the Wreckage, the Windmill Engineer will return to memory, draw a card as well, because that went through. And moving to end step here, we're going to draw for the Mnemonic Charms entry. So it's going to return from being suppressed by the Baby Green Slime in the previous turn.
And likewise, the Baby Green Slime also returned from suppress and suppressing something else. Probably the Cleric Robe. Did we miss the trigger here?
Did we miss the trigger?
Maybe he's just looking at memory to see what he needs. I think I counted 11 influence for Matt G.
It is possible he's thinking about targeting the Ventus Staff of Zephyrs on the opposite side, but it looks like he's going to go for the Tariff Ring instead.
So he wants that 2 damage from his allies on board, or he wants to kill the allies on the other side. Maybe.
Yep, there are even allies on the board here, so we see Baby Greens on both sides. We're also going to see the Windmill Engineers on both sides, so representing 2 damage.
So I see remaining relevant in Magi's decks. There's the Grand Crusader for the card draw. There's the Bulwark Sword that was used to defeat the Blanche. And I see still the Crimson Protective Trinket, I think, that can remove 2 cards from Marley's influence.
Yeah, Crimson Protective Trinket, pretty good value overall. We'll be able to just rip 2 cards away from Aeoli here. However, Matt G does go for the Grand Crusader string, wants to gain cards for himself. He's going to draw a Razor Gale Calling ability off the top
I'm pretty sure the third one. He is, I think, on a single 3 visit, but 3 Razor Gale Calling is still very, very scary by themselves.
Yeah, Aeoli does have a Verdigris Decree as well as, I believe, a 3 visits. Unsure if he has any in the banishment or in the graveyard currently, though.
So 14 cards for Matt G. He just counted himself, probably at Ali's request.
The Windmill Engineer is going to come in for 1. Windmill Engineer.
That
take
is
the
1 at face.
Maybe Green Slime's going to go 10 here.
So it seems that Matt is the one going face, and Ali was the one that was trying to trade.
Yeah, so we're going to see first Razor Gale Calling. Well, words are hard after a long day like this. Razor Gale Calling, the first one's coming out. Are we going to see all 3 of them come out here?
I think when you go in, you have to go all in.
So the second one's going to pop out here. No Safeguard Amulet for Elu. He's going to have to play a Veiling Breeze in response here for something. Thinking about it. Unsure if he wants to. He's going to go for the Verdigris Decree. Non-imbued. Interesting. So he's actually just going to strictly target the Razor Gale Calling, the first one. He's going to take the 1 damage from the activation there.
All right.
He's going to look to survive through this. So Matt does have another one.
He has hands down, and there's the other one. We have how many cards remaining in hands? So you cast 1. No, you can cast 2 or 3 cards. Because he's...
Yeah,
oh,
it's
no,
over.
that was
three
the
visits
fourth
is gonna kill him
Razor
here.
That was the 4th Razor Gale Calling and 2 3 visits.
And
that is
3
game.
visits. So that's going to be game here. So we're going to be moving on to game 2. This is going to be where the game gets interesting because both players are going to have the ability to sideboard for this matchup. Looking at the deck list here, we can talk about Ailey's deck list first. Yeah. He does also have that Crimson Protective Trinket, so he's going to be able to potentially rip 2 win cards away from Matt G.
Yeah, the influence might or might not be a big thing. The numbers go so high that maybe Crimson Protective Trinket is a drop in the bucket. However, one of the things that Crimson Protective Trinket can do is reduce the size of a Veiling Breeze.
It's true. It does reduce the size of the Veiling Breeze, which is actually pretty relevant in this matchup. As we can see, he's sideboarding 3 Ardent Cloud Strikers.
Yes, very interesting ally. So Cloud Striker, an ally from the Gongwing starter deck. It is a 3/4 for 5, a very inefficient stat line. But if you are west on your Shifting Currents, it gets +3 attack.
When attacking a champion specifically.
When attacking a champion.
But the big thing is when we look at like inefficient stat lines, I don't think those exist in these decks. These decks have influence of 12, 13, 14. At one point we saw influence of 20.
Yeah.
On True Cactus Gaming there. Like Cactus had 20 influence at a point. And
but
at that point you just play for whatever, right?
5 cards is still maybe casting 2 fewer cards that turn. So maybe it could be relevant. But still, it's a very big swing. It's something that is not easy to protect with Veiling Breeze. It's something that can do a lot of damage early on if you choose to play for that. Of note also, it is not a win card.
True, it is not a win card, which does make it feel a little bit less advantageous. You're going to be ruining your ratios per se for wind. However, looking at Matt's deck doesn't really have any strong way to deal with that ally. Right, Dream Fairy is probably the best thing that can come in from his sideboard, but a lot of the options he's going to be using here are going to be going -1. He's going to have to use some sort of suppression on it, whether it's Displace, the Zephyr, a Verdigris Decree.
I really like the Dominating Strike in the sideboard to clear the Cloud Striker if he wants to go that way. Also, yes, it's going -1 to clear the Cloud Striker, but Cloud Striker by itself is -1. So it is a fair trade.
Oh, but it doesn't clear. It just temporarily moves it for a turn, right? Because of the suppression?
The Dominating Strike deals 4 damage.
The Dominating Strike is very unlikely to actually connect with the Cloud Striker.
Yes,
right? Because both sides are playing so many options. Because Bagua allows you to actually change the direction. So you can play a different direction of your Shifting Currents to protect your Ardent Cloud Striker if you
But
need
also,
to.
the goal of the Cloud Striker is, from what I've heard, kind of to rush early game before there's 20 influence to be able to protect with those Veiling Breezes. So while at the start of the game, you start swinging for 6 before the opponent can answer. And so if you're playing that 5 cost at the start of the game, you no longer have the cards in hand to protect it. So there is a reason to play the Dominating Strike. We'll see if Matt slides them in or not. I'm saying there's possibly a reason. I can see why he would.
I think that would also require Matt to level up basically immediately, should that come through, right?
Yes, that would.
I mean,
you can still play the attack. You simply can't play it for free using the Vanquil's bonus.
It's just really difficult to like push in the damage because you're tapping out for tap out. You're basically matching the tap out at that point. Like you're attempting to put as many cards as you can down to try to clear something in return. And if he has any answer to it at all, even like the smallest bit, it's going to be really punishing.
Yes, but again, given the 5 cost, it might be very, very hard on like turn 2.
Also, theoretically, Ailey should always be up a card.
Yes.
Since he's on a regular Spirit of Wind.
Yes, he would be.
So if he does choose to go first, which in this matchup, I think it would actually be better to go second, so you have a 2-card influence difference.
2-card advantage would be very good.
I'm actually unsure. I don't quite remember who went first in this matchup. I think Matt G went first.
Matt G started, yes.
Yeah, so it's going to be a little bit difficult there. I mean, triple Razor Gale. I mean, what was it? Quadruple Razor
Quadruple
Gale?
Razor Gale.
Quadruple
got
Razor Gale
destroyed.
calling is something you can't really deal with.
The Blessed Clergy in Matt's sideboard has shown that it's a very good card, made proof all throughout the tournament. That clearly is coming in, I think.
I think he just took out all of his Scavenging Raccoons.
That would make sense.
It looks like he took out all the Scavenging Raccoons. I see them in the deck box there. Didn't quite catch what Auli decided to
there
put in.
is one in sideboard. You might be seeing the one that stayed in
Oh,
the
yeah, he
sideboard.
stacked them up and then put them in the
Oh,
deck
okay,
box. Yeah, that's why I saw the 3 there. I was a little confused. Matt G shuffling up here. So game 1 goes to Matt G. We do have the potential for the grand finals to end here on a second game. Matt G would be the second person in the world to have 2 Ascent wins. And that would be pretty cool. So Caben is the first person to do that, getting his second win at Ascent Singapore is first, obviously. Ascent Houston, Caben is true champion #1 on OmniDex for that reason.
Quite the achievement. Also, I want to say that was for the mirror match a relatively quick game. Relatively, you know, it's
relatively. I'm not even sure if as much as they're both playing Razor Galling, I'm not sure if I would necessarily call it a mirror because there's quite a big difference in what they have for like survivability. Also for their like the Spirit release not being available for Auli does make the game inherently feel like it'll go faster.
It's at the far end of a mirror, but personally I consider the engines, the game plans of the 2 decks to be similar enough. It's more or less a mirror.
So it looks like the game was slightly under an hour.
Yeah, that is not the longest game we've had today.
True. I guess the True Champion Caven game was pretty... Oh, double Fairy Whispers and a Razor Gale calling. Never going to see here.
That's what you like to see at the start.
Yep. Probably needs to figure out what order he wants to put those in. I believe you're going to want to keep all of them, or at least 2. At least one of the Fairy Whispers.
Yeah, I feel like at that point you might want to keep your Fairy Whispers for once the callings are on the board.
I think he's going to reveal the Fairy Whispers instead of the Razor Gale calling.
Yeah, hide information. You're getting the Razor Gale next turn.
Yeah, he just wants to make sure he's got it in the right order here.
Oh, is that Scatter Essence in hand? Yes, a baby green. We do play a Razor Gale calling, and so we have a second one on top.
Now, this is a really good turn to get it out, too, because you're not going to be going into a Cleric, so it doesn't get the class bonus ever. So it is going to cost 4 every single time.
Let's see what we draw. On the other side, I see Verdigris Decree. I see Reclaim. I see an Escape the Wreckage. 2 Verdigris Decree. We could try and just...
And a Veiling Breeze.
An Escape the Wreckage. I think we just clear the calling here, maybe? Do we? It means it's kind of a waste if there's a Cycling Breeze on the other side, but at the same time, it's a big loss if that was Auli's whole game plan.
Yeah, against Auli, I think it's a little bit better to go for the removal of the Razor Gale calling, especially knowing that it costs more. So if he does go for the Cyclical Breeze, remove it, or return it back to hand here, it's going to cost him a lot more of an overall turn.
Indeed, big tempo loss for Auli if that's what happens. We do see a baby green being drawn from the after glimpse, putting a couple of cards down.
Is Matt going to go for the baby gray Escape the Wreckage reveal?
So he's going for the unimbued Verdigris Decree to hide information. There's nothing to do with the second effect of your choosing, so you prefer to keep information about your hand hidden.
Yeah, so we're going to see the removal of the Razor Gale calling there. Which is a little bit unfortunate because, Auli had the potential to get a lot of extra damage out. We knew he had the extra Fairy Whispers there, and it's just going to be short the damage that he was looking for.
And there's the second Razor Gale calling coming, and it might just get played and get destroyed right away again.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to be a little rough for Auli, especially if Magi actually didn't actually take out the Scavenger Raccoons. Being able to remove both the Razor Gale callings in that case would be really rough.
Oh, that would be pretty much game winning, I think, there. We do see the second Razor Gale calling coming down.
He's going to wait for Matt's response. Matt is probably going to play the second Verdigris Decree. I mean, they're just trading Verdigris Decree for Razor Gale callings.
I think you go like Grand Crusader's Ring and you immediately Verdigris Decree in the recollection step.
No backup charger?
Could
Pay for backup charger early?
In a way, they're both a way of using 3 early on, so it's saving tempo either way, so I don't think it makes a lot of difference.
He's thinking about going for the Wind Resonance Bauble there. He's going to draw the card and probably play a pre-recollection. No in cap or any other negate available for Aeoli. Only 3
He
cards.
goes
this
for
turn.
the Grand Cruiser ring. Not any real difference. Let's see why. He probably prefers the ring. It's cleaner. We draw a Displace. Let's
Here
see
it
if
might
he
come
cast
out.
it.
Pre-recollection, he's thinking about it. He's
Yeah,
gonna do it.
He is doing it. He is doing it.
Aeoli, like you're not real, man. There's no way.
No way, you have 2 Verdigris, says the guy that had 2 Razor Gut calling.
In response to the Verdigris decree, we're probably gonna see the Fairy Whispers. So it's gonna trigger, go on the stack. He's gonna take
Get
the
that 1 damage
first.
in. Oh, we can revisit, do a couple of more damage that way.
Revisit's not bad here. He's gonna be able to get the 4 damage in if he wants it.
Do we?
I think it is actually worth it. Push the damage early on. You might as well, and leave one of the Windmill Engineers on the top.
He takes the Windmill Engineer, bottoms the other 2. He bottoms the 3 Visit and the other Windmill Engineer. I see the reason to Verdigris Decree. I guess he might be looking for Cyclical Breeze.
He's looking for a Cyclical Breeze or another Razor Gull Calling.
But yeah, there's a good point to not go for the 3 Visit here, because it is wasted damage if Matt has their own 3 Visit. You can just like kill that damage slowly over turn.
Yep. He accidentally put his Fairy Whispers in the graveyard there, but he didn't mean to. So Fairy Whispers in hand, 1 card available.
So
left.
that was all in Recollection. We pick the hand back up draw. Let's see. Now that we've traded 1 for 1, let's say the game has officially started. Let's see what will be the play.
Yeah, we're in a really weird position. Knowing 2 of the Razor Gale callings are down there. Matt G is going to dig. He's going to get the Razor Gale off the top of also a Baby Green Slime. I believe he needs that for his Baby Gray Slime setup here.
He does have a Baby Gray in hand. Yeah, he might go for the Baby Gray Reclaim.
Looks like it is the potential. So it's going to be all 3 on top.
Yep, Baby Green. And it's not bad to reveal that information since you're going to reveal it again to the Baby Gray.
Yep, being able to put those down, show the reveal, draw a card. It's going to open him up to the potential for the... Oh, for the reclaim.
Yep.
So he's actually going to reclaim it on the on-enter trigger?
Yeah, he needs it to show the 2 slimes.
Oh, sorry. I thought he had another Baby Green in his hand already. That's
only
why.
that one. Only that one.
So it looks like he's going to get the draw from that. It's going to be pretty good. Grand Crusader's Ring here on the other side.
That is a Scatter Essence that will answer be able to answer the Razor Gate calling in Matt's hand.
And a Verdigris Decree there. Ailey's just going to put it straight to the bottom.
Oh, Cloud Striker.
And he topped the Cloud Striker, so he's actually going to whiff the Fairy Whispers.
Great card to play here. Might see play, might level up next turn, but it feels really bad to whiff your Fairy Whispers, especially if you have only like 3 normal cards in your deck.
Yeah, Baby Gray Slime.
Oh, we stuck with a Windmill.
Escape the Wreckage, etc.
Not going for the Cloud Striker right now. Might think that it's safer to just level to 1, go west, and then start dropping the Cloud Striker and immediately attack for 6.
Yeah, the thing is, if he drops the Cloud Striker here, he's not going to be able to like protect it in a sense.
Yeah.
He might actually not end up surviving through the turn, and that would just be a huge waste of the action, essentially.
There is the counterpoint of swing for, even if it's just 3, now that Matt is, for now, mostly tapped out. Oh, we see the Crimson Protective Trinket, paid with the Reclaim. There will be an answer. We cast the Reclaim to put the Cloud Striker in memory on the off chance that you hit only 1 wind.
Yep, so he's going to take the gamble. It may be only one of the wind cards being taken down here, so 1 through 5. You got to make the choice on which side.
1 and 2. Do we
2.
see the Cloud Striker? Slow reveal, slow reveal.
He's going to get both, so it's going to be the Baby Green and the Scatter Essence.
Ooh, the Scatter Essence is very rough. That means the Razor Gate calling will go unanswered.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very frustrating here for you. Well, I believe he does have... Oh, no, he bottomed the Verdigris Decree.
Yeah, he bottomed the Verdigris Decree.
Yeah, because he had the Scatter Essence. He was hoping to hold the Scatter Essence, play it, and level up with that floating memory, most likely.
Game starting to look very rough for Aeoli.
It's a very rough start. I mean, you whiff the Fairy Whispers, you try to put the Cloud Striker down to stop the Crimson Trinket, and you're just getting punished. Getting punished left and right is very, very hard in this regard.
So do we go again? Yeah, we go again for the Baby Gray, and then we'll escape the Wreckage it.
Yep, escape the Wreckage, reveal. And we're going to get it going here. Matt's going to continue this combo down. He's
The card we choose to keep in end is a Veiling Breeze. Might have an answer. There are no answers in Ali's hand, but you need to look at your hand, say, yeah, maybe, no, let's let it pass. Hide that you don't have the answer. Show the 2 slimes, draw a card.
Oh, he's got the cards available to him now. He's going to have enough to pay for the Veiling Breeze as well.
Yeah, and the off chance that some big damage come out, we do see the Crimson Protective Trinket.
We see the immediate banishment of it. Taking the risk, knowing that there's the Baby Gray Slime in there, Aoli wants to risk and see if he can dodge it. Go for the big damage potential here.
Yeah, we'll see. 2 and... That is probably
2 and 1.
2. That was one.
Oh,
and
he
we
did hit the
slime.
Baby Gray, so that's going to be unfortunate. It is nice that he took out the Baby Green, though. He's going to reduce Matt G's chance of using that Baby Gray more times to grab the extra cards here.
Still, on hitting that 1 in 6 is always a feel-bad moment. You know there's not many norm cards in Matt G's deck.
Yeah, it's definitely a tough position to be in.
We do draw a second Scatter Essence, which is good. A little bit of security.
Scatter Essence is very good here against Matt. If Matt realizes that he has one, though, he might hold on to his Razor Guild Callings until he's ready to push for like an immediate lethal on that.
I think that is Matt's plan anyway. That tends to be his game plan.
So we do see a Cyclical Breeze. It's going to be Cyclical and a Scout the Land, I believe, for the Imbue on Windmill
There's
Engineer.
a second Scout the Land and a 3 Visit in hand in addition to the Scatter Essence and the Cloud Striker.
I do like Scout the Land. It's pretty good. Be able to look at the top 4, rearrange them, draw a card.
I personally don't like those. That and Idle Thoughts, there are cards I don't like playing control decks. You are going ideally, because if
this is
you're
not a control deck, though.
It goes to many turns, because if you are surviving for those 4 turns anyway. If you're not, then something is going wrong that Scout the Lands or Fairy Whisper is not fixing. So if you are seeing those 4 cards anyway, the ability to glimpse the bad cards at the bottom is worth much more than looking at one extra card.
Well, they are running all the glimpse cards.
Yeah,
they just need to run more cards that are low-cost self-cycle, right?
Yeah, it's very different in this deck because you're playing them for the fact that they're cyclers to trigger the Razor Guild Calling and not any kind of inherent value of the cards. But this small aside was for other context.
Yeah, it's definitely a little bit on the rougher side here. So Aoli is playing with a lower influence, no ally on board. It's going to be kind of rough here, right? Matt does have 4 damage taken from that early Razor Guild Calling and all the Fairy Whispers.
We see a Nascent Protector in hand that could maybe close the game by itself. You know, why bother with your game plan when you have a 3-4 on board and no way to answer it?
Yep, Ascent Protector can be coming out. Ascent Protector is really difficult for Aoli to deal with, too, because he doesn't have... Like, even with the Ardent Cloud Striker is only a 3-4. It only gets the bonus damage when you're attacking a champion. It doesn't apply to allies.
Yes. So the Protector comes down. We'll probably sling. There's no need to hold that back on defense.
Well, he's going to swing in here for 3, most likely.
There we go.
He's going to take the 3. Do you think he's going to level up here?
I think he's going for the backup treasure.
Oh, no level up there.
He is fairly down on advantage. He needs to catch back up, and except for the Ardent Cloud Striker, the level up doesn't bring a lot of value to him, given what he has in hand.
Yeah, it's gonna be a little bit rough to come down from that. So he -1 from the Crimson Protective Trinket in regards to Matt, right? Because Matt hit 2 cards against Aoli. Aoli only hit 1 card against Matt. So it's a little bit on the rougher side. I think we are gonna see the Ardent Cloud Striker coming in here.
Yeah, here he comes.
And I think he also has enough cards to pay for Reclaim. It looks like.
Yeah, he does have 3 cards left in hand. So we are matching the 3-4s.
The 3-4s, Ascent Protector being a non-normal element 1 and wind 1, which makes it a little bit easier to use in this deck.
However, you might want, as Matt, to check for answers in hand. You can play your Baby Gray Slime even if you don't draw from it, because that will be able to kill the Cloud Striker if you want to.
Yep, so Matt's also going to follow that, go with the backup charger there, grab a Power Cell token after the management comes through, wake up that Ascent Protector, which should have been done before the materialization of backup charger and the payment of it for...
Also, did that quick check with the judge? Did I draw right? You're tired. It's fairly fair to check.
Influence of 12, I believe, here. Matt G very up against Aoli. It's going to be pretty rough. The uphill battle is there. And Matt G is also up a game, so it's really trying to climb the spike of that mountain.
Oh, we see the Dream Fairy to take care of the Cloud Striker.
Dream Fairy to target the Cloud Striker is
That was, I'm pretty sure, just top decked.
So he does have a Zephyr. What he could do is he could attempt to Zephyr his own Cloud Striker.
I think that will be it. Yeah, so that dodges the Fairy trigger. The Fairy is now just a 1-2 on board. We might see the displace here from Matt.
Yeah, displace on the stack would apply to the Dream Fairy. So the Dream Fairy is going to displace. It's going to get sent back immediately, so that Zephyr is going to be useless in this situation, and the damage is going to come straight through from Matt G. Matt G is going to put 3 into Auli, put him to 6, and this doesn't include anything else. Basically, another Windmill Engineer is an opportunity.
Yeah, that's clearly the remaining play for the turn. Unless he wants to keep
well,
something.
that swing should not count because the Dream Fairy is rested.
Yeah, he's just at 6. All right.
Yeah, so just at 6 there.
Correct.
Yep, judges caught that one for sure. Matt G, influence of 1 billion, looking pretty good here.
8 cards for Aeoli.
No fan of 7 debts yet available because of no class bonus. We're going to see the Kongling level 1. He's going to all in for it.
All right.
YOLO, bring me the level potential.
1 through 8. Let's roll for it.
3.
That is
Scout the land.
Very, very never sad discarding that. We see the Shifting Currents come out.
Yep, Shifting Currents is going to come out. A lot of flexibility, a little bit more flexibility to play around the game. He is missing those Razor Gale Callings, which is going to be rough here. If he had them at this point, it would be pretty fantastic to push damage.
I think we might have seen a second Scatter Essence being drawn. I think that's what we saw.
Not quite sure. It's a little tough to tell. Scatter Essence is not really doing a lot for Auli right now. He needs to actually clear the board.
He needs to answer the Ascent Protector, else there's not even a need for Matt to play the Razor Gale Callings.
And there it is. He's going to put 2 down to scout the land.
Tempest Downfall, Windmill Engineer. Was that a Bagua? And then finally the Razor Gale?
Yup. Tempest Downfall is kind of nice. You could use it into the Dream Fairy. You could also just use it on the Ascent Protector if you have 1 more damage in hand available. But Matt G does have potential answers. Lots of influence open in his hand still.
So let's see what comes out.
And what is the order here? What does he want to do? So he's putting the Razor Gale second, I believe. Tempest Downfall on top.
Razor Gale on top, and he plays it. He says, well, no way he has the 3rd removal, right?
Yeah, you could take the risk here. So the Razor Gale comes out. He is able to do 3 visits, which will be nice because he'll get the recovery and the glimpse, and then he'll be able to activate it 2 more times for 3 damage.
And then we also place our Shifting Currents to west.
So Ardent Cloud Striker. So interesting enough, Aili's actually representing 3 damage on Matt's turn, and then he's representing a potential 6 damage if Matt G swings with the Ascent. So that would actually put him at the point of lethal if Matt chooses not to level up here.
True. No way to recover with your Serene Spirit if you haven't leveled up yet. However, we know there's a Veiling Breeze in Matt's hand.
That does have a Veiling Breeze. On the stack, the best thing you could do is maybe use a Tempest Downfall to activate with the Razor Gale Calling, but it's not going to be enough. It's going to be 4 damage there. So end step, we're going to reclaim the Dream Fairy.
Interesting.
So this will unlock the Ardent Cloud Striker. Ardent Cloud Striker is now open for damage.
We'll be swinging for 6 since we're already at west.
Oh, and there's the level up.
All right, we just wanted a Floating Memory.
Yeah, decent target for the Floating Memory, Dream Fairy. It's not really a big deal if he plays the Ardent Cloud Striker, right?
Glimpse sees Razor Gale, the second one. I'm pretty sure Matt already has a single one in hand, an Escape the Wreckage, and 2 more Veiling Breezes.
2 more Veiling Breeze. Veiling Breeze, honestly, when you're in a position of where Matt is, I think Veiling Breeze might be a little more important than I normally would give it credit for because it allows you to protect yourself in such an efficient way if Aili decides to take like a high roll gamble and push into you.
Yeah, that seems pretty fair. As long as you're ahead, all you want is to be able to protect yourself from that.
Ooh, another Razor Gale Calling.
Yep, so he kept that one on top.
Yep, so he's going to have the 2 Razor Gale Callings. He's presenting a pretty good amount of damage, so we're going to see 3 in here. Matt does have access to the
Razor Gales. Do we have any 3 visits? How much damage are we pushing through here? Because we are mostly hands down for Aeoli, so...
No 3 visits, but he's holding on to Cyclical Breeze. So Aeoli going to 10 here. Doesn't want to respond quite yet. He's just chilling for now.
So do we Fairy Whispers? Do we Fairy Whispers? Deal 2 damage.
He's going to go to 12 here.
Digging for that 3 visits. Do we bottom everything? No, we take the Veiling Breeze.
Double Veiling Breeze.
We also kept the other Veiling Breeze, the Escape the Wreckage on top. So he values all 3 of those cards. Oh, we do have a 3 visit.
With 3 visits.
That is another 6 damage. And
3
then
visits is representing a potential lethal here. He has to respond in response to the 3 visits so that he can get the recovery before he can start chain activating it from other places.
Yeah.
Wants to get the recover early on here before the stack gets too big. If you push him 2 more, it's gonna push him into a position where it's a little bit too scary.
Mm-hmm.
So if this resolves, Matt G will recover.
All right, 1 damage from Aeoli's Razor Gale Calling.
Leave both on top there.
All right, we rest, we heal, we Glimpse 2.
Take the 2 here. Think 2, 4. So this will go to 14, 16. All right, so if he activates this again, this is 14.
Yep.
This is 16. And then he has 18 and 20 from the 2 Veiling Breezes in hand. He has 4 cards in hand or 3?
He has 3 cards in hand.
3 cards in hand. So he's going to be short 1 damage if he goes for that. Bringing Aeoli to 18. He does want to hold on to the Veiling Breeze because he wants to use it to protect himself if Aeoli decides to go all in for the damage here.
Yeah, I think you can definitely slow play this. You don't have any real pressure, and you don't have lethal anyway, so you wait and see. There is something to be said about casting Veiling Breeze at the beginning of the Recollect while there's no answers to it. Probably not, though, because you can, as Ollie, you can always just wait for Matt's turn. So that would protect from the Cloud Striker that's currently unlocked. That would push 6 damage. Probably not enough, especially now that Vanitas is here, so we can lineage release the Searing Spirit.
So Matt is showing 19 more damage counters available to him, depending how his lineage release on the stack goes through. We're going to see a Scatter Essence targeting one of those Razor Gale Callings, asking for number of cards in hand. Matt's thinking about it. He's going to take the 1 from the activation.
And we let the Calling go. We do have the Cyclical Breeze in hand to bring it back next turn.
Yeah, so he's going to take it.
Oh, he also chose to not use the 3 visits to get that damage in response to that.
Yep, he's just chilling, waiting. He wants to wake up before he utilizes his 3 visits again. He's feeling pretty far ahead, so overall, not too bad.
And we kill the second one.
Oh, the second one is a little bit rough. Aeoli does have a 3 visits available to him in the graveyard, and he has woken up now because it is his turn, so he can recover 2, put himself in a little bit more of a comfortable position.
Deal 1 more damage. You start pushing 6 every turn next turn, or you force Matt to not swing with the Ascent Protector to keep the intercept up.
Yeah, forcing Matt not to swing here is actually really, really good because he has a Safeguard Amulet to deal with a lot of the spell damage. Matt really thinking about it. He's unsure if he wants to let this through, if he wants to Veiling Breeze.
Yeah, he might want to use that 3 visits to push some more damage, maybe 2. Put Aeoli in a position where he has to do something. He is hands down. There's 3 more damage coming from the Ascent Protector, so if Matt thinks he can find enough damage on his own turn, pushing the damage here while the Razor Gale Calling is on board is also a possibility, but he does let it go. It goes to the graveyard.
Yep, so Aeoli's going to have 2 floating memory available to him. He's going to be able to go for that Fan of 7 Doubts. Or 7 Debts, sorry, 7 Doubts. 7 Debts. That is available for him for the next turn. Other than that, I think in terms of memory cross requirements, there's nothing else there. There was the Crimson Protector Trinket, but I think that's
gone.
It's gone. So we're kind of just chilling. Ventus is, I believe, free.
Ventus is free.
So
yeah,
that's it.
Only one of them is useful.
Fan of 7 Debts. But it is available. It is still on enter draw. So, really not that bad. He is getting the quote-unquote neutral cycle from using the Scatter Essence. Just a little bit delayed.
That's recycling. You're playing Wind, be eco-friendly.
Eco-friendly Wind deck. I do like that. Looking at it as a slow +1. We're going to see the rest here. Activation of 3 visits from the graveyard. So moving to Banishment here. Baby green on top.
Why is the Ascent Protector still tapped?
So this is the end step of, I believe, of Aeoli.
No, we recollected from Matt. We played the Safeguard Amulet.
Oh, so he attacked with the Ascent Protector in response to the attack. Activation of the activation of the 3 visits there. So Aeoli is showing 13 damage. 6 away from lethal. Does have a Safeguard Amulet. Matt trying to find the damage here though with no Razor Gale Callings. I believe he has 2 Cyclical Breezes or just the 1.
Given that you have both the Amulet and the Veiling Breezes on board, I think the ally route might be the best choice here. You play like you're a Windmill Engineer, and you push that damage slowly 1 by 1.
As weird as it sounds, you could even just Dream Fairy Raw. play the Dream Fairy, just attack for 1.
But he seems to be going Cyclical Breeze, returning the Razor Gale, most probably.
Yeah, targeting Fairy Whispers? Targeting Verdigris Decree?
Oh, that is interesting. He does not like that Razor Gale being on board. Now the question is, does he play it now, or does he wait to also maybe suppress the Cloud Striker?
Yeah, I think holding onto it to suppress the Cloud Striker is really good value.
Or you could play a Windmill and then use it to push that extra 2 damage.
Yeah, there's a lot of different directions you can go here if you're Matt G. I think fogging the damage with the suppress is pretty relevant unless you have a really good on-enter drop that you can set up. But we don't see that from the Baby Gray, right now.
No, you cannot do the Windmill route since you have the Baby Gray in hand, so you cannot imbue the Verdigris Decree here. So it's only there to destroy the Razor Gale.
I believe we have 4 cards in hand here for Matt G. Windmill comes in for 1, showing Auli at 14, 5 off lethal.
And we destroy the Razor Gale with the non-imbued Verdigris Decree.
Yep. So Matt's fully tapped out here. He's actually totally okay with this.
Fan comes in, recycling, we draw a card. Matt looking at what the card is.
So let's see, what's the maximum amount of damage we can see here? We can see Ardent Cloud Striker for 6.
Yes.
So Cloud Striker for 6 has the potential for damage here.
No
Razor Gale calling. That's missing from the board now.
There's a Tempest Downfall. If we can find the room to suppress something or just cast it. Are there 2 Tempest Downfalls? That is 12 damage. That is not enough. There's no way you kill this turn. I think you need to find the best way to stabilize here.
Yeah, also Matt, I believe, still has... he still has the 3 visits available, right?
Yes, 3
in the
visits should
banishment
still
at this
be-
point?
No, is it in the banishment? It might be in the banishment. I think it's still in the graveyard. I don't think he moved it from there. Let's see. He's looking to his graveyard. I did not see it in that quick glance. It might be in the banishment.
Oh, maybe 3 visits actually isn't available. I think it was Auli that had one, so he did use that from his banishment. Hasn't put it at the bottom of his deck yet.
We are paying 2 for the Baby Green.
He's thinking about baby greening the Fan of 7 Debts for the on-enter draw card. I believe because it's suppressed. I don't remember if Tempest Downfall is suppress requirement for an ally or just if something was suppressed.
I'm pretty sure it's an ally that needs to be suppressed. He did kill the Windmill Engineer with a Baby Green, though, after suppressing the Fan.
Yeah, suppress the Fan is good. He's going to get the extra draw out of that. So, yeah, it is an ally. So, as long as an ally has been suppressed this turn, this costs 3 less. So, it'll be a 0-cost fast Tempest Downfall.
That's the turn pass. We don't have a lot left in hand. There's Bagua, a Baby Green, the Cloud Striker, and what is the second card from the left? I'm not sure, but very, very little defensive options there. We do
Innervate Agility.
Oh.
So he's activating the 3 visits
yes.
from banishment there. So he's going to put the 3 visits on the bottom, 1 card above that, and then 1 card at the top of the deck. So his activation of 3 visits is fine. It worked. It was a little weird because of just the positioning of how he did things, but it was the correct order.
I think the last card in hand is a Scout the Land, so there's no real big defensive option from Aeoli in hand. There is still the Amulet on the board.
The only real defensive option he has here is if he's trying to kill an ally that's being entered with, I guess you could use the Tempest Downfall on it. If you like Ascent and then play another Ascent to return the Ascent, on the second Ascent you could technically Tempest Downfall it if you wanted to. As weird as that sounds.
Is a possibility. First we sing for 3.
Usually a lot of damage, so maybe Bagua for cycle draw card.
Oh no, that was a reclaim, not a Scout the Land. No, that is
a Scout the Land.
Okay, so
so the Fan of 7 Debts here was a missed trigger. It's going to come in at the next end phase. So you can see it's still suppressed. He suppressed it during his main phase,
yes.
But we are currently in Matt G's main phase. Yeah, it's been agreed upon by the table. Both players have agreed it was a missed trigger, so it will come in as a delayed trigger. Matt G taking the quick break here, as we discussed earlier. It's been discussed already by the head judge, approved.
Yep. And we did see the Innervate Agility being drawn, a very, very good card. It can block out all of the damage from something. It heals for 5. That also might be just enough. We'll see how that ends up being played out.
Yeah, Recover 5 is pretty nice there. Spell Shroud does kind of force change the targeting, which is interesting. So you can't really use it to force them to take the damage themselves. However, you can use it to stop damage from coming through, I guess. If there's Razor Gales on the stack.
It means you stop future spells in the turn. But yes, the spell on the stack itself will not be redirected, only fizzle.
Yeah, because most of the Razor Gale calling triggers usually get resolved before the next card on the stack the next card goes on the stack.
Yes.
Unless you're using that card to stop the damage specifically.
Yeah, only damage prevention effects are usually played at that moment.
But yeah, Matt G went out for that Bulwark Sword because it looks like he's going for combat damage as a way to push Auli into lethal range. I mean, we do have Safeguard Amulet on the board, so another Razor Gale calling doesn't necessarily represent a significant threat yet. But, you know, when we're playing with such small HP pools, these are level 1 decks only.
Yeah.
Weirdly enough, level 1 decks that aren't allies focused. You know, every bit of chip damage matters. You only have 19 health, 20 if you're playing a warrior.
Last time we saw that was Erupting.
True.
Not making any links here, but maybe, you know.
Maybe Erupting has always been a win deck. We just didn't know.
Well, it did draw the same amount of cards.
It's true. I mean, you know, Silidar did talk about it in the keynote. He mentioned that it is indeed lore accurate. Razor Gale calling is the, you know, the glowing orb in Vanitas level 2's hand. He is, in fact, death by a bajillion cuts.
So yeah, that Bulwark Sword is interesting because not only it threatens to push for damage against Swing for 2, Vanitas has a lot of influence, so you don't mind paying the 2, but it also means that you threaten the Cloud Striker. If you play the Cloud Striker down, you can just swing with the Ascent Protector and the sword and kill it.
It also, interestingly enough, gives you another target for Baby Green Slime. If you don't want to bring out your Cleric Robes yet, you can target your own Bulwark Sword after the... Oh, and here it is. Exactly what you talked about. The Innervate Agility to fog the damage coming from the Ascent Protector there. So Innervate Agility, I believe he's going to choose Stealth so that the attack doesn't connect.
I think that's the right choice. There's no Razor Gate calling on the board. They're in the graveyard. Even if there's a way to recur them, that is very slow. Not too much damage to push. So Stealth is definitely the right option here.
So the Innervate Agility additional cost will be de-leveling. You also must recover 5.
Yes.
If you don't, you are unable to play this card. The secondary effect of this card that is not part of cost is going to be your choice of Stealth or Spell Shroud for all units you control until the end of turn, which means theoretically the Baby Green Slime will also be protected.
Correct.
And Matt G is just going to go for the Lineage release there, bring himself down to 3, and just take a very comfortable placement.
We go back to Conwing. I guess that this is mostly for the HP. You don't get any more benefit from... Oh, you do
Mage class bonus. Mage class bonus.
Yeah, but the Mage class bonus is mostly only on Tempest Downfall,
Tempest.
So you do... Well, the fan did come back. So yeah, it's done for HP, mostly because you don't really have anything to use that Conwing for. So
Yeah, he also has nothing else to use the Scatter Essence for, so it is basically just a free level up anyways.
True. There was the Scatter Essence.
Yeah, overall, not a bad setup. You know, it did protect him for the turn, which was important, and gave him the opportunity to look forward to whatever he's playing next. Yeah.
I don't think there's any reason to cast that Mnemonic Charm. There's no spells that scale with level in the deck, and you already have the
Indolent Leisure. There's 2 Indolent Leisures.
There are Indolent Leisures. Oh, that's interesting. Yeah. So, yeah, we don't have it in hand now, so there's no reason to cast it immediately, but it will be useful maybe in the future. We are saying that if you go back to Kongming, you reset the Shifting Current to North, I think is probably what's happening here.
I'm not sure. That's actually a question I've never thought about, whether that actually would happen or not.
In any way, you can reset it to West at the end of turn, but that means that the Cloud Striker is an inefficient play this turn.
On enter, you gain the Shifting Currents Mastery. Players can only have 1 Mastery. I don't think you can regain the Shifting Currents Mastery.
What does the reminder text say? Let's look at it. So it says the current starts in another direction, but if you already have it on board, I'm not sure. Wait, I'd have to look at the rules. I haven't looked at the Mastery section of the rulebook yet very clearly. But from just reading the reminder text here, I don't think it is supposed to reset. But there's a judge on the table. The judge at the table probably knows better than me.
Yeah, so they made the decision there. We're going to see the damage go into the Ascent Protector. Matt G is going to escape the Wreckage Jet. Ardent Cloud Striker and the Baby Green Slime were used there. It looks like the Shifting Currents was not moved either. which is interesting enough. It's still north.
Yeah, maybe we want to put a buff counter on something. That's right. The north is the buff counter.
North is indeed the buff counter if you're looking for the Bogwa of Cardinal Fate. Matt G sifting through the relevant cards here in the graveyard. We're going to see, I believe, 3 Razor Gale Callings, all dead, and then a
Innervate Agility.
Innervate Agility up top there.
So we have a Razor Gale Calling freshly drawn from Matt. We can get another one back. I think we still have the Cyclical Breeze, right? We start by killing off the Baby Green Slime. So the
influence of 11, it looks like.
Yes.
Very, very scary. We do know the Ventus is available now, so Razor Gale Calling could come out here.
You probably just Dream Fairy the Claw Striker, right?
Well, he does. He does still have he does still have the Raccoons.
All right, at least one.
Yep, 2 Raccoons. So he's going to take out 2 Razor Gale Callings here.
Very, very efficient.
One into the Cloud Striker, one into the Cloud Striker.
We have the
Ascent Protector.
Getting back the Raccoon.
It looks like the Raccoon or the...
and that is just going to call it.
Yeah, that's the concession there. So Matt G is going to be your winner here for Ascent Toronto, taking the second Ascent on his belt there.
Huge congratulations. It's a great achievement. Those were great games. He played very well.
Yeah, it was a really tough one. Like, looking at the post sideboard, you'd really think that Auli has a pretty significant advantage, but there were a lot of things that went wrong for him, right? He whiffed the Fairy Whispers, immediately got punished on the Crimson Protective Trinket, and then tried to do it back to Matt, got punished on that side as well, did flip over the Baby Gray Slime, and wasn't able to kind of find equal influence and equal footing on that. So it looks like it's just going to be game 2 to Matt. Both players playing absolutely phenomenally today. It's been so many hours of this grueling Razor Gale, millions of cuts, which soon is to be errated, as known by the keynote here.
I'm going to say something that a little weird. I'm kind of sad that I won't get to try out that deck.
Yeah, that's based and real, and I totally understand where you're going on there. It is a very difficult situation to be in. But yeah, the boys all up here celebrating
all
for
the
Matt
congratulations,
G.
all the friends coming in.
All the homies from True Cactus Gaming over there. Mr. Matt G repping Yeti Gaming. Our favorite person, Mr. Andy K himself. Sadly couldn't be here for this event.
Yeah. Still a great organizer.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. Matt G, another victory under the notch. Absolutely fantastic. We'll be taking the first place Blissa. We do also know that Matt has also won he won Ascent Ontario, right? Which is another Wind Spirit. So I'm interested to see if he likes Gwendolyn more or if he likes Blissa more.
I guess we can ask him.
Yeah, we'll have to ask him in the future.
What about you? Which one's your favorite of the two?
Definitely a Gwendolyn.
Yeah?
Yeah. I like the reference of Blissa. I like where it comes from in terms of the video game references. But Gwendolyn is just really cute, and she has pink hair, and it just fits. It just fits. Although Noel from Chess Club will always tell me that her wet socks are just weird. She's a wind spirit sitting in water. But yeah, I think that's a wind spirit. Maybe she's just protecting her feet.
Yeah,
with air
that
bubbles.
would make sense. We can ask the lore question for the team later on.
True. Bell, we need the answer. I'm hit you up. Figure that out. We can make a video with Lineage Break Camp.
Yeah.
Because they do all the lore videos. You guys should check those guys out too. They're pretty cool. But yeah, so I mean, we are wrapping up now a fantastic weekend. Ascent Toronto, the very first Canadian Ascent. Hopefully all of you guys who were here had a fantastic time. Those of you who didn't come, wish you came. That would be great. We want to see you guys next time. So hopefully another Ascent in Canada here. Thank you so much for joining me. Having you here is like a dream come true, man.
It's been a pleasure. I've had a lot of fun all weekend. It's great casting for this. I am excited to try out the new set in the proper competitive way. I will be at Ascent Santa Clara. Hopefully I will be on these high-level streams. So yeah, it's been great. Hopefully I can do this again too.
Yeah.
And we wish all of you still watching at home a very good day. Hope you enjoyed all of these games, our casting, and the stream will be ending.
Yeah, so thank you. Big shout out to TM32. Big shout out to Weebs. Big shout out to the other casters that were with us, Mr. Genghis Kwan as well as Byfall. We really appreciate it all. And always a big shout out to you guys, the community, the players who are part of this game. We love you guys, and thank you so much for such a wonderful time at Ascent Toronto. We'll see you guys next time in Santa Clara. Or actually, I guess it would be Christchurch first.
Yes, Christchurch.
So, have a wonderful time. We'll see you guys soon.
Goodbye.